Morning.
Good morning. Sorry, I'm just going to be messaging our chat. Looking forward to hearing from you.
Thank you. It's not going to be anything very exciting. I'm trying to get on my phone to the main meeting, but so I could watch it, but I'm having to fill in a whole load of details at the moment. It thinks I'm in India right now.
Oh no.
Probably not entirely appropriate. Where is United Kingdom gone? Oh, it doesn't exist. Oh, United Kingdom doesn't exist anymore. I wonder where it is. I wonder if it's Great Britain. Oh, this is ridiculous. So how's it going? Everything all right?
Yes, not too bad. Yeah, ready to rock and roll.
Good. Has it started? There should be the welcome thing at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah, so stage one will have started. Yeah.
Okay. Got my Zoom shirt on.
I like it.
Well, that should be okay. Oh, for goodness sake. Why is it asking me to do all this stuff? All I did was press the join thing. Not going well. Join now. Okay, so you'll let me into the main thing, will you, Hannah?
So I will be introducing you on this one, but we're going through vMeets to let you through the code that we gave you to be able to see the rest of the conference. So that should hopefully work, but do feel free to email us if it doesn't for whatever reason.
I may not. I'll watch bits of the conference, but I've got a few other bits and pieces to do today as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Well,
find my talk. There we go.
Yeah.
Okay. So what is vMeets? Why does it? How does it work with Zoom?
So I think they have an extra platform that allows people to sign on there, and then I'm not sure about the ins and outs. There's a lot of backstage stuff going on, so it's very exciting. It's the first I've used it. So
yeah. How many people have you got attending?
I know there was over 90 last time I checked, but yeah.
And these are what, medical students from around the place or what?
Yeah, we're hoping to advertise it internationally. So yeah, just see how it is.
Yeah, the internet, it's quite funny that the whole Zoom thing has made some of these meetings much bigger. I was on one the other day, the Nansig one, where I was expecting to be the usual roughly 100, and there were several hundred there, weren't there, from 20 different countries or something. It's quite strange.
It was excellent. And I'm going to be the one organising the Nansig one next year. So
oh really? Are you the next boss? Are you? Oh,
I am indeed.
So what stage are you at?
I'm in second year at the moment.
Second year? Oh, right, gosh.
But I did my undergrad in neuroscience, so
all right.
I'm a bit older.
Where was that? Where did you do that?
In Nottingham.
Nottingham, okay.
Yeah.
And now you're in Exeter, are you?
Yeah.
How's that?
Yeah, it's nice. Good. Moving down the country.
Nice place, isn't it? Nice small place.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've only been there a couple of times. Yeah, that's very good. And your final ambition at the moment, any?
Paediatric neurosurgery.
Pediatric neurosurgery. Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, this talk is not really very mainstream. This is more a sort of philosophical talk about third worldy things, because what I wanted to do with this 2 years was to increase our profile internationally in global neurosurgery, global medicine. But unfortunately, I chose the wrong 2 years to do it. Oh. Can't even go down the road to London, not then go anywhere else more exotic. So yeah, it's a little bit crap, but hey ho.
I guess the international aspect allows you to. The international aspect of everyone being online now, hopefully.
Well, yeah, I guess that's true. I've been on a few international Zoomy things, but they've slightly dried up, funnily enough. Maybe in the middle of last year there were a few more, but they're slightly fewer than they used to be, which is a little bit strange. I think people are just so completely fed up with it now, they can't be bothered. I'm just getting that way as well. I had a very good first lockdown. It was great. The weather was fantastic. I was out on my bike all the time. We resumed operating very quickly. Newcastle came out of it really quite well. But this time it's just really, and it must be awful being at university during this, because this is not what university is about, is it?
I'm not really on placement, so I'm just very familiar with the four walls of this room.
Yeah, I know, just hideous. But at least you've done another degree first.
Yeah.
So you did have your university experience for what, 3 years?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, 3 years. Yeah.
Yeah, which is not quite so bad. I think I'd have killed myself if I'd been working up, all the way from about 15, going, oh yeah, I want to get to university, and then you get there, and as you say, you got the four walls to look at. It must be absolutely terrible.
I know.
Lost generation.
Definitely feel for those 4 first years. It's not uni life.
Are you supposed to be doing something else right now?
No, I'm just waiting for the go. So they'll give me a countdown of when we go live, and then.
But are you not getting to see the entire meeting? You must be. Oh, of course you.
I'll just be on stage 2, so I'll get to see everyone on this stage, and I might catch the end of the stage 1 that goes on a little bit longer.
Right. Okay. And I've got how long for this? 45 minutes. Hopefully I won't take.
Yeah, ideally to include some questions afterwards, and I'll be keeping an eye on our Q&A. So. Yeah,
I'll try not to take too long.
I'd rather cut your Q&A than cut your talk, basically. So.
Well, just let me know if there's some way of letting me know that I'm in danger of it. Actually, I'll have a good look at my watch. But yeah, it's I've condensed some of the slides, but then I took the. You always do this. I really want to put another slide in, so I put another couple of slides in, but hopefully not for very long. So it's much more difficult. I'm not a great rehearser anyway, I must say. I tend to do it by the seat of my trousers, but it's more difficult, I think, on Zoom because you pace yourself differently. You don't get any response from the audience, which is very weird, because that's what I work on, is kind of trying to feel what people are interested in and accentuating that, and then reeling back on the things that aren't. And at times with Zoom, you don't even know the bloody thing's switched on. There's no reaction at all. So it is certainly a very different talent, and one that I don't think I have, I'm afraid.
I would love to be your audience. I will be here, but to ensure a good connection, I will be turning my video off. So unfortunately, I can't even be that audience response for you.
No. Hold up a sign saying "laugh." Cheer.
I'll just be holding that up throughout the
absolutely.
The whole way.
And I see that Nirmal Kumar, the NT boss, is there later on. Yeah, I texted him earlier on. I only spotted that. I only really looked at the program this morning. It looks very interesting. But you've got 2 stages. That's going to be. Is that not quite difficult to coordinate?
I think that's why vMeets is useful, because we've got a team for stage 1, a team for stage 2, and separate links to access those. So, yeah. Yeah.
My sound's all right, is it?
Yes, it sounds good to me.
It's okay, yeah. It's not. I'm actually deep in the middle of the Scottish countryside, but for some amazing fluke, we've got really good broadband here. It never normally lets us down. But it went down just before Christmas, which was incredibly irritating because all sorts of meetings and things on. And I think some animal had eaten the cable. There's an awful lot of animals. I was just watching a red squirrel before you came on there. Ah, Nirmal.
Hi.
Good morning. How are you?
Fine. How are you?
I'm all right, as well as can be expected under the circumstances. You're very early. You're not speaking for ages.
I know. I just thought I'll log on because I've got some other overlapping teaching to do. And I thought I'll eavesdrop on you.
Oh, no, don't eavesdrop on me. I'm boring. I'm very boring. You know that.
Is that
You've got a very bright background there, Nemo.
No, I'm going to adjust that. I'm just,
right,
yes, I will close the screen, etc. and I check it out. Is that one of the organizers? Sorry.
No, I was just wittering. I've avoided the temptation of having intelligent-looking books behind me.
I am going to adjust my background. Yes.
The backdrops don't, the Zoom type backdrops, they're just not quite good enough yet, are they? You get all this pixelation whenever you move.
Yes.
I've got one waiting of me and my bicycle that I want to have in the background.
A little bit of everything about that. Probably should have had a nice backdrop, but that'll be fine.
We've been invited, the SPNS have been invited to Nepal to their international conference. And obviously we're wanting to delay it as long as possible because there's a bit of a difference between being in Nepal and being in your room, pretending to be in Nepal. I just simply couldn't face that because it's somewhere I've always wanted to go. I've been all over India, but I've never been up there at all.
Nepal is beautiful. What was that? Sorry, I missed the first part.
Nepal, I'm really sorry. We're about a minute to go. I was wondering if you could both turn your cameras and mics off, and then Mr. Jenkins, when I introduce you, you can come back on.
Okay, I'll be off for now.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much for popping in.
Okay, see you later.
Okay. So. Okay. Right. Hello, everybody. Welcome to stage 2 of the Exeter International Undergraduate Surgical Conference. It is my pleasure to be able to introduce Mr. Jenkins to our talk today. He's going to be giving a talk on paediatric neurosurgery in low and middle income countries. And I will be monitoring the Q&A, so please post your questions and we'll hopefully get to a few of them at the end. Mr. Jenkins?
Hi there. And hello, everybody. Oh, I should have a picture, but it's disappeared. Hi, everybody. Thanks very much for inviting me. We'll now see if I can share my screen and show you something more interesting than my face. Okay. Right. Well, good morning. And I gave people a sort of selection of possible things to talk about, and pediatric neurosurgery seems to excite people, and I think that's very good because it is a very challenging and really exciting, constantly developing field. But really the question I want to not exactly ask, or not answer today, but ask is it actually an affordable luxury in places that aren't the UK, America, etc. We've seen the problem with the vaccines. We've seen vaccine wars, which many of us predicted a year ago would happen. We're doing very well. Israel's doing fantastically. And in some places in Africa, they've given no doses at all. And so we have a massive health inequality. And this talk came to me while I was watching these boys playing football in Calcutta last year, and just thinking, what a different world they live in to this. This is, I guess, one man's monument to vanity. It's a brain-shaped brain institute in Hanover, and it's massively expensive international center for money making. And inside it, you'll find stuff like this: state-of-the-art, amazing equipment, massively, massively expensive. And you can just imagine how little relevance that has here, or even here in Egypt, in Cairo, where I was last year. Although, nobody was anywhere last year, year before last. We just forget 2020, don't we? But, let's look at it and see how unfeasible is this? I was in Nigeria a year before last, and that has, unlike a lot of places where the population growth is actually slowing, Nigeria has the fastest growing population in the world. At that time, it was 196 million. And the median age, believe it or not, is 18 years. So half of the population are children. 98 million are children. And clearly there are some things that we might think might be more of a solution to this than global medicine. And also there are many other problems, aren't there? I mean, what about infectious diseases? Well, what's very interesting and a massive surprise to me was if you look at the burden of disease from surgically treatable conditions against the major infectious killers in the world, AIDS, tuberculosis, and malaria, the surgical ones absolutely dwarf it. Now, a number of these are postpartum problems, childhood death, etc. But a huge number are simple diseases, appendicitis, head injury, etc. And so I think the idea that surgery is too expensive or it's an unaffordable luxury is not necessarily true. And we need to look at this. But what about neurosurgery, in particular paediatric neurosurgery? Is that affordable? Well, let's look at some more numbers, again, focusing on Nigeria because of its particular problems. There are a massive total of 81 neurosurgeons in Nigeria for all that population. And if we look at just the children, one neurosurgeon per just over 1 million children. There you see the tumor incidence, and tumor is the main thing that we worry about in neurosurgery from the point of view of classification of numbers. It's not the biggest burden we have. The biggest burden we have is hydrocephalus. But this gives us 5,880 new cases per year in Nigeria, which is 70 per neurosurgeon, which is just 1.5 a week. So you begin to think that with just a little more infrastructure, a little more education, a few more surgeons, this could actually be manageable. And I think on the other side of this is how affordable is it? So we've seen that from the people point of view, we could cope with this. But neurosurgery is extremely kit intensive. It's a very expensive thing to set up. What do we really need? Well, we could start by looking at some of the things that children don't need. Children have a very different spectrum of neurosurgical disease than adults. For instance, they don't really get major vascular neurosurgical problems. They may be born with them, but they don't tend to live very long. And here, this is an aneurysm. Children simply don't get aneurysms. This is my favorite part of the head, the skull base. And children, by and large, don't get the skull base problems. Here we have a training session in endoscopy. Again, very expensive. We're going up people's noses here to remove some skull base tumors. But that's something they don't tend to get. What about functional neurosurgery? This is a Parkinson's operation. Well, clearly kids don't get that. They do get there are some dystonic problems, very, very small numbers. They can be treated with this. But again, this is something that's hugely expensive, enormously time consuming, and not appropriate to children. And here again, lumbar degenerative disease. Well, they've not been around for long enough for that. And that's probably the thing that neurosurgeons do most. Your average neurosurgeon spend most of their time doing spinal stuff. So those who don't like the spine, leave now. It's not all sexy brain surgery. What are the conditions that we treat in kids? Trauma, hydrocephalus, tumor, as I said earlier, and spina bifida. And we'll just have a quick look at some of those. The less common things, or the more specialized ones, craniofacial deformity, and I mentioned functional neurosurgery from the point of view of movement disorder, but there's also epilepsy, spasticity. Spinal deformity and spinal dysraphism, again, are things that are less common, but possibly still treatable. So really, we're not talking about going back to this sort of environment. And equally, this kind of setup is not affordable in most low middle income countries. But this is my own operating theatre. There's nothing enormously sexy here, apart from me. I'm taking the photograph though. And it's just bog standard equipment. And this is not a wildly expensive setup. And this is really what you find if you go into pretty much any neurosurgical theatre in the world, in those that can afford it at all. So what would my hit list be for things that we really don't need, but we've managed to persuade ourselves that we do need in many parts of the world? Well, the first one, it's very nice to know what you're doing in neurosurgery. And what you need is some sort of feedback. You're taking out a tumor. One of the more difficult things is finding out where the edges of that tumor are and when to stop. Neurosurgery is all about when to stop. But the standard joke is, how do you know when you've finished taking out a brain tumor? And the answer is that normal brain makes a different noise when it goes up the sucker. And to some extent, that's true. And if we can get an MRI or a CT scan during the operation, that would be great, wouldn't it? Well, actually, it's not that great. I've seen it in action, and when used properly, it can be very helpful. But there are many other ways of doing that. And actually, a little bit of native wit and surgical ability does actually go a long way to that. And the final one I've said here, operative ultrasound, is something which can very often take the place of this, and it gives you real-time pictures. Now, you've all seen pictures like this. This is one of my friends operating on someone who's playing the violin while he's having the operation, so he knows if he's transgressing the wrong bit. And, you know, this is very fashionable, awake craniotomy, but it is massively overused because it gives a false sense of assurance mostly, but also it's quite sexy. People like it. Patients like the idea of it. They don't like it very much when they're having it, I can tell you. Yes, I do awake craniotomy, but fewer than one case a year. There's no real evidence base. And obviously in children, this is a major possible problem. It's difficult enough to give children a dental anesthetic without trying to operate on their brain. Image guidance. This tells you where you are in a three-dimensional space, doesn't it? Well, no, actually, it tells you where you were, because the images that we work on are the pre-operative images. And there's the very disorientated thing of taking out 3/4 of a tumor, turning on the image guidance, putting your probe in, and seeing the whole tumor looks as if it's still there. So it does give you some degree of knowledge of where you are if you don't know where you are already. And it's very good with bony landmarks like the base of the skull, but it's not a substitute for common sense. And it's very far from infallible. And I have seen some disasters with this. And it's hugely expensive. All these things are very expensive. If you've got someone with hydrocephalus, don't you want to put in a shunt that senses what's going on? Well, we don't have that kind of thing. We don't have shunts that sense pressure and adapt themselves. They'd be about 10 times the size of a house if they did, probably. But we do have variable pressure shunts. We can put in a shunt and we can adjust it to the patient's needs, or can we? The first thing to say about that is that about 95% of patients will do fine with a fixed pressure shunt, which can cost about $50. These ones cost about £10,000. It takes minutes to change a valve. You can change a valve for a different pressure in the small number of patients that need it. But the parents and the patients get obsessed with this. Every time they have a headache, they start phoning up and saying they need their shunt changed. And it's not that. 30% of people with shunts get long-term headaches. And so you have to think very seriously about this. I know some people who put these in every patient, but it's not necessarily the answer. Well, now again, fashion. We are told that we ought to have all our outpatients dedicated pediatric, don't want those nasty, smelly adults around, dedicated pediatric theatre, as you see with all the nice pictures here. Can't see the pictures when they're asleep. Dedicated pediatric anesthetic room, maybe, or just some nice people to welcome them. The idea of having a resource that lies empty for part of the time does not sit well in this country, and I can tell you it doesn't sit well in the third world. And then getting into the more esoteric, there's been a lot of talk recently about intrauterine surgery for children with dysraphism. And yes, the preliminary studies suggest that you may reduce disability and you may reduce the need for shunts, but you do increase the hospital stay, and absolutely you increase the incidence of premature labor. And so the jury is still out. There are still trials ongoing about this to see whether it is actually worth the massive use of resources. So then we get to the next stage, things that you might like, but you could probably do without, but they would make your life an awful lot easier. And this is for your standard surgeries. Could you share these with other institutes is the other question. Top of my list there would be operative ultrasound. Now this gives you, the pictures aren't as good as they are with an MRI, but they're instantaneous. Unlike image guidance, they give you real-time pictures. There is a bit of a learning curve because you can see that little picture on the screen there. You know, there's a lot of shadows, a lot of not quite sure, but actually you learn very quickly to distinguish what things are. There's no doubt it increases the accuracy of tumor resection, and therefore it increases the confidence of the surgeon. And confidence is one of the most important things in surgery. And we use this, in fact, for all sorts of different things. This is kind of what it looks like. 2 different sizes of probe, one that will actually fit down a burr hole, so a tiny hole, so you can find a ventricle to put a catheter into, and others for taking out tumors. And this is kind of what you see. This may be obscured on your screen by the pictures on the right, but that's an MRI picture, and then that's the ultrasound picture. And you can see that there's really not a lot to choose between them. The scale is sometimes a problem to work out, but you get very used to that. And so that can be extremely useful, and I use that a lot. The ventriculoscope. Third ventriculostomy is an internal bypass that in many cases of hydrocephalus, when it's due to a blockage, it bypasses the blockage. You can also do internal drainage of arachnoid cysts into a ventricle or into the subarachnoid space. And anything that's presenting into the ventricle, you can do a biopsy of it, and you can even resect things, colloid cysts, small tumors, things like that. And so it's very non-invasive and really potentially very handy. Is it expensive? We'll see in a minute. One of my favorite bits of kit, if I told you how long I'd been using this for, you'd be, well, I'd embarrass myself, but this is a wonderful thing. This is a way of targeting any part of the brain in 3-dimensional space. You put a frame onto the head. I got that skull there on Venice Beach in California. I think it's lovely. You put a frame onto the head, you scan the patient, you get coordinates, you put that arc on. The arc, as you can see, can move in 2 dimensions. And so it effectively describes a sphere over the head from which you can put a probe into exactly the same point. No matter where you make the opening in the head, it will always end up in the center. This thing is virtually bomb-proof. It's very easy to use, very short learning curve. And of course, it is highly accurate to within a millimeter. And we use it for all sorts of things. Is it expensive? We'll see. This tumor would not be resectable unless you were able to block off the blood supply. In a contrast image like this, white equals blood, blood equals bad. Blood is about the only thing that makes surgery, and particularly neurosurgery, difficult. So if we can block these things off, that would be great. We block off the blood supply by doing an angiogram, DSA, digital subtraction angiography, and embolization, we fill it up with particles or glue. And so when we've done that, we have a much better time, and we can then go in and take out the tumor. In spite of that, you can see the artifact, the sort of strange bit in here where we've had to put a massive clip on the pedicle of the tumor, but that tumor would not have been resectable otherwise. Intracranial pressure monitoring, head injury, absolutely vital, we think, although there are studies that show that it may not be that useful after all. But hydrocephalus in particular. When I first started training, we didn't really have very good ICP monitoring, and we used it every time somebody came in with symptoms, we just changed their shunt. A lot of them got infected and they were never out of the place. So it takes away the guesswork. You measure the pressure and you got it. What you're seeing on the right there is palpating the fontanelle. The fontanelle is God's gift to neurosurgeons because you really get a very good idea of what the intracranial pressure is from that. But where you don't have a fontanelle, the ICP monitor is brilliant. And this is kind of what it looks like, a bolt screwed into the head, or sometimes a ventricular catheter put in, and then there's a pressure transducer and a monitor. And it's very, very simple stuff. And this is a pressure trace. You can see on the right, the red shows you the amount of time on a histogram that you're spending at each pressure. And this child is spending most of the time at pressure of 6 to 10, which is plumb normal. This child here has got headaches, but you'll see this is a child with a shunt. And you see that the pressure is spending most of its time below 0. And this child is overdraining. So we need to change the valve or put in one of those fancy valves we talked about. And clearly this child is the opposite, spending most of the time 11 to 15, 16 to 20. They've got problems with their shunt. So it takes the guesswork away, makes life very easy. You've probably heard of the gamma knife. This is a way of delivering very highly focused radiotherapy to small tumors, remnants, recurrences in the brain. It's very expensive. It looks expensive, doesn't it? It costs about £1 million. But it's extremely durable. There's virtually no moving parts. It's totally bomb-proof. You have to change the radio sources about every 15 years or so. But other than that, it's costs as much as it costs to plug it into the wall. And you can avoid long hospital stays. You can avoid morbidity for some of these difficult skull-based tumors. And so actually, you may well be saving money. We don't use it a vast amount in pediatrics. It wouldn't be worth it for peds alone. And many hospitals, well, in this country, we have half a dozen or something like that, maximum. So it's not something that every hospital in a low middle income country could have, but it's something that every country could have. For 25 years, we only had one in the UK, and it was ticking over nicely, but it wasn't overused. So £1 million over 25 years for a whole country, it's not a huge sum of money. However, you can do it another way. This is a LINAC system, and there have been studies that show that, in fact, it's a much cheaper system to use than the gamma knife. And you could, in fact, use this to produce very much the same sort of effect. But it's a matter of knowing about it, knowing how to use it, and as ever, I'll say at the end, having the right people. Epilepsy is a massive burden worldwide, and epilepsy surgery can be curative. It was one of the first things I developed an interest in. It can be costly, it can be labor intensive, but there are some very easy targets, and you can save money. This is on the left, you'll see a shrunken hippocampus in someone with temporal lobe epilepsy and major seizures. On the right, you'll see we've taken out the hippocampus, and that patient is cured for a 2-hour operation. Here again, this is someone with cortical dysplasia on the right at the front there. And what we can do with that, again, is a simple resection there. And again, the patient can be cured. So these are easy targets. They're a lot cheaper than having a patient on drugs and with multiple admissions to hospital for the rest of their lives. And finally, the things that are pretty much essential, the stuff you simply can't do without. The microscope. You can't really do modern neurosurgery without a microscope because it not only magnifies things, but it also gives you coaxial illumination. So to put it bluntly, your head doesn't get in the way of the light when you're taking things out. It allows you to reduce your post-operative morbidity by identifying bleeding points during the operation rather than when the patient goes off afterwards. And it does allow you a certain amount of tissue discrimination between tumor and normal brain, so you can preserve normal structures. You can't take tumors out by munching away at them with nibblers and things. We really nowadays need something a bit more sophisticated, and the ultrasonic aspirator does that. It gives you a massive difference, not only in the resection, but in the amount of trauma you do to the surrounding brain. There's also some tissue discrimination. It is much better at removing tumor than it is at removing brain, which is very fortunate. It's very durable. Again, we're looking for bomb-proof things that will last for years. And there's new technology coming all the time. Shunting, the biggest thing we do in children. These are available really very cheaply. As I said, you can get them for $50 or less internationally. If you offer children with myelomeningocele, spina bifida, early closure, then you get a much, much better outcome neurologically and a much better outcome from the point of view of hydrocephalus and the point of view of long-term disability. But, and there's a big but, what you really should be doing in these countries is offering folic acid supplementation. And fortunately, this is something that people are becoming increasingly aware of around the world. It is very cheap and it is very, very useful. And you save probably 2/3 or more of cases. Well, that's a few things. Is it actually worth the expense? Well, I think the answer is yes. Looking again here at tumors, in the red, we've got brain tumors. And on the x-axis, we've got the difference in survival between 1970s and the early 2000s. We've flattened off a bit, but we're still rising. And you can see the survival rate going up from 20% to 70% over that time. And a huge amount of that is actually due to surgery. It's not just radiotherapy, it's not just chemotherapy, because many of these tumors are not sensitive particularly. So yes, it is worth it. And this is the sort of thing you've got here, pre and post-operative case of medulloblastoma. This is a case that I had a year or two back with a massive, massive tumor, but turned out to be a glioblastoma. In an adult, glioblastoma is a death sentence. In children, it's slightly different. And this is the child 7 years on, big gap in the head, normal function. Is it affordable? Well, in India, they make a Chabra shunt for 50 quid. And the funny thing is, all the other things apart from the gamma knife all seem to cost about £60,000. And you'll notice that I've put the word new in brackets beside the microscope. We're all subject to fashion. We all tend to think that things are done long before they are done. I have a number of bicycles. I don't need them. I maybe only need one. But we have a tendency to throw things out in this country when in fact they could be recycled very effectively in the third world. Unfortunately, there are now websites that you can use to give your out-of-date, out-of-use equipment to places which would still find a very good use for them. So this is not expensive stuff. And I think it is something that we should think seriously about. However, any of these bits of kit are only as good as the people who use them. And the most important thing is education. Education, in this case, in a lab, where we're showing people how to operate, how we operate, showing them the pitfalls and the just giving them a shortcut to surgery. I didn't learn that way. I learned by operating on people. It's maybe not the best way. And so we've got simulators now, we've got international master classes and things. And so training, the most important thing. And as ever, getting the right people, selecting the right people, training them, bringing them over from other countries, training them here, marketing ourselves elsewhere to train people is really, really important in pediatric neurosurgery as everywhere else. And with that, I shall stop it. You can see this is a picture I took in Chennai a couple of years ago. You can see why head injury is a big problem in India. Thanks very much indeed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jenkins. That was a fantastic talk. We covered so many bases from different equipment, prevention, education, as you said, as the final, the real solution. So I don't know if it's that you've just answered so many questions that everyone is starstruck and has nothing more to ask.
You've probably fallen asleep or gone home. I wouldn't blame them at all on a Saturday morning.
Well, I guess I'd always like to ask a couple of questions as we have a bit of time. I know you were talking about just before we went live about your interest in global neurosurgery that you didn't quite get to manage. What was your hope for your project before COVID happened?
I think just to start making some sort of inroads into this question of the affordability of neurosurgery. I think the interesting thing is that going to other countries, you find that most of them do have neurosurgery programs, but often they will have bought bits of kit and there's something wrong. They can't use it because it's not being maintained. They can't use it because they've not been trained. And I think there were a couple of things really that I was going to focus on. The main thing was just getting awareness into our British Neurosurgical Society of the fact that there is another great big world out there. We tend to be a little bit inward looking, and just to try to encourage some international projects, mostly in training, as I say. But one of the other things was that as the European Working Time Directive has taken hold, and as we have had a consultant expansion here, expansion in numbers of juniors, in fact, the training opportunities for us are relatively limited. And one of the things I really wanted to do was to get some exchange programs working where we would send some of our juniors abroad to places like India, where I've got a lot of contacts, a lot of old friends there, and they would send somebody in exchange to us, so we can train them in the sort of method type things and maybe some of the more esoteric surgical things, but we don't have anything to teach them about cerebrovascular surgery. They're doing far more per person than we are, so they could teach us that sort of thing over there. So not just a one-way street. And that was one of the things. But really, as you said before we went live, it's mostly on Zoom now, which is a bit of a challenge. I'm doing a Zoom teaching session on Wednesday, an actual operating session, in a sort of socially distanced manner. And that's going to be quite interesting. Again, doing it to an empty room.
Good luck for that session. What is it you're teaching in that session? What skill?
Oh, just operative approaches to our juniors, and anyone from other hospitals that's going to join in. There are 3 or 4 standard operative approaches that if you know them, you can do just about anything. And one of the important things in neurosurgery, because the approaches are actually slightly more complicated, can be more complicated than, say, opening the abdomen. A bit like cardiac surgery, you've got to be able to do the approach almost as second nature without having to think about it. If you're concentrating all your time on opening and closing, the bit in the middle is going to, psychologically is going to take up less of your time. And I've seen that happen with people. Things like transfacial approaches, which I think are completely pointless, but that's for another discussion. When they spend half the day doing that, by the time they get to the tumor, they're too tired. So yeah, just teaching basic approaches, and giving just some of the hints about how to make it easier, how to make it quicker. Speed isn't everything in surgery, but slickness is. And the two do go hand in hand. And I think that's just trying to get people to be aware of the shortcuts you can take that make things safer rather than less safe. So you can get these things to be second nature, as I said.
Sounds very exciting, and I'm sure the trainees will absolutely benefit from that, even online.
We'll see.
So I guess we have a little bit more time. I don't know if you want to give your kind of top tips of what future neurosurgeons should be trying to do from medical school and onwards.
Well, there's one problem at the moment, which is that we've got too many people coming out of the end of training. I think the first thing you need to do is to have a look at those numbers and see whether neurosurgery is actually the future for you. And that's a really uninspiring thing to say, but it's I've got to be honest, we want the best we can possibly get, but at the same time, we don't want very good people coming to the end of their training and having no prospects. I think we're going to cope with that. I think it's going to take a few years. By the time people like yourself are ready, Hannah, I think we'll be back on track. So I wouldn't check it out yet, but I do think that's the first thing you've got to think out. What is going to be, who was it who said, I never predict anything particularly about the future? I don't know what direction neurosurgery is going to go in. I wouldn't necessarily have predicted that endoscopy, for instance, would have become such a major thing. a lot of people are taking out many, many basal skull tumors up through the nose. Like many things, that comes and goes a bit. You first of all, you know, the new things have this thing of skepticism and then over-adoption, and then it reaches the middle ground. And I think we're in the phase between over-adoption and reaching the middle ground. That has some problems, but certainly being able to orientate yourself in 3D space, both by microscope, naked eye, and down an endoscope. These are the real talents that you need to have for neurosurgery. The trouble is there's no real way of simulating these, and there's no way of assessing yourself to know whether you have them. Fortunately, I think nowadays you can get a bit of a try before you buy. There are some training programs where you can sample little bits of different specialties and see whether they suit you. But certainly one of the most calamitous and very sad things is someone who's got a burning desire to do a particular type of surgery, getting halfway through their training and realizing they actually don't have the aptitude for it. And I have seen that happen. I reckon if you can't draw, you can't operate, but that's probably a little contentious.
Get my sketchbook out.
Yeah, but seriously, it's a matter of three-dimensional orientation. It's the same sort of thing. And there is, fortunately, in spite of all these bits of kit that I was showing you, there's still an element of creativity in neurosurgery that excites me. And it's that idea that it's a little bit like a play where you have the script, but it's your interpretation of the script. You've got to start at the beginning and you've got to end at the end, and you've got to do certain things all the way through that are down there on that script, but you're free to interpret that in a number of different ways. And I think that is where surgical flair and where, for me, the excitement of surgery comes. And also in something that I call Zen, which is that thing of just saying, the instruments are telling me this, but I'm not quite sure. The classic example of that is the stereotaxic frame I showed you in functional neurosurgery, where that thing is taking you to a spot in the brain to within 1 millimeter. You're looking at that spot on the computer, on the screen, before you actually drill the hole and put the probe in. And you're thinking, I think I'll just move 2 millimeters to the left. And you think, I've got this massively accurate instrument and I don't believe it. And that is, I guess, flair or experience or Zen or something. I'm not saying I have it. All I'm saying is that is something that's really important in neurosurgery. And to me, that's an exciting thing. And watching trainees gain that, watching them gain the abilities, first of all, for the basic things, and then getting this freehand interpretation of the available facts and of what they're doing, I find really exciting. I really enjoy that. Training becomes much more important to you as you get on. Your first 20 years are spent trying to get good at it yourself. Your next 20 years, they're trying to get other people good at it when you can.
Well, you've made it sound so exciting, so thank you. I do actually have some questions now. We've got a couple of minutes just to try and run through them quickly if we can. So we've got, thank you for this talk. In terms of neurosurgery in the UK, what does a week on the ward look like?
A week on the wards. A fair amount of time is spent in your office because people imagine that surgeons spend their entire time in the operating theatre, but of course they don't. The first thing, you have to see the patient, so you've got outpatient clinics, 1 or 2 a week. Outpatient clinics generally have about a 20% hit rate in most people's hands. And so of the people that come to see you, you'll end up operating on 20% of those. So you need operating space, and the operating space is usually about 1.5 days a week only. I'm fortunate in that I have 2, but that's just because I'm ancient. And the rest of your time is spent doing a variety of things. Some people will do research. Mostly it's spent simply doing the admin that comes along with selection of patients and with all the other sides of being a doctor. It's not just see someone, operate on them, follow them up. There's a lot more to it than that. And so, yeah, your average week would be spent 3 days operating or in outpatients and 2 days trying frantically to catch up with the paperwork. If you go for an academic job, it's very different. A proper, well-funded, well-supported academic job will give you a day or possibly 2 days a week actually to do research, which is very exciting. And that's where all our advances come from. And I would encourage people, no matter whether you have an academic job or not, to try to incorporate some research into it.
Are you aware of any recent advancements in our understanding of glioblastoma and how to treat it effectively?
Well, yeah, glioblastoma is very depressing because in the 30 years plus, 35 years probably that I've been doing this, the survival rates have improved a bit, but we still do not have long-term survival. We cannot cure glioblastoma. But there is a huge amount of work going on in both the operative side, where we've got things like injectable substances that will show up tumor versus brain, so you can be far more accurate and far more aggressive with your resection without damaging the surrounding brain. Because clearly, in a fatal disease, the last thing you want to do is to render your patient disabled for the rest of their life, which may only be 6 months or maybe 2 years. So you can increase life duration and quality of life with some of these things. And then all sorts of molecular experiments that are going on. I don't want to, it would take me hours to go into them in any detail, even if I knew. But yeah, there are ongoing studies, but we don't have the answers yet. We really don't.
Thank you very much. And we just have time for one very quick. How did you know neurosurgery was for you?
Oh gosh, that's a whole talk on its own. I was very fortunate. I'll be very quick. I did a rotation through several specialties, which is what I was talking about earlier on. It's something that we often do at SHO level. And one of them was neurosurgery. And I was scared stiff because I'd kind of blagged my way through medical school more by general, being nice to people and turning up for things than actually having any flair. And neurology, I didn't have a bloody clue about. So I thought, oh my God, they're going to find out. I'm going to be thrown out. But in fact, I found out that it was totally logical. If you saw someone with a particular problem, you could predict what neurological signs they would have. Equally, if you saw someone with certain neurological signs, you could predict, what they had. And so I liked that aspect of it. I loved the imaging. Imaging was going through some revolutionary changes at that time. MRI was just being dreamt of. CT was improving. It used to take a minute for each CT slice when I was training. And you can imagine you've got a drunk Glaswegian head injury patient. It didn't go well. And then I just looked at the surgery and I thought, this is just bloody marvelous. And so I managed to persuade people that it was a good idea to employ me, and that was it. So yeah, it was really just a mixture of the subject being so fascinating and the surgery being so challenging and interesting, just exactly as you'd imagine, really. But it was an accident.
Thank you very much. So that's all we have time for. Thank you so much for your wonderful talk and for answering all those questions. Yep. And I hopefully everyone else feels as inspired as I do. So we're just going to... You're welcome. We're just going to take a short break and then we'll be seeing our next speaker. So see you at the next session. And Professor Wigmore, just checking that you're ready to go at 11 o'clock.
Yeah, I'm good. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you fine.
Should it said about using a headset. I have a headset, but I prefer not to use it if you can hear me all right.
If you prefer not to, I can hear you just fine and the audio sounds fine.
Okay.
So, yeah.
It's a bit dark here in Scotland today.
Oh, yeah. Mr. Jenkins is in Scotland as well.
How's your conference going?
I believe it's going well. So this is stage 2, so it's hard to know what's going on stage 1, but so far so good. Do
you know how many delegates you've got?
I know we have over 90 when I last checked, but I'm not sure what the number could be now. So
All right, good.
Yeah, but good for our first conference.
Oh, was it the first one? Okay.
Yes.
I didn't know that. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, well done for organising it. I'm organising the British Transplantation Society conference next week, which we've had agonies over because it's all online and, well, mostly online, and it's quite a big sort of difference to normal, isn't it? Organising a conference that's online. So
yeah.
I know
Right, as we're about to start, I'll just ask you to put the microphone and camera off until I introduce you, if that's all right.
Okay.
Thank you. Welcome back. We're very looking forward to hearing from Professor Steve Wigmore, who will be giving us a talk on academic surgery. So welcome, Professor Wigmore.
Hello, thank you very much for inviting me to join your conference. I'm just going to share my screen so that you can, oh gosh, okay, here we go. Hopefully see. Can you see my slides okay?
Yeah, perfect.
Okay, so I'm going to talk to you about how to build a career in academic surgery. And I think the important thing to remember is that all of the interesting doctors and professors and people that you hear were all exactly the same as you at one point in their careers, and they were all medical students too. And so we've all been on a journey. And I'm going to do this in a sort of semi-autobiographical way, because I think that some of the lessons from my career might be of relevance and of interest to you. And although I started out as a medical student as you did, I've sort of got to where I want to be in my career, and have to pinch myself sometimes when I think that I'm now holding a position that was held by Lord Lister, who was probably the ultimate academic surgeon. So he was the 3rd Regius Professor of Clinical Surgery at Edinburgh, and I'm the 13th. So we have that small thing in common, but that's probably about all we have in common. So anyway, okay, so who on earth would want to be an academic surgeon? Well, that's quite a good question. It's probably an important starting point for this talk. There's a cultural and institutional bias against academic surgeons, and this has been, you only have to sort of listen to your physician colleagues sometimes to understand the biases that they have. There's a feeling that surgeons are unintelligent and thoughtless and just manual laborers. And that's partly come from, I guess, from the history of surgery, but has been perpetuated by articles such as Surgical Research or Comic Opera, which caused a storm in the 1990s when it was published as an editorial in The Lancet by Richard Horton. He did have an important point, which was about the quality of surgical research. And I think there's been a huge sea change in the quality of surgical research now compared to then. Even NHS surgeons will say that you can't be a good academic and a good surgeon. And there is a feeling amongst academic surgeons that you struggle to do anything really well, and that everything that you do is a bit of a compromise. So why would you put yourself through this misery to have a job like this? And the reason that I love it is that it's incredibly rewarding. No day that I have is the same. No week is the same. Some weeks I'm doing lots of research. Some weeks I'm doing lots of surgery. And I can go in different directions. I travel a lot. I talk a lot. And my job suits me really well because it keeps me interested in surgery, and I like doing things which potentially could change the way that surgery develops in the future. So when I went to medical school, I was a first-generation doctor, and I suffered from terrible imposter syndrome for the first 2 years. I imagined that at any moment somebody was going to tap me on the shoulder and say, "Hey, Wigmore, there's been a terrible clerical error. You're not really supposed to be here. Off you go." And it took me probably 2 years to kind of get over that and actually realize that I was doing quite well in terms of the class. And that imposter syndrome probably drove me to work a little bit harder than I might have done if I'd felt that I was supposed to be there. And I got to the stage in year 3, which some of you are probably at the moment, where you get the choice to either go on with your clinical course or whether you want to take a year out and intercalate and do something different. It's now very common to do intercalated degrees, but when I did my degree, it was less common. Probably only about 10% of students did one. And I quite liked the idea of doing something different and getting some early exposure to research. So I met up with this guy. This is Frank Cox, who was a professor of zoology, and his main interest was in malaria. And he said, "Well, how much do you know about malaria?" And I said, "Not a lot." And he said, "Well, you need to go and read something about it, and then let's have a conversation." So we had a conversation a few times, and he said, "If you want to come and work with me, then you're going to need to be able to fund yourself and fund your lab fees. And that means you need to win a MRC research scholarship. And I've told you about the project, but you have to write the scholarship application." So I wrote the application, and to my surprise, I got it. And that set me off on a little journey. And this early exposure to research was really interesting. So my project was in mice, and it was looking at the immune response to malaria in pregnant mice. And this was really relevant to human disease because malaria was a common cause for losing babies in pregnant women in Africa, and nobody really understood why. And the paradoxical thing was that in women who had malaria and were pregnant, the parasite count was really low, and nobody really understood why. And part of the reason was that all of the parasites were sequestered in the placenta. So that was quite an interesting finding. But more importantly than that, this opportunity gave me training in how to look after animals, how to design and conduct experiments, and how to develop immunological tests and reagents, because there weren't that many tests that you could buy in a kit at that time. I also found out that things don't always go how you want, and that for every successful experiment that you have, you might have 3 that are failures, or for technical reasons, or just don't work, or the results are not how you expected them to work. I was quite lucky. Just by chance, I was living in a house owned by this chap who's Dorian Hasgard, and he's now a professor of medicine at Imperial College. And Dorian was probably one of the first people in the world to discover that antibodies bound by their Fc receptor to plastic. And that sounds like a not particularly interesting observation, but it's actually the basis for a lot of immunological tests. And we used to work together to try and develop new ways of detecting things using antibodies based on this observation that they bound to plastic. So that was back in 1986 when the immunology was really at a very rudimentary stage. And I produced my first output from that year. I had to write a BSc thesis. All of the, I didn't have a computer. We only had one computer in the medical school at the time, and that was in the library. All of the graphs were drawn by hand with pens and using letter letters. And the illustrations of the parasites and some of the experiments were actually painted. And I typed it on an old electric typewriter, which I bought from the North Peckham housing estate. And I'm sure it was probably stolen from somewhere, but anyway, it worked okay. And then I came to get my examination, and this was another interesting sort of moment, I suppose. So I knew I was going to be examined by an expert in malaria called Anton Drzelski. I didn't know who my other examiner was. And my other examiner was this person, who's Maurice Wilkins, who won the Nobel Prize with Watson and Crick for DNA. So I nearly died when he walked in, but actually he was really nice. And he was most interested in what had gone wrong with my experiments and how I had overcome them. And I was quite fascinated by him, and that was the focus of his interest. He wasn't so interested in the positive results. He was interested in how I'd become resilient and coped with failure. And he was very nice as well, because he gave me a first, so that was good. If you want to read about that story, I have a blog which I wrote a long time ago about meeting Maurice Wilkins, and it's quite a fun story, so that's a short read. So the other thing when you do research is you need to think about how it makes you feel and what you learn from it. And so what I learned about myself was that I can do laboratory research, that I enjoy it, and that I enjoy the process and excitement of finding something completely new. There's nothing like it, I tell you, it's really exciting. I also found out that it's really not easy. But interestingly, people respect your trials and tribulations and failures in research just as much as your successes. And that sort of keeps you going through the difficult times. So then I went back to the clinical medical school, and I thought, well, I quite enjoy research, so I'm going to continue to look out for research opportunities. I read a lot. In those days, most of the reading was on paper, because nobody had a personal computer, and I used to collect all the old journals that the library was throwing out and read them. And my flatmates described me as living on the outskirts of Nerdsville, but I wasn't a complete nerd. I mean, I used to play rugby and hockey and go out to parties just like everyone else did. So I had a balance in my life. But I did realize that some of the successes that I'd had to date were because I'd put myself out of my own comfort zone. And so when I heard about this prize, the leg prize in surgical pathology, I thought, well, there's absolutely no reason why I need to do this, but I'm going to do it anyway. And it was an opportunity to write about something interesting, or that interested you in medicine, and put a personal spin on it. And so I wrote about inflammatory bowel disease, and to my surprise, I won the prize. And that was very rewarding. I was so genuinely surprised, but it kind of made me think, well, I can achieve these things, and I know that this is something that's going to go on my CV and will be a mark of prestige, and it will last a long time. So I thought, this is something that's worth doing. And one of the things that I found was that a lot of people don't know about all of the prizes that there are to apply for. And so it's well worth spending some time, and some of them are very undersubscribed. So you don't have to put in an enormous amount of effort or be complete genius to win them. You just have to find them and really put in the legwork to do the stuff. And so I carried on in my clinical research, and I used the immunology experience that I had, and did a couple more projects while I was still a clinical medical student. And this, I guess, probably fueled my later desire to keep working in laboratory research. So I was heading to finals now. I had a reasonably strong CV, and I asked people for advice about what kind of jobs I should apply for. I trained in King's in London, and you could apply for jobs in London or for quite a long way along the south coast. And people advised me to go for jobs with people who would back you in the future, that would be strong supporters and support your career development beyond the first job that you did for them. So I applied for these jobs that you can see there, and was successful in them. And I had gone through most of my medical school believing that I was going to be a physician, that I was going to probably be an endocrinologist. And my first jobs were in surgery, and I just loved surgery. I thought, this is amazing, and I don't want to do anything else. So there was quite a lot of disappointment from a few people as I changed tack and decided that I was going to go down the surgical route, but I still had no idea what kind of surgery I wanted to do. I found everything at that stage quite interesting. And so I went to work at the Royal Free Hospital as an SHO, now an FY2. And I taught anatomy for 6 months, and I worked in A&E for 6 months. And that was a great experience. And it kind of allowed me to consolidate some of my thoughts about a future career in surgery. I should tell you at this point that I failed my first part of my FRCS, well, it's now the MRCS, while I was doing this job. And I failed it on anatomy, although I was teaching anatomy, which is quite ironic. So I thought, where next? I've always been someone who likes to plan a route several years ahead, if possible. I went back to one of my old mentors and said to him, where's the best place in the UK to train in surgery? And this is Leonard Dawson. And he said to me, you should go to Edinburgh if you can. And he might have said, you should go to Exeter now, I don't know. But at the time he said, you should go to Edinburgh. And so that's where I went. I went off to this enormous Victorian hospital, the Royal Infirmary of Edinburgh, and worked with Sir David Carter, who was then the Regius Professor of Surgery. And at the time, his senior lecturer was a young man called James Garden, who subsequently became the Regius Chair. And he was a liver surgeon. And life became suddenly quite serious. It was a very different environment to where I'd worked before. The ward rounds were very formal. They were large, lots of people on them. You were expected to go to everything. The entire unit was expected to come into the hospital on a Saturday morning to do the ward round and then go to listen to some lectures. And so every Saturday, whether you were on call or not, your Saturday morning was spoken for. And you were continuously challenged. So when I mean challenged, asked to present your opinion in meetings, like MDT meetings and morbidity and mortality meetings, asked to present x-rays and cases. And there were lots of role models around in the wards, and some of the people that were working as more senior people than me seemed really impressive. And you could see that the things that they were doing were leaving a legacy. And the most important thing, I think, was that academic surgery was given a really high value, and it had a high currency, and was really respected among the NHS surgeons and also among the academic department. And so I was seeing innovation in real time, new technologies coming into play, and there was a sense that surgery was really advancing and that we were part of it, and there was a great expectation for achievement. And that was very exciting and very, to somebody who was quite an impressionable stage in my career. I got, after the sort of initial highlights of being in the ivory towers of the academic unit, I got sent off to a district general hospital to do some basic surgery, and I got great experience there. But apart from the good clinical exposure, I had quite a lot of time on my hands, and I thought, well, the big deficiency in my CV at the moment, having met all these other amazing young surgeons in the academic unit, was that I hadn't published anything. And so I actually took the opportunity and the time to write a few papers. And it was actually very easy. They probably aren't very good papers, but at least it got me started in the publishing line. And it was an introduction to that. And then I thought I'd like to do some formal research and actually take some full time out of my clinical training and work in a lab. And so I did a doctoral thesis on cancer cachexia and its mechanisms. And I worked with Professor Ken Fearon, who you can see here. And Ken was a young surgeon from Glasgow who was appointed as a consultant at the age of 31. And he was really an incredible force of nature, really, really cerebral, intelligent, and very, very kind person. And he used to beat me up intellectually to focus on the subject that I was doing. And it was a really good lesson for life, actually. Everything that I wrote came back covered in red pen, and he taught me how to write scientifically properly. And it's probably good evidence for the quality of his teaching, but the 15 publications came from my thesis work. And the numbers that you can see there are the number of times that they've each been cited. So he was an extraordinary man, and I was very lucky to work with him. And he gave me a really good grounding in proper scientific rigor and research and writing. So after that, I went back to surgical training. I was clinically quite experienced. I had about 2 years to go to my completion of surgical training, specialist training. And I had a big decision to make. So this is the sort of pinch point for people who are going down an academic career. This is the point where you really need to decide whether you want to be a full-time academic or whether you are going to just have academic interest but be employed by the NHS. And the main way to really cement your credentials as an academic is to apply for what's called an intermediate fellowship. So this is a fellowship about the time that you are appointed as a consultant, which is usually quite high value and will fund you as a principal investigator for the first 4 to 5 years of your career. So, but that's the advantage of it. The disadvantage is that they are so extremely competitive, and it's an open playing field. So you are competing as a surgical trainee with with nephrologists, with respiratory physicians, with all sorts of people, public health scientists, people often who have a lot less clinical commitments than you do. And on the plus side, I knew I had a strong CV, but on the negative side, I was a surgeon, and very few intermediate fellowships ever went to people who were surgeons. So I took a lot of advice, and I put in an MRC clinician scientist fellowship application. The project was an extension of my doctoral work on cancer cachexia and mechanisms, looking at mutation analysis and using adenoviral vectors to try and simulate this. And when I look back now, I know that I didn't actually like the project. I didn't believe in it. And the worst thing was that I'd worked myself into such a frenzy around this application that I imagined that my entire future career and my family's career, future, relied on the outcome of this this application. And of course, the interview was a car crash, and it was a pretty hard landing. So it's quite devastating to sort of feel that you'd failed in such a big way. And I really had quite a difficult time thinking, where do I go now? How do I pick myself up? And you know, it's a bit sort of trite, but you know, the people do say, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. And after a bit of time, I thought, do I really want to do this, or am I going to go in a different tack? So I thought, if I want to be an academic surgeon, then I need to make myself really competitive, and I need to think, how am I going to do that, and where am I going to go to get that sort of edge that I need? And where I went was San Francisco, and I took a year out again, and went off to work in this lab at the San Francisco General Hospital, which was a lab run by a guy called Bill Welsh, who is a biochemist. And Bill had worked at Cold Spring Harbor and had discovered most of the heat shock proteins and also the proteasome. And he didn't know anything about surgeons, and I didn't know much about biochemistry, but I thought that this would be a really interesting direction to go. So I went to work in his lab, and it was like another world. It was amazing. The organization of the lab, the resources that they had, the dedication of the scientists that were working there, the collaborations that they had were amazing. And it was such a rich learning experience. And you know, back in those days, if you wanted to gene sequence something, you had to do a Sanger gel. This is a Sanger gel that I did. It took 3 days to do this experiment, and there were hundreds of steps in it. But the magic when you actually develop the film and start reading the sequence and actually know that you've sequenced something correctly is just amazing. And so we did some really cool science, and I learned a lot from that experience and came back really invigorated. I thought, I'm going to go for a Wellcome Advanced Fellowship, which is equivalent to an MRC Clinician Scientist Fellowship, but a complete different change of direction. So this fellowship was looking at molecular chaperones and whether they could be used to protect organs during transplantation and the injury that they experienced during that process. I felt really excited about the project. I knew it all really well. And again, I took lots of advice. I took advice from this guy. This is Sir John Saville, who was a professor of medicine in Edinburgh. And he said to me, he read my application about 5 times. And then 2 days before I was due to submit it, he said to me, you need a mouse. And he said, I think you'll probably get your application, but if you want to absolutely make it sure, you need to get a mouse. I said, but I've only got 2 days. So I spent 2 days on the phone to colleagues in America trying to track down somebody called Greg Semenza and a guy in UT Southwestern. And I got 2 mice. I got the heat shock factor 1 knockout mouse and the hypoxia inducible factor 1 knockout mouse. And that really made my application. And they faxed, they're very kind, they faxed approvals through, and it all went off to the Wellcome Trust, and I got it. And so I had a new beginning. I had £500,000, and I was now a senior lecturer in surgery. The money that you get from these fellowships allows you to choose your job. So I could say to the hospital, this is what I want to do. I can pay my own salary. And the deal is that when I've finished, you pick up my salary. And these are the sessions that I want to work. And this is what I want to do. And so any NHS trust would be foolish to turn you down. So it's a really powerful thing to have an intermediate fellowship. I have my own lab in the MRC Centre for Inflammation Research in Edinburgh and my own PhD and MD students. And I suddenly realized one of the hardest parts of academic surgery, which is that you have to juggle lots of different things to keep all the balls in the air, to look after your students, to look after your research, to look after your clinical practice, and to look after your family. And that's all a really difficult balance to do, but it's very worthwhile and good fun. And then when I finished that fellowship, I had another difficult choice, whether to apply for a senior fellowship or whether to take a chair that I'd been offered. And actually the chair that I'd been offered gave me much better security, and so I went for that. Having told everybody throughout my career that I was going to be a liver surgeon, but not a transplant surgeon, I became the first chair of transplantation surgery in the UK. Anyway, that's another story. So how do you measure success? Well, you can measure it in sort of personal achievements, publications, titles, degrees and things. But actually, for me, it's really about people. And the greatest sort of pleasure of being an academic surgeon has been the MDs and PhD students that have worked with me and through my lab. And some of these have gone on to greater success. These are my first 3 PhD students. Ewan Harrison is now Professor of Surgery and head of the Centre of Informatics. Steve McNally is the head of surgery in Inverness. Luke Devey is now the Vice President of Janssen's Pharmaceuticals. And I've been fortunate to work with a number of other colleagues who've also gone on to get intermediate fellowships and be very successful. So let's put this into a modern context. You don't really want to hear about my old ancient history on a Saturday morning. So here we go. This is a modern academic career path. So during your undergraduate medicine, you're obviously working towards your medical degree, but I'd really encourage you to undertake an intercalated degree or use some of your special study modules to get an opportunity to experience research. And if your experience to date has been around sort of databases and population type studies, then take the opportunity to make yourself feel a bit uncomfortable and work in a basic science wet lab, because otherwise you'll never know whether you're good at it or whether you like that experience. If you want to go to an academic career, you can choose to do an academic foundation post. And some of these are good because they provide mentorship. They create a network of similar-minded people that allow you to exchange ideas and experiences. And some of them actually give you protected time to develop research projects for yourself. When you go into core surgical training, most people tend to go in and study really quite hard about surgery and not worry too much about academic achievement during that time. You can do an academic clinical fellowship to get an MD or PhD. And there are also competitive external awards that you can get to fund that activity. And that's really the key moment, I guess, in terms of your academic development, is doing your own PhD. And you need to go into specialty training. You can get clinical lectureships. for various periods for all or part of your specialty training that would then lead towards your professional qualification of FRCS, and this difficult decision that I've talked about before about whether you should stick with just doing surgery with an academic interest, or whether you really want to commit to an academic career and go for an intermediate fellowship and become a senior lecturer and a consultant with an intermediate fellowship. And just to show you how this works, this is Rachel Guest. Rachel works in my department at the moment. She went to UCL and she intercalated, got a first-class honours degree and her medical degree. She then went to Glasgow to do her core training. We rescued her and took her to a place of safety in Edinburgh, and she did a Wellcome Trust Clinical Research Training Fellowship and got her PhD. She got some good papers on bile duct cancer. She's gone through her training. She got an Academy of Medical Sciences lectureship, and she did some work on PSCs to keep her hand in, although she was mainly doing clinical training. And she's just won a Wellcome Trust Career Development grant, which funds her for 4 years, which can be extended to 8 years, has given her a ton of money. And she's now joining my team as a senior lecturer and consultant as an intermediate fellow. So that's how it works in real life. So the common mistakes that people make going in research and surgery and academic research is that they take on too many projects. There's no prizes for not completing projects. If it isn't published or you haven't presented it in a conference, then it didn't really happen. That's a common view. Some people are too focused and are not diverse enough. I think there's a happy medium between being too focused and not focused enough. It's very easy to follow blind alleys when you do research, and you need to be quite objective sometimes about whether you're going in the right direction. And also, I think it's a big mistake not to do things that you love. So those are the most common mistakes that people make. And I think if I was to give any advice to students who are thinking about going down a career in academic surgery, try and get exposure to different kinds of research as early as possible in your career. Build your CV, and to do that, you might need to go outside of your comfort zone, but that's a good thing to do. And focus on things that are going to really stick with you for a long period of time and that are really markers of quality. So, for example, a first-class BSc will be with you for life, and that will be a key to open the door to the MRC or Wellcome Trust. It'll at least get you an interview, if not take you, well on the way to getting an award. Don't be afraid to travel if you need to. There will be failures and disappointments at various stages in your career, and it's not the fact that you have failures or disappointments, it's how you respond to them that's really important. So try and bounce back and be resilient. Do something you feel passionate about. Find good mentors who will challenge you and stick with you, and work in places where academic surgery is really valued. And finally, I guess, make sure that you are enjoying yourself and look after yourself and your family. And that's probably all I've got to say, I think, on that subject. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Professor Rigmore. It's a fantastic talk. And really, it is still very interesting hearing your journey. Even though it might reflect a different one to these days, it's still a pleasure to hear about it. I think I am refreshing the chat, and I can't see any questions, although I did miss some before. But one question from me would be, you're talking about that being prepared for failure, and that's a possibility and probably an inevitability. How would you suggest that students kind of maintain this resilience that you've shown?
Yeah, I think, so just to give you one example, so if you apply for a research grant, then you've probably got a 20 to 30% chance of success. If you don't know that going into it, then every time you get a rejection letter, it feels really personal, and it may be nothing to do with the reason that you didn't get the grant. It may just be because it wasn't the priority of the funding organization, or they wanted to put their money into a different direction. And so you just have to, it's almost like a numbers game. You just have to kind of emotionally detach yourself from the failure and just keep applying. And with research fellowships, for example, the simple truth is that if people who keep on applying do get funded, and you will get funded eventually. And at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter who funds you, as long as it takes you where you want to go. So I think that's probably how I view it. Sometimes it does feel personal when you fail at something and you feel that you've done a really good job, but you just have to try and pick yourself up and go again. And I think that's a lesson for life, really. Try and keep things in proportion as well.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. I think that's all we really have time for your session, but it was an absolute pleasure to hear your talk. And thank you so much for joining us.
You're very welcome.
Thank you.
Enjoy the rest of your day. Goodbye.
Thank you. And for those of you that are listening, we have about a 5-minute break, but in that time, please head over to stage 1, where there'll be a presentation from ASICT, and then we'll see you back here at 1:45. Thank you. See you at the next session. Professor Kumar, I was just checking that you were ready to go, and it seems that it looks like you are.
Can you hear me now? I'm ready to go. I'm trying to share my screen there.
Yeah.
You may want me to share it only at the end, or
yeah.
after the introduction, isn't it? So do you want me to just minimize it for now?
Yeah, so for now, if I'm just glad that it works, so that's good that we check that, but for now, minimize it.
Can I just check that the video through the internet works?
Yeah, got a couple of minutes to check.
Yeah, 1 minute to just check that, because yeah, but I'm just going to play it off the internet because it's a big file. The second video is actually embedded on it, but this one is
it doesn't seem to have popped up anything. I don't know.
It is taking 1 more minute. There we are. Coming up now.
I can still just see your presentation slide. It might be that when you share the screen, you might have to share just the screen rather than the presentation.
Yes, that's right.
And make sure to check that you share the sound.
Yeah. And I need to put a new share, isn't it? That's good that we checked it. So when I see
I'm glad.
New share, I need to then go on to this one. I see. So that's important that I do.
There might be a little box at the bottom to check that you're sharing the sound as well when you click share.
And how about now? Are you?
It's just saying that you started screen sharing.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and hopefully
it's
coming
just
on
loading.
now.
It's still loading.
Still loading.
Mm.
I'm just wondering whether
Yeah, it might be best. Yeah, if you keep this video up, it might affect the quality. Oh, you've got another tab open that has the same video. Maybe just have one.
How's it coming now?
Yeah, I can. The sound is a bit quiet.
Okay, but you can hear it.
I think it sounds like it's coming through your speakers.
Yeah.
Rather than it sharing.
Do you want me to? What else can I do for it?
So we're going to have to close it off in a second. But when you share, if you there's a little thing at the bottom when it comes up with the what screen to share.
I'm going to stop share. Yeah, when I say screen share,
and there's a thing that says about the sound.
Yes.
Okay.
And
right, we'll give that. We'll hope for the best. If you could, I think we're going to start soon. Oh yeah, that works. That works. Okay. Would you be able to close it off and and I will introduce you in a moment. Oh, we're about to start. Okay, hello everyone, welcome back. We're very excited to introduce Professor Kumar, who's going to be telling us why ENT doctors are so happy. So I'll leave it to you, Professor Kumar. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm going to start off. You got my. Good morning or good afternoon. I hope you can all hear me. I'm Nirmal Kumar. I am representing ENT UK, and I'm delighted to be here speaking to you on the invitation of the Exeter Surgical Society. And I thought that my title for my talk on why ENT are the happiest doctors will inspire you to consider a career in ENT. I must acknowledge the contributions from my colleagues, the student and foundation doctors of ENT Chair, Mr. Dheeraj Karamchandani, and Professor Philippa Tostevin, Director of Education, ENT UK. Obviously, I'm happy to take any questions, and Hannah will monitor the chat and let us know. I'm also going to try and give you a flavor about the evidence base for our specialty and how you as thinking students and then clinicians will have to use the best evidence possible to improve our clinical and surgical practice as we go ahead. So I'm not making up this title. It has been shown in a variety of studies that ENT otolaryngologists are one of the group of doctors who are the happiest. And so there are several surveys that have shown. And this is not just among surgeons. Of course, we must also, in this time of the COVID pandemic, remember and remind ourselves that ENT and the upper airway specialties were at most risk during the onset of this COVID pandemic. So we have had to work hard with the various authorities, including Public Health England, to ensure that we as students, doctors, and clinicians are well protected, and the so-called aerosol generating procedures, and I will touch upon this. It is not something that is just for this pandemic. I think it is important that we must look after ourselves and protect us going forwards. And I'm going to take a minute to show you a slide. I have to play it off the internet, so I'm going to have to stop this share, go on the internet, and come back to it. But when you're watching that very short video, I'd like you to start thinking about 2 questions about what the evidence is for what I'm saying. And if you can, and put it on chat, that will be a nice way to interact. Let's see if it works. I'm going to stop this share. I'm going to press new share and try and go to my screen, which is this one. And I'm going to say share screen and share now. I am not. Hannah, can you see now the screen? Excellent. And hopefully the full screen will be coming up. And I appreciate your patience in still buffering, or are you actually seeing the screen?
I'm still getting a buffer on my end. Maybe try closing one of the tabs.
I'll go back again and start again. I think we opened too many screens there.
There is another tab open which might be useful to close that up.
Is it?
So we might have to get the link and send it to everyone so they can watch it later, perhaps.
Okay. So you're not actually seeing anything at the moment, isn't it? It's still buffering, is it? Okay. We'll go back to.
Send us the link. We can send it to everyone to make sure.
That's right. I think that will be something. We'll go back to this one then. Are you back on the main screen?
Not just yet. Maybe try resharing. Oh.
How about now?
Yeah, no, I'm there now. Yeah.
Okay. Are we there now?
Yeah.
Yeah, moving to the next slide.
Yeah.
Are we able to see now my slide?
Yes, I can see it.
Excellent. So I'm sorry about that. It was a nice video which showed about how we, and that link is there, and Hannah will send it across to you, about how at the start of the pandemic, the organization ENT UK and our ENT clinicians provided evidence to Public Health England about the importance of protection for our doctors, our trainees on the front line. And Public Health England accepted that that was an important measure of using good protection, enhanced PPE for the procedures that we do in ENT. Number two, we were the first in the world to alert the media around the world about the anosmia, or the loss of sense of smell and taste, as a key COVID symptom. In March, we highlighted this. It took almost 6 weeks for Public Health England and World Health Organization to accept. And the importance of that was later found, because asymptomatic individuals who had an isolated loss of sense of smell and taste were then found to be suffering from COVID. Why am I saying this to you in this talk this morning? It is because we were able to provide clinical evidence to back up that statement. Yes, it was initially anecdotal that when we said in March that anosmia was a key COVID symptom, many doctors were reporting this in Italy, in France, and China, but we needed to provide the evidence before it was accepted. And that's the key message I'd like to give you in your early years and in your considering careers. We need to be thinking clinicians. We need to work with evidence, sometimes rapidly, to provide good patient care at the end of the day. And you will later benefit. I caught the end of the speaker, the previous speaker, about how we learn, use research, and improve our practice, because your generation is going to have to work with good quality evidence for the best care possible. But that is really for the future. What I would like to request you to consider is to look at the various resources available. And we have a very vibrant student and foundation doctors group within ENT UK, and that link is there too here. We have resources that is free for our members, and it's a very, very paltry sum of for an annual fee. You get all the resources, and all medical students have access to the SFO handbook on ear, nose, and throat. We also would invite you to be reps for the SFO group, and we have a conference planned in October. We have a YouTube channel with a lot of information and examination videos and additional content. And the SFO chair also reminded me that recently we ran a undergraduate essay prize, which we had 5 winners, an overall winner and runners up. So there is an opportunity for the next edition for you to consider participating in this, and the title is given here, the ENT symptoms of long COVID. Long COVID, as you may know, is not just having COVID, but the sequelae afterwards. And in ENT, one of the things we have noticed is the distortion of the sense of smell. And again, I've been on media recently, along with my colleagues, telling patients about how to retrain the brain to understand the mechanisms for improving the symptoms. And as you can imagine, the loss of sense of smell and the distortions of sense of smell can be quite debilitating for people who obviously enjoy food, drink, and that's part of our normal lives. So that's the essay prize that you may consider. And of course, one of the things that we will have to consider is how do we recover from the effects of COVID? But leaving COVID aside, that's only a small part of our lives, hopefully, and we have learned a lot. Our conferences now, I'm teaching now to you this undergraduate conference this morning. This afternoon, I'm in Manchester in teaching for a postgraduate conference. And again, I'm going to be doing it virtually. So there is some good that has come out of COVID, hasn't it? And the technology that is available at your disposal, you will have a variety of apps that you can use to learn simple and more advanced surgical techniques. And some of these are listed here. The touch surgery app is one particularly innovative way of looking to learn how surgical procedures are performed, and clinical case discussions and the like. What else do we have on our ENT UK website that may be of interest to you? We have something called an e-learning platform for ENT, e-left end. And that link is also available to you. And that is a rich resource which has not only that book that I was telling you about, but all kinds of case scenarios. And it's something that you can indulge at your leisure. What else is there that excites you and me about ENT? We offer an excellent work-life balance. It is about enjoying the work you do, but of course, having a life balance, meaning a life outside of medicine. And again, if I didn't showcase the reasoning for that in this survey, the main message was about how ENT have a good balance of interest outside of life, simply because we have both a medical and a surgical arm within our specialty. You can do intricate procedures in the ear or the skull base, and you can do quite dramatic head and neck surgery too. And on top of it, the work-life balance in terms of being on call and out of hours is not as onerous as some other specialties can be. One useful improvement we have made over the years is to map the teaching in medical schools. And I'm hoping that this is improving across the world, but in the United Kingdom in particular, we are mapping the content of what we teach to the medical licensing assessment. I do not know at what stage each of you who are delegates in this conference are, but by 2025, you're going to have a medical licensing assessment, which is going to standardize the outputs from all medical schools. And our content that we will map to the medical licensing assessment is all displayed and is being accepted by the General Medical Council. I already alluded to this, but SFO UK, ENT UK have a YouTube channel. And of course, you digital natives, if I can call it that, unlike people like me, who I would term digital immigrants, and that's why I couldn't play that video so easily as you would have. You have a nice YouTube channel, which tells us, and I'm not sure if you can see my cursor on the screen, but you have a variety of resources. And these small, short videos that are displayed here are just fantastic for medical school student learning. It is also useful for your exams. It is useful for the medical licensing assessment. And I actually use it in my own medical school teaching that I do and I enjoy. So there are lots of societies that we have on offer through our SFO forum. We have subspecialty societies, and we have within ENT, you'd think ours is a small specialty, but actually we have the ear surgeons, the nose specialists, the larynx and head and neck, and we have a variety of subspecialist societies within us. We are planning a face-to-face conference with exciting practical stations, because one thing that we are is a hands-on specialty. This afternoon, when I do my postgraduate teaching, we'll be using virtual reality equipment and headsets to try and replicate some advanced surgical procedures. And of course, we have cadavers that we can use. But nowadays, with the advent of technology-enhanced learning, we're going to have much more of a range of technology that will help in our learning. One video that I'm going to play next, which I hope is embedded in, will tell us about the life of being an ENT specialist. But before I go to that, I wanted to convey some of the ways you can get in touch with us on all these social media and other sites. I don't personally engage in all of these, but my colleagues emphasize that this is the way that your generation is going to want to engage. So hopefully this video will play because it's embedded. Can you see it, Hannah?
Yep, I can hear it.
Oh, sorry, what's happened there?
ENT surgery. ENT surgery or otorhinolaryngology is a fantastic profession where we can diagnose straight away in the clinic or A&E, or perform microscopic, endoscopic, plastic, or even robotic surgery. Although ENT is known for its excellent work-life balance, the emergency work remains varied. An on-call can include anything from managing an emergency airway, such as a tracheostomy, or trauma, such as a neck stabbing. And our emergency surgeries can vary from removing a piece of Lego from a small child's nose to even a bullet from an adult's neck. Here we've chatted to some of the team at St George's to ascertain why they think ENT is such a fantastic specialty and why we'd love for you to join us.
The beauty of ENT, it combines medicine and surgery. In some specialties you go to for example, a cardiac surgeon for surgery, a cardiologist for medicine. In ENT, you continue all your life treating patients both medically and surgically. So you can choose what discipline you want, whether it's nose, throat, ear, or combinations. And then throughout your life, the patients, some of them need medications and treated medically, some of them you take them to surgery and operation. Over time, some things that we couldn't treat medically we can now, so it comes out of surgery back into medicine. So it keeps you thinking about your specialty all the time throughout your life.
So I joined ENT because I thought the anatomy of the skull base was fascinating. I thought the lifestyle on call wasn't too onerous day to day, but we had very brief moments of extreme stress and excitement where we go and join a big team of doctors and do something very quickly to intervene, for example, for an airway emergency. And the other side to ENT, which I love, is working with my colleagues in other specialties, with the neurosurgeons, with the endocrine team, with MATSATs, with plastics, and we have a huge amount of multidisciplinary operating and working, so you get to know lots of people in the hospital, make friends with colleagues and do some really fascinating stuff with a group of people.
So if you want to know more about ENT as a career, get down to your local ENT department, spend time in theatres, spend time in clinic, maybe pick up a project. Another great resource is the SFO UK, the Student and Foundation Doctors in Otolaryngology website, which has lots of information on how you can get involved, as well as opportunities for your CV.
Okay, so that is the end of that video. Are there any questions so far before I carry on with my what I'm going to then try and do in the next few minutes is to go through the career path that you will undergo if you wish to embark on a career in ENT. If there are no questions, I'll carry on. So essentially, when you finish your foundation years, what you will like and have to do is to apply to be a core surgical trainee. There is a new innovation in this where you can do run-through training, and I will talk about that in a minute. But essentially, in your early years, you will do core surgical training, which will include not just ENT, but some allied specialties. And that's very useful because some of the skills you learn from our sister surgical specialties like plastic surgery or oral surgery and maxillofacial surgery will be very, very useful in your future career. And then you embark on higher specialty training. And that's for after a 2-year period in core surgical training, you go on to become a higher specialist trainee. I did promise that there is an alternative, and I piloted with an application to GMC about run-through training. So this can be done straight after your foundation years. And this was established in 2017. And we have roughly about 1/4 of the national higher training posts allocated for run-through training. And this is appointed, actually it's next week, for national core surgical interviews, but then you can apply to be a run-through training in ENT. And the advantage in this is you do not have to re-interview before you go on to a higher training. And you can stay in one location. You will rotate between hospitals, but enables involvement in significant longer-term research projects and allows for early engagement with specialties and the ENT UK, for example. So what is the core specialty module in the first 2 years? You will have to do some basic procedures. We call that index procedures. And these index procedures are listed here. And as you can see, vary from a simple procedure like inserting grommets in the ear for children to doing lumps in the neck and excision of skin lesions and skin cancers. And at this stage, hopefully you will be well supported by supervisors, and you will then prepare to enter higher training. And in that preparation stage, you will be dealing with a variety of both elective and emergency conditions, including draining abscesses in the throat in children and adults who present with quinsys, or doing some elective operations, or in terms of biopsying for cancers and treating such patients. Technical skills that you will learn, and ENT is a very technically, is a specialty which uses a lot of equipment, and using the microscope to examine the ear or using endoscopes to look up the nose is part and parcel of the skills that you will undergo training in. We have, as all surgical specialties, something called the Intercollegiate Surgical Curriculum Program. And this is available, it's freely available in the public domain, and you can go and have a little look on what is required in the various stages of training. You will be required to perform and report on the procedures that you have done, and you will have work-based assessments, and interestingly, do some audit and some teaching during your time. So the eligibility to enter in higher training, once you've completed your foundation years, complete core surgical training, and before you start, is to accrue the equivalent experience. And there will be a variety of ways of assessing your progression and your readiness to enter higher training. Next week, we actually have our virtual stations for the higher trainee specialty entry. And these are the variety of things that we would expect you to be skilled in. So remembering that ENT is a lot about communication with patients, both young and old. We see the whole spectrum. We will mark you on your communication skills, on the how you will manage a clinical scenario, and how you have improved your portfolio, and whether you have done some presentations and the audits that we talk about, and what is there in your logbook. At the entry point to higher training, we will use several of these pieces of evidence, and I've just compared here with some other countries. In New Zealand, for example, you will use a variety of stations to score, but in the United Kingdom, we do have a very clear weightage for the portfolio, what you would get from publications and presentations, and importantly, the clinical skills. One thing that I will commend to all of you to consider is to have some additional experiences. It is always worthwhile to have some thinking time. You could be an anatomy demonstrator during your medical school or years after foundation, and that will really enhance your skills, and you can do projects related to that. You can combine this with a postgraduate certification in medical education, for example. And it's a building block approach. In my time, we used to have to just go and do research on our own, but now you have a variety of options. You can do a certification in medical education. You can build on how to teach better and get feedback from the teaching that you do. And using that will be something that will really enrich your lives, because what you learn and then you can pass on is the legacy that we as medics really enjoy. You can also undertake higher degrees. And again, in my time, we used to be only doing higher degrees which were research-based or in the laboratory. But now you can do clinical research. An example is the one that I'm involved in, but there are other versions of this where you can do a taught master's degree allied with being a clinician. So you don't divorce yourselves completely from the clinical arena, and will learn about good quality research, how to critically appraise the literature, and then submit a thesis at the end of it. And in the last few minutes, we'll talk about how the higher specialty trainees actually spend their time. This was put together by my higher specialty trainee, who with me spent a lot of time over the COVID pandemic in researching the evidence for anosmia. So yes, there were some times during this pandemic when we couldn't do our normal training, but we utilized that time to do good quality research, which has improved the evidence base for our specialty. And at ST3, so after your core training years, you start with specialty training. You will complete annual reviews to move to the next year or stage, and then reach the certification for completion of training at the ST8 level. At ST7, so at the end of ST6 or the specialty training 6, you sit what is called the FRCS exam. And this is common to other surgical specialties with very slight differences, because we have a range of subspecialist aspects in our further training after you do the FRCS. So the changing system that I'm alluding to here is that currently we have annual review. You have to demonstrate that you're doing some research. You have to show an operative logbook, of course, and attendance at specific courses. But in the new model that the GMC has approved and our new curriculum, which is available on the Intercollegiate Surgical Curriculum Program website, ISCP website, which you saw in the earlier slide, which hopefully will be sent to you, the new model focuses on the subspecialization. And that's very interesting for people of your generation to consider, because in my time, we were sort of generalists, most of it, and only at the very end after training did we subspecialize. But now there's an opportunity with this new curriculum that after you complete general early training, of course, to be able to handle all the routine cases, you then do some subspecialization in ears or larynx or the nose. And that way you will really develop a niche that you can then take to a higher level. And that really, therefore, allows you, some of you are very skilled or will be skilled in microscopic surgery in the ear. Others will want to be more involved in heroic surgery in head and neck, or the skull base work, working with neurosurgeons in the skull base, both anteriorly and the lateral skull base. So this new curriculum is something that is being introduced by the General Medical Council, which of course regulates all higher specialist training. One other thing that I would like to bring to your attention, and is again in the public domain, is a fantastic collaborative network of students and trainees in our Integrate network. So what is Integrate? Integrate is the UK ENT Trainee Research Network. So as can be seen here, we have a really good structure for it, and this is all run by trainees. And if I'm being honest, the audits that we performed in last year during the pandemic, which really allowed us to show the best way of treating patients in emergencies, was all integrated through our trainee network. And the name is very, very appropriate for that. So one of the other opportunities for students and trainees is to join the Association of Otolaryngologists in Training. This is a group that is very vibrant in not only collaborative audits and research, but allows you to have a network of colleagues, and it also links in with the Association of Surgeons in Training. So I think that comes to the end of my presentation. I appreciate it's a little earlier than planned in terms of the time, because our first video didn't play fully. So I'm happy to take questions. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Professor Kumar. Sorry that we couldn't quite access the first video, but we have sent that out to our delegates. So I'm sure they'll be able to watch it.
If they are watching it already, they are welcome to ask me questions on that. One of the questions I would have asked, and I'll just say it aloud, if you have anything on chat, you can ask me too, is that one of the last things we said on that video was that the identification of anosmia, which we alerted the world to, helped us spread the message and reduce the viral spread. And the question that you could ask very reasonably is, what was the evidence that we had to reduce viral spread by identifying anosmia? That was my question that I was going to pose to the audience, and if it was a live audience, we would have asked that question. Any comments or chat on how that identification of anosmia could have saved lives by preventing viral spread? Any thoughts, questions?
I don't know if we've got any thoughts here. I guess posing the problem of anosmia is you obviously get it for many different things, but on its own, without any other symptoms, as we know, there's a lot of people that was the only thing that came up. So I guess we could have just gone for isolation at that symptom alone for everyone.
That's right.
Maybe the simplest scenario.
That's right. That was the problem early on. You're absolutely right. And it's nice to sort of bring this out in the open. Many young doctors, students, clinicians on the front line, nurses, healthcare workers in particular, had early sudden onset anosmia. In March, we had thousands of patients. And at that time, because it wasn't accepted, we were spreading it to our patients. That was the evidence that I wanted to show, and we provided evidence. And the second thing, while you're on that topic, was we used Google searches and digital searches for sudden loss of smell around the world to identify how the pandemic was spreading. So that was another way we use technology to alert authorities to the spread of the virus. So we allied the digital searches using Google for that, and we published on that.
That's really interesting. Thank you.
Any other chat or questions? How many minutes have we got? 4 or 5 minutes, haven't we?
Yeah, we've got about 5 minutes. So I do apologise. My Q&A had a bit of a lag earlier, so I know I missed someone's question. So I will possibly hold on just in case there are any. But one from me would be, what has been the most kind of poignant moment in your career so far?
It is something that is very recent, because I didn't bargain to be president at the time of this pandemic. I was innocent lamb to the slaughter. Why do I say that? Because we were the first clinicians to unfortunately lose lives during this pandemic. And at that time, we were completely aghast. So it sounds so ominous to say this, but I didn't bargain for that. So for me, being president at the outbreak of the pandemic, when ENT was the first specialty to be affected, was the most challenging time. I had to discuss with Public Health England. I had the support of many colleagues to do this, but we came together and convinced Public Health England mainly about protection. And protection then saved lots of lives, because we developed something called the COVID registry, where we said that all of you ENT and oral surgeons or others who have exposure, please log on and tell us about it. And we were able to give good protection. And since we did that in May last year, our infections in clinicians fell to 0. So that is both pride and the challenge at the time, because Public Health England was initially very skeptical. I'm saying this in an international audience, that they were not sure, because that protection was important, but they were not sure it was necessary. And fortunately, we were able to provide the evidence. So that was certainly something that was a challenge, but also an immense satisfaction that I did what was beneficial for our trainees, our students.
Thank you. I think no one could disagree that while that's a very challenging position to be in yourself, I feel like you've done a fantastic job. And it's a pleasure that you're able to talk to us about it today. I'll do a quick refresh of the chat. Oh, yes. So what would you recommend for medical students wanting to pursue a career in ENT in terms of portfolio and CV building?
Absolutely. I think the most important thing that I would say is to have a taster of the specialty. Try to get some time to experience it, because there are different aspects of our specialty that one would enjoy. And if possible, to do a small project, an audit, or something that will improve the quality of service that we can offer our patients. And most ENT clinicians and the happiest doctors around will be very supportive of students embarking or wanting to embark on a taster week, which will allow them to do something that will show the aptitude for the specialty. And I would closely allied to that will be to say, join SFO UK. It is a very cheap, easy, friendly society. And we've got more than 300 SFO members. I think I've got that number wrong. It may be even more than that. So it's a very vibrant specialty.
That up to today as well. Another question is, what are the biggest changes do you think ENT as a specialty will encounter following COVID?
That is fantastic. I think I applaud that question, because we are going to have to change. We are going to have to use some virtual consultations and technologies to reduce the sort of footfall in the way we see patients. But having said that, each consultation is going to be important, because we are going to have to do endoscopy, microscopy, and procedures. That's not going to change. But what we're going to do is to make sure that if we see the patient, we do everything in a one-stop service and not bring them back 5 times to just tell them results. To bring them, do a procedure, do whatever is required, and give them that treatment plan. And the further change that is going to happen in time is we're going to have innovations to reduce large-scale surgery. We're going to have biologic treatments that will reduce the need for repeated interventions and morbidity. In your generation, that's going to be the big change. We are doing a lot of research on that now, but just like in cancer surgery, even in non-cancer surgery, it's going to be that biologics are going to be the answer for many currently surgically treated conditions. So we are a medical and a surgical specialty.
That really highlights the why ENT is just such an incredible specialty, and why everyone is so happy. Just the variety, and thank you for the top tips for what to go into. So as we are coming towards break time, I just want to mention we've got a comment from our organizer of the conference saying thank you for the session. It's been really useful, and I'm sure that reflects a lot of different voices. So
thank you. It's a pleasure to have been here, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and yourself. Thank you.
Bye.
And so to everyone that's watching, we're going to now have a lunch break until 1:15. So feel free to go grab something to eat, and we will see you back there then feel free to head over to stage 1, which will have some poster presentations as well. Otherwise, see you at the next session. Hello, Miss Cross, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Hello, can you hear me?
Brilliant, yes. So we'll be going live shortly.
Okay, very good. And I just share my screen as I would for normally with Zoom, is that right?
Yeah.
Great. Did you want my video on yet or just leave it off for the moment?
Yeah, just leave it off. And yes, it shouldn't be too long. I'm just waiting. They've got like a timer specifically for it. So they'll give me the countdown and then I will introduce you and you can go ahead.
Perfect, thank you.
Hello everyone, welcome back. Hope people had a lovely lunchtime. And now we're going to welcome our next speaker, who's Miss Kate Cross, and she's going to tell us a bit about her journey of a lifetime in paediatric surgery. So over to you, Miss Kate Cross.
Hello everyone. I so wish that I was somewhere where I could see you all as opposed to on the Zoom. But thank you very much for asking me to speak today about something that I truly love. And what I was really hoping I would be able to share with all of you is really some insight into the role of a paediatric surgeon and some of the sort of huge range of opportunities that paediatric surgery offers and how we influence patients and help them throughout their journey. So if we look at what does a paediatric surgeon do, if we look purely at the definition given by the Royal College of Surgeons of England, it really shows that paediatric surgery isn't defined by a part of the body or a type of condition, but more by the patient's age. So we manage children from before they're born, so during the fetal and antenatal period,
all the way through to their teenage years and to transition to adulthood. And that provides us with a huge range of opportunity, but also a huge range of challenge. So you might in the morning be operating on a 400-gram baby on the neonatal unit, and in the afternoon managing a 100-kilogram teenager who has been involved in a car accident. So what that really shows us is the huge range that we deal with as paediatric surgeons. And that's something that I'd just like to share with all of you. So just in terms of what our true role is, it's far beyond the medical. So we manage the patient, we deal with the patient, but it's not just the patient. It's also the parents, the carers of the child, the wider family, the siblings. It becomes a team approach, and you're caring for not only the child, but you're caring really for the family throughout their life. And so we do act as clinicians, we act as surgeons, we act as technicians, but we're there to provide advice. We're there to provide some emotional support to the family during the really difficult times. We have a strong role as academics, and it's important that we continue to push the knowledge of pediatric surgery and what we do through research and academia. We're a surgical specialty that's able to pioneer different treatments. We act as teachers, both to our juniors, but also to families who become expert in the care of the condition that their child has. And some might say that a little bit of artistry is required at times when we deal with the things that we deal with. So I wanted to really talk about the journey of Jay. And Jay is the patient that we care for. And the first time we meet Jay is potentially during the antenatal time before Jay has even been born. And we meet Jay with Jay's mother. And as you can see here, one of the things that might be the way we become involved is with fetal surgery. And you can see this is a pioneering group with Great Ormond Street Hospital and UCLH, who are operating in the fetal period on children with spina bifida. And these are techniques that are developing, and this group have had 27 patients referred through to them. They've been able to operate on 15 of these babies antenatally, and 8 of those babies have been born, as you can see here. So this is the type of exciting opportunity that we have to really make a difference to children and babies before they've even been born. In the future, there may also be the opportunity antenatally to treat congenital conditions before they develop further and cause the complications that they can. So there's also a lot of technology in terms of stem cells, which can be taken from the amniotic fluid to then grow into organs or into different areas that are needed to then be transplanted back into the babies. And so there's a huge scope of opportunity, and it's very exciting to be involved in that from a pediatric surgical perspective. More commonly in the here and now, we might be asked to speak to parents who've just had an antenatal diagnosis of congenital anomalies that we can pick up, such as abdominal wall defects. And you can see here on the left is a picture of a baby with gastroschisis, and on the right, a baby with exomphalus or omphalocele. And these are both different types of abdominal wall defects. And so these will be picked up on the antenatal scans, and we're asked to speak to the families about what they might expect and what might need to happen when their children are born. And what we're able to tell them is that these are correctable. And as you can see, as you can see with the previous pictures, this is a huge amount of bowel and content to be able to push back into the tummy in the first instance. So we may have to do this as a staged approach. So we may take the baby to theatre, we may fashion what we call a silo from mesh to protect the bowel, and to then gradually over the next few days or week, gradually squeeze that content back in. And as you can see in the bottom right, get all of that bowel content back into the abdomen and then close the abdomen. If we're able to be able to reduce the bowel safely without needing to have a silo, then we may end up with the scar, as you can see here, which essentially just looks like an umbilicus. And so the baby will go from having something so dramatically abnormal to externally having a very normal appearance and not having any outward indication of what's gone on. And so we're able to help these families before the babies are born, to prepare them, and then we're involved to be able to correct these things when the babies are born. Other problems that might be picked up antenatally are the development of what we call a sacrococcygeal teratoma. And you can see on the fetal scan, one of the things that we're very worried about antenatally is the size of the tumour, and this is compared to the size of the baby's head. So not only are there antenatal concerns about the growth of the baby and the blood supply and whether that baby's heart can cope with having this large tumour growing, but also when you think about delivery, this baby, it's not going to be safe for this baby to deliver in the usual vaginal way because of risks of dystocia or risks of bleeding. And so we counsel the parents as to what might be needed in terms of delivery. We're also then afterwards able to perform surgery to remove the tumour. And this is a huge team effort between the surgical team, the anaesthetic team, the neonatal intensivists, because as you can see, this tumour is half the size of this premature baby, and the risks of surgery are bleeding and otherwise. But you can see there's a huge range of experience that we have and the opportunities that we have as paediatric surgeons to really make a difference to our patients. Another condition that may be picked up antenatally is congenital diaphragmatic hernia, whereas you can see the diaphragm has not formed fully as it should, and therefore contents such as bowel or liver can go into the chest. This has the implication of affecting the development of the lung on that side, but also risks pulmonary hypertension and the development of the vasculature of the pulmonary system for these babies. Our role as paediatric surgeons will be to talk to the families about the surgery, particularly antenatally if they're picked up. We talk to the families, but also to do the surgery afterwards. You can see here, this is another opportunity for pioneering and for research to look at our outcomes, but also to trial new techniques, such as minimally invasive techniques to correct this defect. And so again, it's a completely different area of the body. It's a completely different technique, but it falls within our role as paediatric surgeons. If we look at the journey of Jay, and Jay is now no longer a fetus, but has been born, and it has potentially can present to us with problems that were not picked up antenatally. This baby, as you can see, doesn't have a bottom. Now, that's something that wasn't picked up antenatally, but would be picked up at the newborn screening check and when the baby doesn't pass meconium. So one of our roles is to then be able to fashion this baby a new bottom so that they can feed and develop normally. In this particular instance, you can see in the photo on the bottom left that at a day or so of life, the meconium is starting to appear on the perineum, but there's no opening, and that's because there's a fistula underneath that's coming closer to the skin. And again, we can do the surgery to give this baby a new bottom. We would then need to follow these children up throughout their life, because we need to watch their bladder and bowel function, and to ensure that that they don't have problems during weaning onto solids, and also through toilet training and throughout their childhood and into adolescence. This is a baby who was born and had this abnormality seen when the umbilical cord separated. As you can see, it almost looks like somebody's done an operation to form a stoma, but in fact, this is a patent vitellointestinal duct, which is related to the embryology of the development of the bowel and the failure of the embryological duct to regress. You can see with this contrast study that a catheter is placed through this and connects with the bowel, and we can perform a small operation at the level of the umbilicus to remove this section and to reanastomose the bowel. Unfortunately, not all the problems that we deal with are developmental, but babies can also have severe complications of prematurity. This is a preterm baby, as you can see, who's extremely unwell with lots of lines, is on onotropes, and has got a very shiny distended abdomen, and has got a diagnosis of NEC or necrotizing enterocolitis. You can see in the X-ray on the bottom right that there's a fluffy appearance to the bowel, which is the pneumatosis, which is pathognomonic for NEC, And you can also see this little gas pattern over the liver, which represents portal venous gas, which is again a very poor sign for this baby. So as a paediatric surgeon, we might be needing to do an operation on this baby, which we could do on the neonatal unit or do in our operating theatres. And as you can see here, this bowel looks healthy, but this bowel looks very inflamed and necrotic, and that there's evidence of a perforation. So that part of the bowel would be needing to be removed. So as you can see, we might be doing a laparotomy on a baby who weighs less than 500 grams, in addition to the surgeries and the care that we have to provide for older children. Another condition that might not be detected antenatally is esophageal atresia. This baby was born at term and was noted to be quite frothy and salivary at birth, and the team passed a nasogastric tube, and you can see on this chest x-ray that the nasogastric tube is coiling in this upper part of the esophagus where it would normally travel all the way down to the stomach. And what we can see is there is air beyond in the stomach. So the air is getting through somehow, it's not coming through the esophagus. And so we know that there is a fistula or a communication between the trachea and the esophagus and the stomach, as in this common diagram of esophageal atresia. So for this baby, we would need to perform a fairly urgent either thoracotomy or thoracoscopic surgery to divide the fistula to protect the lungs and the airway, and also to then rejoin the ends of the esophagus, as you can see here. So again, another completely separate part of the body, a separate set of skills, and something that is critical to the care of this baby and to the family. When we talk about keyhole surgery in infants, this is a photo just to demonstrate the technical challenges that we're talking about, which is what makes this type of surgery so rewarding. These are the 5mm instruments that we might use for this type of surgery. And these balloons, they demonstrate the size of the body cavities that we're operating in. So this red balloon would be the size of a baby's abdomen that we might be operating in to do hernia repairs or to do other abdominal keyhole surgery. And this is the size of the thorax, which we might be operating in to repair the esophagus or to operate on the congenital diaphragmatic hernia. So this really highlights the technical challenges that we have and the importance of being able to be technically precise, but it also highlights how rewarding it can be when this surgery is possible. And this is a picture of a condition that we might also manage with keyhole surgery, duodenal atresia. You can see in the X-ray on the upper left that what we call a typical double bubble, where you have the appearance of the stomach, and then you have the appearance of the duodenum, and you can see that the air isn't able to go any further. So this baby has an atresia, and this is the operation we do with keyhole surgery to move the colon out of the way to access the duodenum. And you can see that this is the upper aspect of the duodenum, which is very stretched and dilated, similar to you can see on the X-ray. And this is the distal duodenum that's not in continuity. So we open both sides using keyhole surgery, and we make a join so that there's continuity between the upper and the lower duodenum. The types of conditions that we might be needing to manage for Jay as Jay gets older and enters childhood, we're tending to see less of the new diagnoses of congenital anomalies, and we're tending to see more acquired anomalies. But that's not to say that there can't still be the potential for congenital issues to be arising. So hernias, either inguinal or umbilical or epigastric, are very common in children, and this is the first time that we may come across these particular conditions that require us to repair them. Again, this is an opportunity for pioneering, but also for reviewing outcomes. And for the academic side, this is laparoscopic or keyhole surgery to repair inguinal hernias. And when you introduce new techniques, which the paediatric surgical world has been, you need to look at the outcomes, because this hernia repair needs to last this child throughout their entire life of their 80 to 90 odd years ahead of them. So it's important to be constantly reviewing and evaluating what it is we're doing as surgeons. Other common conditions that might present in childhood are children who present to your accident and emergency department with abdominal pain. So aside from appendicitis, which can present at any age, you may have a 2-year-old present with intussusception, which is, as you can see here, where the bowel telescopes up into the cecum and to the colon and causes an obstruction. This can also cause damage to the bowel and necrosis, and can also cause bleeding, and they may often present with vomiting, abdominal pain, and potentially red currant jelly stool. The diagnosis can be made on ultrasound, and these can often be managed with air enema reduction. But when that's not possible, or with a child who's very sick, that you may need to either do laparoscopic or open surgery to either reduce this intussusception or to remove that section of the bowel if it's too badly damaged. Other things that children might present with are cysts within the abdomen. This is a very large mesocolonic cyst, which can either be enteric to the mesentery or could potentially be a lymphatic type malformation. And for young girls, they may present with ovarian cysts, which, as you can see here, this is what we call a chocolate ovarian cyst at keyhole surgery, which is separate to the normal ovary and has actually the ovaries torted and auto-amputated. So you can see this little girl has a uterus, she's got one ovary, and the other ovary was this torted cyst with a blind ending fallopian tube. So as a paediatric surgeon, we would manage by removing the cyst, but we would also counsel the family, who obviously will have concerns, and at the child as they grow up in terms of their fertility and the impact of potentially only having a single ovary. So it goes beyond just the initial presentation and the surgery itself. More commonly, as a paediatric surgeon, we may be involved with gastrostomies for feeding or for medication, particularly to support children with other medical problems. So for children with severe developmental delay, or children who are undergoing oncological treatment and may require gastrostomies for medication, or for children with cystic fibrosis, we can provide that care for the families. We also look after children with stomas who might need those for other medical conditions. And I think what you can really see here is the playfulness and the importance of really bringing that pediatric aspect. So we've got this gastrostomy disc that helps protect the button in a sort of a child-friendly pattern. And you can also, we also use dolls that can help children cope with having stomas and understand what a stoma is. And actually children and families are amazing at being able to deal with all of these different issues in a really strong and resilient way. Another role of paediatric surgery is not only to treat problems in children as they arise, but there's also a need for prevention. And we've been involved in public awareness campaigns, most recently the danger of button batteries, which we first led a campaign from Great Ormond Street Hospital in 2016, because we'd seen a significant increase in the number of children presenting having swallowed button batteries and severe esophageal injuries. And we were able to further support that in the lead up to Christmas, because we'd also seen that during lockdown, where lots of children are inside and parents are looking after their children as well as home working, and it's very difficult for lots of families, if not all families. We'd seen an increase in the button battery and foreign body swallowing during the lockdown, and that's particularly important in the lead up to Christmas. So it's not just about dealing when they arise, but it's about having that responsibility to try and help families prevent harm and prevent things from occurring when possible. Pioneering treatments to again try and improve outcomes for children. This is a condition called malrotation, where the bowel development and fixation is such that the bowel, the small bowel particularly, is prone to torsion. And if the bowel twists around the superior mesenteric artery, that can lead to severe ischemia and necrosis, as you can see in this picture on the left. Pioneering treatments such as using massage of the vessel at laparotomy and also systemic TPA therapy has been shown in instances to be able to break up that clot and to allow reperfusion of the gut over a 24-hour to 48-hour period, which prevents this child from needing to have all of their small bowel removed and being dependent on parenteral nutrition. And so again, these pioneering interventions can make a huge difference to children. And it's really a specialty where we're able to think broadly and to think laterally as to how we can benefit the care of children, both in the immediate and the longer term. Unfortunately, as with adults, children can develop cancers and tumours. And this is a child who, as you can see on their MRI scan, has got a very large heterogeneous tumour in the abdomen. And you can see on this nuclear medicine MIBG scan that there are spots throughout the child's body, and this is a metastatic high-risk neuroblastoma. The primary management for this is chemotherapy, but the role of the paediatric surgeon is to be able to remove the primary tumour once the tumour and the metastatic disease has responded. And as you can see, this is the type of anatomy that we have left after these tumours are removed. You can see on the MRI scan that the tumour encases vessels. And so the surgery that we need to perform is basically peeling the tumour off these vessels with a scalpel. And it's very rare that you get to see this type of amazing anatomy at laparotomy, but you can see that we have very well defined the inferior vena cava, the aorta with the bifurcation in the inferior mesenteric artery. So the type of surgery that we're able to perform for the benefit of the children is quite amazing. When Jay reaches the teenage years, again, it's less likely that we'll be dealing with new congenital anomalies, but we will be continuing to follow children through their journey. We start to enter the period of where compliance with treatments and medication may become a challenge. And then we have to discuss that with the young person and also their family to see how we can best support them through this, because they're developing their own autonomy. It's a period of time where teenagers are thinking about sex, and you might think, what does that have to do with a paediatric surgeon? Well, we have children who may have had to have hypospadias repair on their penis. We might have children who've had to have their new bottoms created. We might have children with disorders of sexual development who don't have the same anatomical structures as would normally be there. And so we deal with asking and answering questions as to whether they can have sex. Can they have sex normally? Are there any dangers to them specifically? Is there anything they need to be aware of? And even children who've got gastrostomies or who've got stomas, where body image at this stage is really important. It can be really challenging for young people to be able to work out how they manage these changes in their bodies with the normal development that teenagers are going through. And then unfortunately also in the teenage years, we have a lot of risk-taking behaviour. We know that particularly in London and urban areas, there's a high risk, unfortunately, in certain areas of knife crime. There are children, as I say, with risk, or teenagers with risk-taking behaviours are more likely to be involved in accidents and otherwise. So it's about being able to support the patient and again, their family and the wider community with these issues. And then where we would normally expect the journey of the paediatric surgeon to finish with Jay is when Jay reaches adulthood, but actually it's not the end of the journey, because we stay involved. We are supporting adult clinicians in terms of the lifelong follow-up, particularly for congenital disorders and anomalies that don't present acutely during adulthood, but there needs to be surveillance for. I've certainly written supportive letters for adults who wanted to enter the army, for instance, and there was concern that their previous conditions may have prevented that. You have your patients coming back to you wanting to start their own families and wanting to know, does their diagnosis of Hirschsprung's disease have an impact on them having their own children? And you also have parent and patient groups who we're involved with in particularly medical advisory and supportive capacities to help them help others in those parents and patient groups. So that's the journey of Jay from a paediatric surgical perspective. And just very quickly before I finish, I thought I would share with you my own journey, which has not been quite as long, but has certainly been eventful. And so my journey started in Australia. I was born in the outback and grew up in country New South Wales, and then went to the University of Newcastle in Australia, where I studied medicine. I then trained, my paediatric surgical training was in Sydney, and my final year of training was actually at Great Ormond Street Hospital in London, before returning to Australia as a consultant. And then I've been very fortunate to be able to return to London and to Great Ormond Street Hospital, where I work with an amazing team and are able to help lots of children with very complex conditions. But within the UK, I've also had a small link with Exeter and the hospital, is that my family was staying in Devon a number of years ago between the Christmas and New Year period. And unfortunately, my youngest son, who you can see here, broke his leg. And we ended up in the Royal Devon and Exeter Hospital, where we received excellent care, and I could not praise the staff highly enough. And so I feel that I have a small link with that part of the world as well. So thank you very much. And are there any questions?
Thank you so much, Ms. Cross. That was a beautiful presentation. I loved the way you brought it through a whole journey, and I loved the talk about your own journey, albeit short but sweet. And sorry to hear that you had an injury in your son when you came here, but I'm glad to hear that you were looked after very well. We do have a question in the chat.
Okay.
Good afternoon. Thank you for sharing your journey. I've got a question for you. For those interested in paediatric liver transplant surgery, is it wise to go through general surgery, then HPV fellowship, followed by paediatric transplant, combined 3-year fellowship, or will it be more fit to take the fellowship after paediatric training, I believe?
So I think it depends. I think certainly the liver transplantation in paediatrics is through the transplantation surgeons at King's, who are predominantly adult transplant surgeons trained. But I think it's certainly, so I think that from the training at the moment in this country, I think that that would be the appropriate route. But certainly for hepatobiliary surgery, aside from transplant, so the choledochal cysts, the Kasai's, certainly going through paediatric surgery and being able to work in one of the paediatric liver units is also an excellent way to get that experience. So it depends on the focus a little bit.
I just wanted to ask a little bit about working with families, and basically why I feel that's a poignant question is because there's a lot of kind of bad press about working in paediatrics. You see all the kind of negative cases, but I want to hear more about a more balanced point of view from you on that front.
So I think that's I think it is important to recognize that we're not just looking after the child, we're looking after the whole family unit. And what you need to remember, and what's important to remember, is that parents are only advocating for their child. They're making these decisions and asking difficult questions because of the care and the love that they have for their child. So if you put the child at the center, you can completely understand where parents are coming from when we get into those difficult situations. And I think what's unfortunate is that it's always those really challenging, particularly situations that end up in court or where there's a lot of media interest that people see. But what you don't see is the amazing relationships that we have with all of the families of our patients who don't get the media attention and don't come to people's attention. But every single day we're dealing with families who they know that you're doing the best for their child, they're doing the best for their child, and it's actually exceptionally rewarding because you see them from before birth sometimes and follow them through the next 18 years of their child's journey, and it can be quite sort of emotional really when they have their last clinic appointment with us at the hospital, because they're really they feel and you feel to an extent that you have been part of their family as part of that process in that role. And so the number of chocolates or the number of bottles of wine or the little gifts and the drawings that we get from families at Christmas and at different times, they don't need to do any of that. But it's fantastic, all the sort of thank yous that we get. So I think, unfortunately, what people see in the media is often the really negative side, but that's a very, very small component of what we do. And you get that type of difficult working in any role that you do. But by far and away, it's far more rewarding than that. And the families that we work with, even the challenging families, they're doing it for their children. And that's what we're all there to work towards. So actually, I find it amazing.
That's really reassuring to hear. Thank you. So we've got another question. Thank you very much for your presentation. What part or parts of your portfolio played an important role in you getting into paediatric surgery?
So I didn't do paediatric surgery in this country, so I trained in Australia. But actually, the things that are needed in both places are similar. So I think, first of all, I wouldn't recommend doing paediatric surgery unless you have some experience of it, either as a student or when you're in your foundation year as a taster, to see that you really like it. And then it's important to be able to get some paediatric surgical experience in your core surgical training so that that counts towards your portfolio. And if you are interested in doing tasters, there are, in each part of the country, there are paediatric surgical meetings that you can come to. You can get involved in supporting some of the research activities and the outcome studies that we're doing, because that also will strengthen your portfolio if you've got an interest in paediatric surgery and can demonstrate that you've attended meetings and met people and gotten involved in projects, because we're always looking for people to support some of the projects that we do. And I know COVID has made it slightly more difficult to have electives and observerships, but it's not impossible. So please let us know if you'd like to come and experience the life as a paediatric surgeon for a little while.
Hopefully you'll get a lot of emails from future paediatric surgeons. So this question's kind of been covered a little bit, but maybe more aspects for what can be done in medical school, particularly if we can't get in and about the country. What would be your top tip for a student wanting to do paediatrics as a career?
I think obviously trying to, if you can, get experience, even if it's just when you're doing some work in A&E, trying to make sure that when the children come in that you get to go and see the children. So you can find paediatric experience everywhere. So when you're doing a GP attachment, try and tell them that you're interested in paediatric surgery and go and ask to be part of the consultation with all of the children who come in, because being a paediatric surgeon, it's not just about the surgery, it's about being able to relate to children and to just to see what children and families are like. So the more of that interaction you can have, even if it's not a surgical problem, will really strengthen how you are in that future role. So I would say any opportunity to, in any of your attachments, to get some paediatric exposure, whether it's surgical or otherwise, is really, really helpful.
Another question is, it seems like you've had some amazing opportunities in your career.
Sorry, I can't hear you very well. Sorry.
Can you hear me?
Yep, sorry, yeah.
Brilliant. It's okay. So it seems like you have had some amazing opportunities in your career. Could you name some cornerstones that opened up during these opportunities?
So I would say I when I was training, or when I was going through medical school, I was always really interested in paediatric surgery, but more pediatrics. I always thought I would be a pediatrician, and I was doing my pediatrics attachment as a junior doctor, and was able to spend 4 weeks during that attachment with a pediatric surgeon, which really opens up my mind. So then I went into the equivalent of core surgical training to go down a surgical route. I have had people say to me, particularly as a woman, surgery is not the right career path because it's too difficult, it's too time consuming, you need to do something that's got a better work-life balance. And I'd say if people say that to you for any reason, if you love what you want to do, ignore them, because actually there is always a way to find a work-life balance. So in some ways, the more people said, you're really good, but actually as a woman, you should probably go and become a GP so that you can, you know, be with your children. There's nothing wrong with being a GP, but if you want to be a surgeon, just be a surgeon. So I think some of those opportunities, and then when I was in my training, there was the opportunity in my final year of training to spend a year of my training as a fellowship in Great Ormond Street Hospital. And by taking that opportunity, it's completely changed the course of my career, because I had expected to be a paediatric surgeon in Australia, which I was for a short period. And then I've ended up back up in London, working in Great Ormond Street with an amazing team of colleagues and doing things that I wouldn't have been able to do otherwise. So I think you can't necessarily anticipate the opportunities that come up, but when they do and the door opens, you just need to be able to go through it and see where it leads you. Because if someone had asked me 20 years ago, would I be working at Great Ormond Street in London? The answer would have been, don't be ridiculous. I can't possibly imagine that, but here I am. So.
Really inspiring, thank you. I think we have time for one more question. So any tips on, speaking of Great Ormond Street, any tips on getting into highly competitive hospitals, such as, gosh, at this like specialty interview stage?
So I think when you, well, for specialty training, you are sent to different places to do your training. And so there's not you don't get to choose the hospitals during training that you go to, but the importance is when you are then applying for consultant posts, it's to make yourself as competitive as possible. So it's about having all aspects of your portfolio and your CV being covered. So you need to really have the practical experience and really go on above and beyond in the sort of exposure that you get during your training. But it's really important not to forget the teaching side, don't forget the academic or the research side. And it's also, as you get to that point, also looking at different leadership roles or responsibility roles that you can take on through training to demonstrate that you have that management side as well, which is important in all consultant posts, but particularly in some of the really competitive teaching hospitals where you're expected to take a lot of that on as well.
Thank you very much. That's some excellent advice. And thank you again for your wonderful presentation. Really appreciate you coming along today.
My pleasure, and good luck, everybody.
Thank you. And so for everyone else, we're just going to be taking a short break, 5 minutes, and we'll be back at 2 o'clock with our next speaker. So we'll see you at the next session. Hi, Mr. Tomlinson, are you ready?
I am indeed.
Just be getting the timer and should be ready to start at 2 o'clock.
Perfect, thank you. Just to check, as far as I understand, the chat is open for people to type questions and someone's moderating it. Is that correct?
So we have a separate Q&A link, which I am moderating. And currently the questions seem to be coming through at the end. So I will just kind of fire them away at you at the end, if that sounds good to you.
Yeah, perfect. I was actually going to ask them to put some questions at the start, because I've kind of made this, it can go in any direction and be as flexible as possible and talk about pretty much anything they want. So they may all not come up with any questions at the start, in which case we'll just start and see where we end up. But I was going to offer to kind of see what they want to hear about at the start and see if anyone has any particularly strong feelings about they want to know X, Y, or Z, if that works.
I guess the one problem is I have a little bit of a lag on the question front.
Right, okay.
So, I can just quickly introduce that before I introduce yourself.
Well, I'll make a little bit of a gentle start, but if you want to say, actually send the questions in from the start. And the other thing I would say is I'm happy to be interrupted at any stage, take a different direction, come back to things. Like this can be completely kind of freestyle, really, from my point of view. There's no script as such. Probably just a number of things that we should talk about, but beyond that, flexible's fine. So just interrupt whenever you want if you think there's an interesting question.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for letting me know. So we've got 3 minutes to go, probably a little bit less than 3 minutes now. And I'll make sure to mention to fire questions away at the start.
Thank you.
And yeah.
I know it's a bit varied that sometimes no one actually wants to ask a question, do they, initially?
People get a bit shy.
Can they ask questions anonymously, or does it kind of say Joe Bloggs asked X, Y, or Z?
Just know their name, but I'm not reading out the names just in case anyone wants to stay.
That's what I was asking, because sometimes people feel safer asking things if it's not associated with them, don't they? I mean, hopefully no one's going to ask anything too offensive, but
well, it's a safe space, hopefully.
Why are all orthopedic surgeons horrible? Well, it's just a matter of opinion.
Right, so we've got 2 minute warning, and I'll basically, when they give me the go, I will do a very tiny intro, and when I mention your name, then you can turn your camera on.
No problem, thank you. Has the day gone well so far?
Okay. No major hiccups.
Good. That's the main thing.
Exactly. It's a bit hard with the Q&A not coming up quite as quickly as I had hoped, but
yeah, I guess that makes it challenging. And as well, I suppose if you can get a question, then suddenly more questions start flooding in on a similar theme by the time you've already moved on to a different topic as well, which could be frustrating. It's hard when you don't have these things under your control, I guess, as well. We'll manage. It'll be fine.
I think we're almost ready to start.
Perfect.
Welcome back, everyone. So for this talk from Mr. Tomlinson, we are hoping for some interactivity. So please feel free to use the Q&A, and we're hoping to direct this talk however you would like it. So without further ado, Mr. Tomlinson, please go ahead.
Hi, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I will just put up a slide, then you all know who I am, but not that one. There we go. There we go. There's who I am. I'm James Tomlinson. I'm a spinal surgeon in Sheffield in the UK, orthopaedic spinal surgeon, for those who are wondering, because you can be neurosurgical or orthopaedic. I'm also part of the training program director team, so responsible for overseeing registrar training across Yorkshire and orthopaedics. And I'm involved in the Edinburgh College. I'm the deputy director of the Faculty of Surgical Trainers, so kind of involved in surgical training things at postgraduate level across multiple specialties. My email and my Twitter are at the bottom of that title slide. I have absolutely no issue if after today anyone wants to drop me a line, ask any questions about orthopedics or about anything I'm involved in, get some more information. If there's questions you don't feel you can ask today, get in touch. That's why it's there. More than happy to be contacted. We'll get rid of that. I'm going to, so as I've already said, this talk can be fairly flexible. I am here for your benefit. There's a loose direction of travel, but please, there will be time for questions at the end. But please also send questions in as we go. If there are things you kind of think, actually, I've always wanted to know about X, Y, or Z about orthopedics, just send them in as we go, because it's much easier to talk about things as we move along. And then maybe if we have missed one or two things out, we can then retouch on things at the end. So I was going to start with, how did I get where I am, and I suppose what do I do? So I'm an orthopedic spinal surgeon. That means my practice is purely spine. I work in a major trauma centre, so I'm one of 8 spinal surgeons. We do 1 in 8 week on call doing emergencies, and then 7 weeks in 8 doing elective work. My practice is purely elective spine. So I do, purely elective adult spine. So I do everything and anything in the spine, but only in adults. I don't do any paediatric work, partly because of the way the setup is in the city I work in. Depending on where you do spine, there are some spinal surgeons who do spinal surgery with general orthopedic on call. So those of you who've done some orthopedics in a DGH, you might do spinal surgery and be on call for general orthopedics. So hip fractures, wrist fractures, ankle fractures, whatever comes in. If you're in a bigger unit these days and you do spine, you'll probably be just spinal surgery and on call for spinal emergency. So your whole practice is spine, but I trained in orthopedic training to get to that route. In terms of what do I do, and I suppose what does the average orthopedic surgeon do? Well, it's probably not that different to what you've heard from lots of other people today. My normal working week is a mix of theatre and clinics, usually a day or two of operating each week. And in terms of things we do elective surgery for, a lot of that will be degenerative work, so wear and tear type stuff, discs, decompressions, patients with leg pain, patients with arm pain, myelopathy. Most of our elective practice is wear and tear type work, and in fact most of orthopedics elective practice is wear and tear type work. So osteoarthritic knees, osteoarthritic hips, joint replacements, same in the hands, same in the shoulder, joint replacement, surgery for degenerative conditions. When emergency side of spinal surgery is a bit everything and anything. That's a mix of trauma. So we're a major trauma centre, so we get a lot of patients in with complex spine injuries. That may be patients with significant fractures with spinal cord injuries, and we have a spinal cord injury centre on site. We see lots of cancer work, which is a little unusual maybe for orthopedics. I don't know how much all of you know about the internet, but most orthopedic cancer work is primary bone tumours, and that's done in specialist centres. So there's only 3 or 4 places in England that do primary bone tumour work. So if you said, I want to be a bone tumour surgeon, you need to work in a very specific centre. There is some metastatic bone work outside the spine, but less common. But spinal surgeons end up treating a lot of cancer patients. And we see quite a lot of infections as well, so epidural abscesses, discitises that need both medical and surgical management that often spinal surgeons are involved in. And then we also have a number of clinics a week where we'll see patients on a kind of planned care pathway who are having elective treatment for, again, degenerative conditions. And I think someone's already come in with a question, so I will pause there and take a question.
Me just posting, just so you knew there was a question there. Our first question is, do you have to subspecialise in 1 or 2 joints, or can you continue to practice general orthopedics?
That is a great question. We could probably talk for the rest of today about this because this is a really controversial topic. The easy answer to that question is yes, you can. The slightly longer answer to that question is just about, and it will depend very much where you want to work. If you want to work in a big city teaching hospital, or in fact in a big DGH with a big orthopedic department such as Exeter, there's a reasonable chance you will have a narrow-ish scope of focus. So you may do shoulder and elbow or hip and knee, but most people will do 1 or 2 joints at most. If you want to work in a slightly more remote, so more rural areas, smaller DGHs, which are away from the big centres, just because of work pressure and numbers of surgeons, that there's more chance of doing a little bit more of everything. There is a tension there that when you start to look at surgical data, it's very clear that the higher volume of practice you have and the more of something you do, the better outcome your patient gets. So if you do 10 hip replacements a year, you will get worse results than the person who does 150 a year. But the flip side of that in the NHS is you have to balance, if every surgeon can only do one thing, when that surgeon goes on holiday, you've got a problem. So a lot will depend where you end up. I work in a department of 38 consultants. So actually, most people's practice is pretty narrow because of the number of people in the department, but it is possible. In terms of when you subspecialize, as things stand at the moment, you would do your foundation. If you went straight through training, you do your foundation training, 2 years, 2 years of core training, and then 6 years of higher orthopedic training. And the first 4 years or so of that, you would be expected to do each orthopedic subspecialty, building up to the postgraduate exams, which you do in year 5. And then after that, most people will start to subspecialize and say, I want to do one particular subspecialty. That may be an elective subspecialty. There's also limb reconstruction. And with the advent of the major trauma network, there's also major trauma as well, which often is paired with pelvic trauma surgery. And then most people will go on and do at least one fellowship, which we will call a post-CCT fellowship. So after they finish their registrar training, they'll go to a specialist centre and spend a year doing specialist training and what they're going to subspecialise in. Any other questions at this stage?
Thank you. I do have one of my own. I'm happy to wait if...
No, go for it. Fine by me.
So I'm very much wondering, is there like a specific divide between the orthopedic spinal surgeon and the neuro spinal surgeon?
Really good question. Yes, there kind of is. And this is actually a problem that if you're a patient or if you're, I don't know, the Secretary for Health in the Department of Health, and you're trying to commission spinal services, your argument will be that however you get to the job of consultant spinal surgeon, you should more or less have the same skills and the same understanding and the same approach to doing things. Neurosurgeon, if you train in the neurosurgical route, you tend to do a higher volume of spinal surgery because it's just spine and cranial is all there is in neurosurgery, and a higher volume of the simple work. But neurosurgeons mostly don't do paediatric deformity and don't do complex, or not many of them do complex adult deformity surgery. Neurosurgeons do tend to do intradural, so cord tumour work, which orthopedic spinal surgeons don't tend to do. So there are some slight differences. There are steps in place, starting with, there are now hybrid fellowships for final year trainees where you spend half your time with neurosurgery and half your time with orthopedic surgeons, spinal surgeons, with a view to trying to reduce the variability between the two pathways and produce more of a surgeons who've got a bigger overlap between the two specialties might be a good way of putting it. But there are slight differences at the moment. I suspect that may have changed to some extent by the time you guys are at the relevant stage, but I don't yet know how it will change. In the absence of other questions, I suppose we could talk a little bit about, I suppose training's a good one. I suppose another thing is, why did I become an orthopedic surgeon?
There's a question asking about the work-life balance, if that's somewhere you'd like to...
So I suppose that ties in really nicely, actually. Work-life balance is a tricky one. If you ask me, I'd tell you I've got one. If you ask my wife, she'll tell you I haven't. But no, I think what I would say is, when you're in training, so foundation, core and higher training, most hospital-based specialties, you will now have to do shift work. There are very few across the whole of medicine and surgery training programs where you won't have to work at weekends and you won't have to work at night as a registrar. So it's much of a muchness whether you even do surgery or medicine as a trainee. Some specialties will have more out of hours work than others. Some of that will also be driven by how big the specialty is and how many people are on a rota. At consultant level, most consultant surgeons full-time work for peculiar reasons. Most people work, a full-time job is 4 days a week. So I don't work on a Tuesday at all. Some people choose then to do private work, which, because that is your day off and the NHS don't pay you that day, you can do whatever you want with it. You can have a day with your family, you can do private work. Some people have a hobby that they love doing. So actually that's the day I go sailing or cycling or whatever it is. But as a consultant, it's not too bad. I think that the thing I would say to look at consultant level is out of hours operating. That general surgery is one example, cardiac surgery, those guys can be in operating a lot at night. If there is an emergency, it often needs doing, and it needs doing there and then. And if it's 2 in the morning, that patient is going to theatre and they're having an operation at 2 in the morning. One of the nice things about orthopedics, out with the major trauma, which is, and even that's not that common, it needs to do in the middle of the night. A lot of orthopedic problems, even emergencies in inverted commas, can wait till 8 o'clock the next morning. And something that comes in at 11 at night will say, actually, that doesn't need doing at midnight. We can do it first thing in the morning with a surgeon who's slept and is fresh, and with a theatre team who are used to doing orthopedics and are familiar with it. So I think that's something to think about. That, and again, I think the challenge with consultant life is you could, in theory, if you went through training as fast as you possibly could, be a consultant at 33, 34, and your retirement age when you guys start work is at least 68. And when you're 34, 35 and a consultant surgeon, you might think it's rock and roll being in at 2 in the morning, doing life-saving operations, being terrified. By the time you're 55, the novelty will have worn off and you'll be thinking, why on earth am I here at 2 in the morning when my orthopedic colleagues are all in bed asleep? They're the ones with the right idea. So I think I would not only look at what consultants do, I'd also think about how your views on what you want to do might change across your lifetime. And as you get older, are you choosing a specialty where there's so many consultants that as you get older, you'll be able to choose not to be operating in the middle of the night? Or might it be that actually that's not going to change? And even when you're 50, 55, 60, there's only 4 or 5 of you on a rota. And when you're on, you might be in at 3 in the morning doing a big operation. Any other questions at this stage?
I think that's all we have at the moment.
That's all for now. So I suppose talking a bit more widely about orthopedics, what do orthopedic surgeons do? I suppose, again, there's a kind of clear divide, as there is in most specialties. The emergency trauma side of orthopedics is mainly dealing about patients with injuries, with fractures. Sometimes that's a high volume of that, is, as you guys will have seen, is what we would call low energy frailty fractures in the elderly. So wrist fractures, hip fractures, ankle fractures in elderly patients who've tripped, fallen. Cervical spine fractures are a very common problem as well. That problem is only going one way. The population is getting older, people are living longer, and people are getting more and more fragility fractures, and we're seeing more and more hip fractures. So again, if you want to be pretty sure of getting a job at the end of your training, orthopedics isn't a bad choice. If you're more, again, I don't know how familiar you guys are, it used to be that on the trauma side, if you drove your car, we're looking after your car rolled off the side of the motorway at 80 miles an hour, it used to be that someone just said, oh, you know, this poor person, they've driven off the side of the motorway in Somerset, where's the nearest hospital? We'll just take them there. And we now have the major trauma network. So rather than just where's the nearest hospital, if someone's in a serious accident and they have significant injuries, the paramedic team, when they get there, triage the patient and say, actually, this patient's got either a very significant mechanism of the accident or they appear to have serious injuries. So this patient needs to bypass the nearest hospital and go to the major trauma centre. And each region has a major trauma centre. For us, it's in Yorkshire, it's Sheffield, Leeds, Hull, because we're a very big county, Newcastle, Nottingham, several in London, Bristol, Plymouth in the southwest. And so again, if you're in a major trauma centre as an orthopaedic surgeon, you will see a lot of high energy, complex patients, multiply injured. You may find yourself doing cases where you're operating jointly with the vascular surgeons, the general surgeons, with another orthopaedic colleague. Whereas if you're in a district general type setting, you won't see anywhere near as much of the high energy, multiply injured patients, but you will see the kind of lower energy, simpler fractures, and still some complex low energy fractures where it's just an isolated complex injury, but not in a multiply injured patient. And again, that's just something to think about in terms of choosing subspecialties, thinking about where you may want to work. If you want to work in a major trauma centre, in a big teaching hospital, you made a slightly different CV and different things to if you're aiming to work in a DGH non-trauma centre. And you don't have to know all of this at your stage, or even really as you start in registrar training, but as you work through training, these are things to think about. Well, where might I want to be, and what lifestyle will that look like, and what kind of operating will I be doing? When will I be in at night? What will my on-calls be like? What kind of stuff will I see? Is it that, there are some areas of surgery, not many, but there are some things where medical treatments are getting better and better, and there may be some 20, 30 years from now, there may be some operations that become obsolete because medical treatments have improved so much. In terms of orthopedic subspecialties, hand and wrist is one, shoulder and elbow, that's the upper limb. Foot and ankle tends to be a specialty in its own right. Hip and knee arthroplasty tend to go together, so joint replacements. Again, depending on what your practice is, some people will do hip and knee and a mix of both. If you start to get into revision surgery, so redo second, third, fourth hip replacements, some centres will have surgeons who have a complex practice where a huge part of their practice is redo hip and knee replacements, and primary, so first-time joint replacements are a much smaller part of their practice. And then there's also trauma and limb reconstruction and spinal surgery. Between most of the subspecialties, you can just about operate on any bit of the body. Obviously, shoulder and elbow, hand and wrist, upper limb, foot and ankle, knee, hip, lower limb. Pelvic surgeons do pelvic surgery and pelvic reconstruction, trauma surgery. And spinal surgeons, orthopedic spinal surgeons, generally operate on everything from C0, so base of the skull, down to pelvis. And depending on where you do it and what your practice is, you may well do anterior approaches to the thoracic and lumbar spine as well. So be doing thoracotomies and opening up abdomens. And so within orthopedics, there's scope to operate on just about any bit of the body. In terms of who we treat, again, both trauma and electively, we treat pretty much patients from not much after birth, from almost neonates through to, in my elective practice, even treat people well into their 90s. And again, depending on what your practice is, I have colleagues who do paediatric surgery who have a kind of whole life practice. So they look after patients from birth until they're, 70, 80 years old, and they've treated them as children. And if they haven't left the city, they will look after them for their whole life and have long-term follow-up of their problems. And again, some people like that, some people don't. In terms of, I suppose, what's the kind of fundamental underpinning of what we do? Most of orthopedic elective work is about treating pain and treating disability and improving function. And so do orthopedic surgeons, like, if you want to save lives, go be a cardiac surgeon or a transplant surgeon. It's very glamorous, it's very dramatic, and you do save lives. Orthopedic surgeons, a lot of our elective practice is about quality of life and about improving function and about treating pain, but it can still be incredibly transformative for our patients. I'm going to pause there because it sounds like there's another couple of questions come in.
So, we do have, I'm just going to go to the bottom one that I posted first. It was kind of answered before, but just maybe in further detail, how do you decide and train in different areas of orthopedics?
Yeah, great question. So hugely so there are some people, and you all may have someone amongst your friends, there are some people who go into medical school and say, actually a friend of mine had a problem with their spine when we were at school, and it kind of completely blew me away what happened to them, and I want to be a spinal surgeon. And they're kind of completely clear from the day they walk in the door that that's what they want to do, and they follow that path. A lot of people don't. So for a lot of people, I think there's a mix of factors, and a mix of factors even across which surgical specialty you do, never mind getting into subspecialties. Some of it is the type of people that do it. So even if you, amongst orthopedic surgeons, if you look at a room full of spinal surgeons and you look at a room full of hand surgeons and a room full of trauma surgeons, are slightly different in personality as a general. Clearly there are variations, but as a general rule, there are slightly different personality types. So that's one thing to think about who does the job, and do I think I'm a bit like them? Something that had a huge impact on me, and I think something that a lot of surgeons will say, is often you work with one or two really influential people. When I was quite a junior registrar, I worked with a consultant who was incredibly kind, took me aside and said, actually, for the next 6 months, I don't have a fellow, which I'd normally have. So rather than at your stage, I wouldn't normally let people do that much, but it's going to make my life easier if I spend the next few weeks teaching you to do things I wouldn't normally let you do, and then let you do them for the next 6 months. My life's going to be a lot easier. So you're going to need to do quite a lot, and put a lot of trust and faith and time into me. And that was really powerful for me. And very much from an early stage, it was like, well, someone's really invested in me here, and what a great person. That's really inspiring. I want to be like them and be a spinal surgeon. For some people, some people go through training and get to quite late in training, so almost kind of the last third of registrar training, and are still not quite sure what they want to do. And then eventually someone says, oh, well, we've heard, you're finishing in a couple of years. Have you thought about doing hands? Because the hospital down the road are looking for a hand surgeon, and they all really like you. So if you were interested in doing hands, they think you'd make a great colleague. And someone says, oh, well, okay, the job's not guaranteed, but yeah, I quite like hands. Okay, I'll do hands. For some people, it's maybe what they don't like doing. So spine is a great example. A lot of trainees come and do spine and say, I really don't understand why you like doing this. It's terrifying. It seems totally unforgiving. The operations seem really stressful. You're all idiots. I don't know why anyone would do this. I would say it's quite fun, but other people have different opinions. So some of it is also finding things you don't like and crossing those off the list. There isn't a right or wrong. What's the advantage of deciding early in training if you want to do a particular subspecialty? You can build a CV a bit more towards that. Is that something you need to do? Again, it a little bit depends. If you want to do a very competitive subspecialty in a teaching hospital, you may need a strong CV to do that. If you want to do a less popular specialty, that may not be an issue if you opt into something quite late in training. But I think for most people, there's lots of things that influence their decisions, and it's not necessarily a kind of they wake up one day and say, that's the thing I want to do. It's more of a gradual process of ruling things in and out, maybe. Was there another question?
Yes. So someone asked, what advice would you offer to students that want to pursue a career in orthopedics?
Yeah, that's a good question. So there's two bits to this. The most important thing I would say, if you want to do any kind of surgery, but orthopedics, it will take an example, get to theatre and spend some time with orthopedic consultants and try and persuade people, and there are lots of us who will let you anyway, but get scrubbed, get to the table, make sure people know who you are and know your name, make a nuisance of yourself, hang around a lot and get people to let you do things, because the most important part of all of it is, when I get to do things, do I enjoy doing it, and does it seem like something that I'm going to find fun? Because whichever bit of medicine you do, there are times along the way when training is hard and it is a bit of a slog, and it all feels like, some days, like you just think, you know what, I'm not sure this is worth it. And I think the most important thing is you have to love what you do. And when I go to theatre and I pick up a scalpel, what goes through my mind is someone's paying me to do my hobby. This is really fun. It's really amazing. I love what I do. And then when I go and see a patient in recovery and they say, oh, my leg pain's gone, I think, well, that's amazing. I got to do something I love doing and I've made this person better. And that's a pretty great way to spend my working day. And I think that's the most important thing, is you have to love surgery and you have to really want to do it, because if you don't really love it, somewhere along the way you will think, oh, I just can't be bothered. And I would try and find that out early and work and try all the different surgical specialties. Go and try a bit of everything and get to know people and get them to let you do stuff and work out, can I do it? Do I think I can? And within reason, you can train just about anyone to be a surgeon. But there are some skills you need. And do you like doing it? And do you think it's for you? And also look at the people doing it and think, do I walk into a room full of these people and think, what a bunch of whatsits? Or do I walk into a room full of these people and think, actually, these seem like good people who kind of think like I do, and I can see myself being one of them in 15 years' time. In terms of, I suppose, beyond that bit, in terms of building a CV, so this is a challenge. I think it is definitely getting harder and harder that student surgical societies, all this kind of thing, there's more and more of this, and it's getting more and more competitive. And certainly when I look at my CV that I had at each stage of training, when I sit on interview panels now and look at people applying CV, I think, blimey heck, I wouldn't even get a job anymore, never mind actually end up where I ended up. So I think do try and build your CV. If you can get involved in audits and kind of small scale research projects, I would. I think a useful tip is look at the applications for foundation, but particularly more importantly, look at the chapter trainees who are applying for core training and for orthopedic registrar training, and find out what things score points when you're applying. And if you're clever, the key really is try and invest time in things that are going to score points, but those points are going to be efficient to get. So if you write a paper, a research paper, and get it published, you get 2 points for it, but it might take you a year and a half to do a project, get all the data, write it up, get the paper submitted to a journal and get it accepted. If you do a couple of good audits, you will also get 2 points, and that might take you 3 or 4 months to do that and is a lot more efficient. So I would think partially just be clever and also ask some of the registrars and core trainees which consultants are good people to do projects with. There'll be some people who have real track records of churning out projects and getting presentations at meetings, and kind of if you go to that person, you're pretty much guaranteed to get something out of it. And there will be others who are maybe not as successful. And if you guys are going to commit time to something, then you want to make sure you get something out of it. The other thing I would say, most importantly, is do have hobbies, do have fun, do have a work-life balance. Like, you will not be a brilliant surgeon by being a workaholic with no friends and no hobbies. Surgery is challenging, and a huge part of surgery is about being human, about being able to relate to patients, about being able to connect with patients and build an understanding with patients and make decisions jointly with them. And the more things you have going on in the background in life to make your life richer, the better a doctor and better a surgeon you will be. So don't just be some kind of workaholic. Definitely not.
Thanks very much. That's some excellent advice. I do have another question on a different kind of tangent. What is the future of trauma and orthopedics in terms of innovation and development?
Oh, that's a good. So yeah, that's a good question. I wish you'd give me that at the start and give me some thinking time. I suppose in terms of what do we see?
Sorry, I just got that one.
No, I'm only teasing. I suppose trauma is getting less. So complex trauma we see less of. Cars have got safer. Workplaces have got safer. So trauma is going down. What's one of the things we're definitely going to see? There is an explosion happening around the world in terms of the elderly population. So hip fractures and low energy fractures, which are actually potentially life-threatening injuries, we are going to see an absolute tidal wave of in years to come. In terms of technological advances, probably the big things at the moment are navigation, which some of you may have seen. The brain surgeons use that a lot for cranial work. And it's a bit like a sat nav for surgeons, I suppose, in some ways. Navigation is coming into spinal surgery a bit more, and I think we'll see that more widely adopted. One of the things that's happening at the moment is robotic surgery is coming into orthopedics. Things like urology, so the Da Vinci robot, which the urologists have, is brilliant because you can do operations like prostate surgery far less invasively than it used to be, using much smaller incisions. Robotics in orthopedics is more about being able to position. If you're putting in a knee replacement, you can position a knee replacement with a greater degree of precision than with the naked eye, but you can't necessarily do it through an incision any smaller than the one you could do it without the robot. So there's a big push on robotics at the moment, but I don't actually know if it will have that much of an impact in orthopedic surgery. I suppose one of the biggest impacts potentially, sadly, is medical treatments getting better. And one day, will there one day be a medical treatment for osteoarthritis? So hip replacements, knee replacements may become less used if we learn how to stop osteoarthritis happening. But I think I would be surprised if that happened even in the first half of your consultant careers when you guys have made it to consultancy. So I think a lot of this stuff is a long way away.
Sorry to put you on the spot there.
No, that's all right. It's good to think on a Saturday afternoon.
I don't know. We do have a question covering a little bit of what you've mentioned, asking about the training pathways for spinal specifically, and a little bit about if there is that kind of crossover. We said there is that line, and it's not really sure where it is in terms of being the patient, but some differences. But yeah, is there a crossover?
Yeah. So at the moment, if you want to do spine via the orthopedic route, in England, you would do your foundation 1-2, core training 1-2. This is the minimum requirement, and then you would apply for orthopedics at ST3, so third year after foundation. And if you went into orthopedics, you'd then rotate through the different orthopedic subspecialties, and then you would obviously do spine as part of that. And if you enjoyed it and wanted to do it, you'd do it at the top end of your training, and then you'd go and do a fellowship. If neurosurgery, you can apply, so you can do F1, F2, and then you can actually apply to neurosurgery at CT1. So you could go straight from F2 into a neurosurgical training post, which you'll then train wherever you're appointed straight through to consultant level. And if you went the neurosurgery route, you'll just do cranial and spine work and nothing else. And there are what are called interface fellowships, which are kind of formally hosted fellowships that are run by Health Education England, who oversee UK postgraduate training. And in those fellowships, you do both neurosurgery and orthopedics with a view that whichever route you've come through, you kind of go look at the bits a bit more that you haven't been exposed to. So if you're a neurosurgeon, the paediatric work; if you're an orthopedic trainee, the spinal cord work. Certainly, if you want to do spinal surgery, regardless, you have to do one, and it's almost at a point where you have to do 2 years of fellowship after the end of training. So even if you didn't do an interface fellowship, most spinal surgery fellowships would allow you to spend time with both. I did orthopedic training, and on my fellowship, I spent a lot of time with neurosurgeons. There are maybe, so if I wanted to do spinal cord tumours as an orthopedic surgeon, because I would have had so little, no exposure to it through training, I would have probably had to have sought out a fellowship where all I did was spinal cord tumours for a year, and it would still be quite challenging to get into that field. So I suppose the one thing you have to be wary of with the two routes at the moment is there are small areas which are quite hard to get into if you've got one route or the other, but they're only very niche parts.
I think we have time for one more question. I can't believe it's already coming to the end of the session. So based on your experience, which subspecialties are the most technically challenging and which are not as technically challenging?
So spine's the hardest and everything else is easy. There we go, easy. No, I think they're different. So one example would be soft tissue knee, which involves a lot of arthroscopic work. Some surgeons just cannot. There are some people, and this has been scientifically proven, some people really struggle to do arthroscopic surgery and are useless at it, but are still brilliant surgeons. So that can be challenging. I suppose it's always difficult promoting your own specialty, but I'll try and do it humbly. I suppose spine is technically demanding purely because the challenge in spine is it's not very forgiving. So the margin between a successful operation and paralyzing someone for the rest of their life is often not a lot. So you need pretty health, as one of my colleagues says, you need a good relationship with your adrenal glands, that you have to like being stressed and you have to like technically challenging surgery, which has very, very high consequences of getting it wrong. And if you do get it wrong, it hits you very hard and it takes you days to get over it. But when it goes well, it's very rewarding. I would actually say, I don't think there is a bit of orthopedics that is less technically challenging. I suppose that different things are forgiving and not forgiving in different ways, and different subspecialties require slightly different skill sets. Probably after spine, I would say hand surgery can be one of them, just purely because a lot of the hand surgery stuff is very, very fine, very fiddly, detailed surgery. And that can be quite technically demanding. Pelvic surgery, challenging, but often that you're doing it through huge, old-fashioned, make a big hole, big incisions. But again, it's high consequence surgery, which can go really, really wrong really quickly. Take-home messages, do spine.
Hopefully that message gets out there. We do have one more question, definitely still have time. What would you say has been the highlight moment of your career so far?
Oh, that's a really hard question to answer. I think actually what's the best thing? When you have your consultant interview and someone looks you in the eye and shakes your hand and says, we want to offer you a job, you sit back in your chair and you think, I would go through all of this every second all over again to have this conversation right now. It is an amazing feeling. And I think, oh, you made me quite emotional now. I think, and the other thing I would say is when patients, I think as a consultant, it's the first time ever that patients come back to you and you've done their surgery and you follow them up, because as a registrar, you move around so much, and people look you in the eye and say, thank you, you've changed my life. What you and your team have done has completely changed my life. I'm not in pain. It doesn't hurt. I've got my life back. I'm a different person. And that's a pretty humbling feeling, actually. And I think that is, in many ways, why I would say be a surgeon, because that's an amazing feeling. And it's a team sport, but you're the one who gets the thanks, and that's wonderful.
So much. You've made me emotional there as well. That is the end of the session. So thank you so much. Very inspiring. Going to run through the questions, and yeah, I think there'll be a lot of people considering spinal surgery after today.
Well, thanks for the invite, really enjoyed it. Absolute pleasure to be with you. It's been really enjoyable, thank you. Hopefully you all got my details. The organisers do have my details. I'm happy for my email to be passed on. If anyone didn't get it and wants it, that's fine, please get in touch. And enjoy the rest of the day.
You too.
Thanks, guys.
So for everyone else, thank you. To all our delegates, we're just going to take a quick break. And we'll be back at 2:45 for the next session. So we shall see you at the next session. Professor Lacour, can you hear me?
Yes.
Brilliant.
I'll just put my video on. Is it okay?
Yeah, so we're not live. We shouldn't be live at the moment. But just run through, make sure that you're happy with
yes.
everything.
Thank you very much for inviting me. And I've got my slides ready, so I can do it from here. I think, should we just do a test run or?
If you want to do a test run, yeah, we have a couple of minutes. But I will ask you to turn your video off and mute just before we go live again, if that's all right.
Okay, so if I want to share, I'll just see. I just want to see that it works. Yep.
Yep. Yeah, that should be fine. I'll let you know.
Is that? Yeah, I think it's working. Yeah.
Yeah. Seems to be working all right.
Should I stop sharing?
Yeah.
Okay. It just each group wants to do it differently, so I just want to make sure that that's what you'd like. Yeah, and also the platforms are different. For some, I have to minimize it. Like for Zoom, I have to minimize it. For Teams, I have to keep it on my desktop. So, just a quick check.
Yeah. No, I'm glad that's all working there.
Yeah.
And I very much look forward to hearing it.
Yeah, it's I look forward to sharing my experience with the team.
Yeah. Brilliant.
How's your day going so far?
Yeah, I think it's going well. It's hard to know because this is stage 2, so it's hard to know what's going on stage 1. But no news is good news, I guess, is the best.
The most difficult part is I find that at the end of the talk, you as a speaker don't know the reactions, you don't know how it's going.
Yeah.
And then, it's such a void, like, when you're at a podium and you're speaking and then you have this interaction with people and then you leave knowing that you've completed that chapter. Whereas on Teams, you just don't feel it's complete. Suddenly you stop and then there's a void.
Well, hopefully you'll get a chance to have me giving you some questions at the end. So hopefully that feels a little bit like
having given so many talks on Zoom over the past year and a half, it just is that final bit feels you're finished and then that's it. You have some questions and you've given your talk. Whereas when you're there at a podium, you start talking to people in the corridor before you leave. There's some conclusion to what you're doing. Anyway, I won't keep you because the time's ticking on.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, if I could ask you to just turn your video off and your mic, and I will introduce you and give you the go ahead.
Okay.
When we're ready. It shouldn't be too long. Hello everyone, welcome back. So I'm pleased to be able to invite Professor Laku, who will be giving a spectacular session on global surgery. So without further ado, Professor Laku, please go ahead.
Okay, hello everybody. I'd like to thank the organizers for inviting me to share my experience in global surgery. And without much ado, I'll start my slides presentation and just take you through the journey from an international perspective to what is happening in Oxford regarding global surgery. can you see my slides?
Yes, I can.
Okay. So in Oxford, we formed the Global Surgery Group. It entails 4 departments. That's the Nuffield Department of Orthopedics and Reconstructive Medicine, Women's Reproductive Health, the Anesthetic Department, and Surgery. And our motto has been working towards equity in surgery worldwide. So 2015, when the Lancet Commission came along, it introduced surgery as a global health problem. So the introduction of surgery only came into being during this time. And big donors and big advocates and philanthropists were introduced to the fact that surgery is a health problem and it's a whole global health problem. And the message was taken to the United Nations, the WHO, as well as major donors who started respecting that surgery is something that we should be looking at. So this was the Lancet Commission that put together, evidence and solutions for achieving health, welfare, and economic development worldwide. The key messages that came out of that 5 billion people around the world out of the 7.5 billion do not have access to surgical care. But the important factor here to look at is that more people die worldwide from road traffic accidents than HIV, TB, and malaria combined. And that is a huge burden of disease for the world. How did we convince people that are in the World Bank and global players that surgery does matter? And what really turned people's mindset around was money, figures such as this figure, which shows that if you don't invest in surgery, then there will be estimated loss in global productivity of almost $21 trillion. And I think that clicked with a lot of people. So what is global surgery? Is it helping others? And if we bring about this concept of helping others, our low and middle income country colleagues find that patronizing. Is it us that know everything, thinking in the high income country going abroad to teach? Is that the right attitude? Do we need to take our own teams and go abroad and feel we can cure things by providing surgery the way we do it? Do we feel that our operating teams are better than others? Are we the givers and the LMIC people recipients? Is it a doing good concept? What is it that we really want out of global surgery? So there've been lots of definitions flying around, but this one comes very close to the truth that global surgery is actually public health in surgery, and it's the best way of describing it. In our department or in Oxford, our view on global surgery is equity in access to surgical care, not going out there to teach, but sharing skills, be it educational skills, be it clinical skills, be it operative skills, develop partnerships on equal footing, provide training schemes so that we can learn jointly, and it's a two-way traffic rather than a one-way, and develop research projects jointly for the benefit of reaching equity and that they are impactful rather than just a research project that brings grants into your university and publishes high impact papers with the outcome sitting on a shelf, which is absolutely unethical. When you're involved in global surgery, I think this is very important to understand this article that came in the World Journal of Surgery, to avoid the 7 sins of humanitarian medicine. One is, when you go out there, don't leave a mess behind. Failing to match technology to local needs and trying highfalutin technologies. Failing to work together with other organizations that are already out there. Failing to have follow-up plans. Allowing politics training or other distracting goals to trump the service and become a political hot potato. going where you are really not needed, but just going there because you feel you want to go, and doing the right thing, but for the wrong reasons. And I'd like to just express something that a very close friend of mine from India, who is well known in the global surgery arena, talked about what really happens during disaster medicine. So when the earthquake took place in Nepal, the Indian team went out there together because they have a good collaborative working relationship between Nepal and India. And they went there together with some Bangladesh and Pakistan colleagues from the region to support the system. But what normally happens with overseas input is, if you look at this graph, you can see that from the bottom, the dotted line shows, normally before any disaster takes place, there's elective work. Then the solid line above it shows how much of trauma there is in the country. And then the kind of line with the little bars showing that, emergency medicine in the low and middle income countries, or in this case, Nepal, the intake is high. So this is the standard surgical needs during normal times. And look what happens during disaster times. Elective surgery goes down, trauma goes up, and emergency surgery kind of plateaus and then starts rising slowly. And then what happens is that the media and all the overseas help come in. But if you look at this red, the pink graph, that when the media and the overseas international kind of organizations come in, they come in when the local people have already sorted the immediate problem. And then there's a huge burden of need where the pink colored block is, where hospitals are full now of disaster management patients, the elective patients that need their surgery, the emergency care has gone up. So there's a huge need around about day 10. But what happens if you superimpose the graph, and one can see that firstly, the number of beds are increased in the pink bar, the elective work goes down, there's a superimposition, and then the colored pink area is where the most need is, and all the overseas international help disappears. And everything is left for the local people to start working on. And Nabajit always brings this up to say that if you want to help, talk to us, talk to the local team, so we can use you effectively, rather than you coming down with your own ideas to say, this is what you're going to do and solve the disaster. And lo and behold, year in and year out, this continues to happen, despite people like Nabajit Roy talking to them to say that you make it worse for us local people dealing with disaster. Also, with a lot of emphasis and excitement of global surgery amongst American and British universities, we need to think through what we're really doing. And there's been a lot of hype with a lot of universities doing multi-center studies and so-called collaborating with the colleagues in the low-income country. But our colleagues in the low and middle-income countries, one of the leaders of global surgery in Africa, coming from Zambia, but also representing World Bank, has said this to us, that global surgery should not only be about research publications and data mining. Our people want service delivery, and neither should it be about using our unfortunate situation to raise money for yourselves and your programs in the Western world. And further to that, bump up your CVs and gain your awards in the Western world. And I think these messages are very clear from Nabajit Roy and from Emmanuel, that look here, if global surgery is something you really want to embrace, then talk to us and work together with us and follow what we need, rather than coming with what you think is needed. So during the Lancet Commission, children were forgotten. And I'd like to just concentrate on talking about global children's surgery and advocacy. So in 2015, when the Lancet Commission looked at surgery, as I mentioned, children were forgotten. And you can see that in most low and middle income countries, 50% of the population are children. And almost 85% of children will require a surgical procedure before their 18th birthday, be it a tooth extraction. And approximately 2.5 million children are born with a congenital anomaly in sub-Saharan Africa, and they go untreated, despite treatable. If you take, you might say that, surgery is too expensive and we shouldn't invest in it. But this is a classical example of, if you take an 11-year-old child who requires HIV treatment, it will cost the country $300,000 to keep the child well and economically functional for the life of that child. However, if an 11-year-old boy or a girl has a hernia, the repair of the hernia will cost 50%, and they will be economically very, very helpful to the country's community. So to address the lack of children being included in the Lancet Commission, I was one of the founding members of developing Global Initiative for Children's Surgery. And we formed this organization embracing all children's surgical carers, whether they be radiographers, nurses, anestheters, specialists, also hospital administrators who are dealing with children's hospitals. Encouraged all of them to join the organization with a vision of safe, affordable, timely surgical care for all children. What we also did is made sure that our organization was not HIC, which is high income country dominant. What we did is we've put in a rule that anybody, any high income country person who wishes to join the organization needs to bring 2 LMIC colleagues to keep the balance of 2/3, 1/3. And if you came from the LMIC, that was fine. What we did at the start is we created a document called Optimal Resource for Children's Surgical Care to set standards. And there's everything in this document regarding surgery, nursing, anesthesia, about what is required to put up a children's hospital, what is the standard required for theaters, what is the standard required for a hospital administrator, what is the standard required for research. Just everything that you need to know about children's surgical care is in this document. And we are just waiting WHO to authorize it for us, but it's already published, as you can see on the slide, and it's been used worldwide. We've also embraced our nurses, and last year was the International Year of the Nurses and the Midwife. And the reason we've concentrated a lot on nurses last year and this year is that if you look at this, the picture on the right, that there are a large number of deaths under 5, but most of them occur in the home and not in the hospital. And in the home is where the primary nursing care happens. So if you want to tackle reduction in deaths, then the nursing team is the one that you need to concentrate on and embrace. And that's what we did in GIGS. So what did we do to try and address these inequalities in different areas? We used the World Bank surgical system and the 3 delays. So if you look at the top little huts, the referral system starts with a community, then you have a community clinic, which might be a short distance away. And then the first level hospital is our district general hospital, and the high level is our tertiary level hospital. And there are 3 delays that result in high degree of deaths. If you take the first delay, is an accident happens and there's a delay in the child, in the mother not knowing where to go to get help. The second delay is that she might know where to go, but she doesn't know how to get there. And then the third delay is she might get there with her child, but there isn't the resources or the expertise to treat the child. And we in GIGS started looking at some of the areas that we could make a difference in. So we addressed the first delay in seeking care, and one of our very active member, Nima Kaseji from Kenya, led this project in Nicaragua in partnership with the government and Operation Smile and with us. And what she did is, together with the GIGS members, encouraged local hospital workers to train district nurses to go out there and deliver healthcare at a primary level. Now, as you know, in Nicaragua, the terrain is very, very torturous and very challenging. And here, a health worker, a mother herself with a child on horseback, even under difficult circumstances and difficult terrain and weather, went out there to educate and deliver healthcare at that level. We also embraced the Ashas in India to look at birth defects related to surgery. And with this concept, we've had countries like Bangladesh, Iran, Papua New Guinea, together with a UK partnership, have started addressing birth defects. And what we did is we used a chart that the Indian UNICEF government had put out, and we added the surgical condition in the spectral chart so that health workers could go door to door to say, look, has your child got any of this? And then triage them to the health center appropriately. How did we tackle the second delay? So in reaching care, a lot of families cannot reach healthcare system. So one of our colleagues worked in northern Uganda, started a project in 2017 by having a mobile 4x4 van converted into a clinic with a health worker and going to 9 mobile health clinic stations. So she worked in the Ashanti region in Ghana, created 9 stations in 9 regions, and with her mobile van would go out there, identify those children that needed surgery at a tertiary level and triage them appropriately, or at a secondary level and triage them appropriately. And what would happen is these health workers were being educated in the community at every visit that took place on a monthly basis. And she was able to treat almost 6,000 children over 1 year. So this concept has now been picked up by Philippines, Papua New Guinea, Nigeria, and Bangladesh has its own mobile clinic concept where they use riverboats, knowing that there are some areas in Bangladesh inaccessible by car or by a vehicle. The third delay address we did was once patients receive, get to the district general hospital, the expertise might not be there for children's surgery. So together with the Royal College of Surgeons and the Indian government and Vellore and us from the Global Initiative of Children's Surgery, started a training program for adult teams in district general hospitals. And the team included an adult general surgeon, adult orthopedic surgeon, adult anesthetist, a ward nurse, and a theater nurse. And we ran 5 training programs, 3 pilots, and invited 5 district general hospitals to come to the tertiary level for this training. And over time, we realized that in 5 months, we had a 30% reduction in referrals, 90% appropriate referrals to the tertiary center, 78% of patients that were referred from the district general hospital were well resuscitated. 20% of the patients with procedures were done remotely through video links, and almost 80% of the radiology and pathology is serviced remotely. And we use the WhatsApp social media platform, and almost 120 calls were made between district general hospitals and the tertiary level hospital, knowing very well who they need to contact for the appropriate care. We've also been involved in teaching, training, and research capacity building for global surgery. This is something very close to my heart. It is my project, and I've been working in Tanzania over my annual leave and self-funding myself over 2 weeks per year, and have developed children's surgery in Tanzania from no pediatric surgeons 20 years ago to 12 bona fide pediatric surgeons, with a large number of them pure pediatric surgery and some doing adult and pediatric surgery. I put this into the BMJ so that any other institution could be able to do the same because the process is quite well outlined. As I said, over the time, we trained 12 pediatric surgeons. We now have 4 pediatric surgery centers, 2 fully serviced for children's surgery, 2 partly serviced. 2 centers have a charity called Kids OR that builds children's theaters around the world, especially in Africa. So 2 of their theaters are in 2 of our centers. We've had over 50 presentations at international meetings, and over now about 30 publications. We have just started an MED course in pediatric surgery, which is run purely by our LMIC colleagues in Tanzania. And just recently, over the past 3 years, I've now appointed a local researcher who's a public health specialist working together with the surgical team to conduct research programs that are appropriate for the department and the need for the department. So we now have 3 funded projects. One is RCT on surgical site infections. A second one is developing a peri-operative booklet. And this has come about due to the surgical checklist, which is just not appropriate for Tanzania. So the local team, including all the health workers involved in and around surgery, have put together this booklet, which is, the booklet is not ready yet, but it is something that the team are working on, where once a child leaves the ward for their surgical procedure, every paperwork that they need from checklist from the ward to theater, where the receiving person from the recovery room receives the person, to the child going into theater, to doing the checklist, to the surgeon writing the operative notes, to the anesthetist putting down their observations, and then the patient going into recovery, to the child returning back to the ward. So we are trialing this booklet produced purely by the local team. And then we have just completed access to safe surgery at the hospital that I'm linked with. Recently, with all of this background, we found that children's surgery has not got an international face, except with what Global Initiative of Children's Surgery is doing. So in Oxford, we formed a Global Children's Non-Communicable Disease theme, and that's where our research base would be, looking at children's cancer, trauma, and birth defects, our 3 main pillars. And with COVID coming into our realm from the 1st of March, we embarked on a project looking at the impact of COVID on children's surgery. Now, the question is, why are we using children's surgery as a theme? Firstly, I'm a pediatric surgeon, so that rings well with me. But over 2 billion children have no access to surgery. And as I mentioned earlier, a large number of children will require some surgical intervention. So when the Birmingham group were doing a multi-center international trial on looking at the impact of COVID-19 on surgery per se, I kind of introduced myself to them to say, why don't we include children in the study? So we agreed to do that, but within 6 weeks, we realized that the management of adult tumors is very different from children's tumors, where in children's tumors, there's a high input from oncology in that chemotherapy, radiation therapy, and surgery plays kind of a one-third role. And sometimes surgery plays just 20% of the role in a child's cancer treatment. So we then formed our own COVID study in Oxford, led through Oxford. which was totally unfunded. And we were looking at the 30-day and 90-day mortality outcome from during the COVID period in kids' cancers. And within 2 weeks, we, because of our international interaction, were able to sign up 100 countries, get almost 558 centers recruited, and we've almost got over 1,720 case loaded. And we are busy analyzing our results. So we're almost reaching the 2,000 marks with our caseload. This is the operation team, which is mainly junior doctors and medical students, which were sent home during the COVID period. And they were very active from an international group of people to help move the study forward. And our steering committee was formed by an international group of people from all 7 continents. Moving on a little bit about global health and student bodies. So INSISION is the International Student Surgical Network body. And I've embraced them to say that it would be very good for them to form a buddy concept. So if each high-income country medical student partner with a low-income country student, form like a pen pal concept and share their undergraduate training, share their career progression as doctors, have a postgraduate development together, and then look at the vision for healthcare equity together. So in INSISION, one of our Oxford students, Marta, is kind of leading on the buddy concept, and getting in touch with INSISION would be really good if you want to take this forward. Oxplo is another concept I put together in Oxford. So a large number of students from British universities do go into the electives in low and middle income countries. And I said to the Oxford students that, why don't you do something useful while you're there during your elective period, is that find an LMIC student in the hospital where you're going, and during that elective period, do a themed project that we can talk about from together with our LMIC colleagues that you've partnered with to see what will work. So we formed an international research collaboration and connecting students and junior doctors around the world, forming Oxford Paediatric, linking our research with electives. So the first concept was a theme that I put across to say that knowing that kidney tumors are very high in numbers in low and middle income countries, as well as in our in the high income countries, namely Wilms tumors. So I use that as a theme to say what is the outcome of Wilms tumors worldwide. And the group from Oxplo, just having started that, have become very, very productive. And over 3 years, they've produced about 9 papers. They've won 2 prizes. And the paradigm has now shifted where the low and middle income country students are dictating what projects need to be done, what they'd like to look at, and how to embrace Oxford students. And they don't have to be Oxford students. You can be any students who joined Oxplo as an organization. But having started in Oxford, the students have become so enriched in when they've come back to say that they've project worked together on a similar theme and how their mindsets have worked and enhanced each other's development. And as I said, the paradigm has shifted, and this is our champion on Oxplo leading studies from Rwanda and the African region. We've also done some research looking at anemia and the problem with blood transfusion for children in low and middle income countries. We did a systematic review from one of our academic foundation program person, and that was published in the Lancet. And with that, one of our collaborators from Bangladesh wanted us to move that project forward to look at transfusion practice in their country. So we have now a funded project rolled out in Bangladesh. And the impact of this has been that by putting this concept together, we had looked at our trajectory And we'll be saving $3 million for that hospital if we get the protocol right and the study completed. Similarly, I was quite interested in looking at how much of surgery is done in the district general hospitals in Kenya. So we, with one of our academic foundation fellows, students, we approached them to say if we would like to do a study looking at the need for children's surgery in the district general hospital. And the team came back to us and said, oh, no, we don't want to do that. What we really want to look at is neonatal pain and neonatal analgesia, because we really don't know what to do with that. So that was the question, that was the ask. So that's what we took on board in pediatric surgery. And we worked together with the team there with their questions and answers put forward to us and us kind of supporting them through our collaboration. And in the process, we looked at breast milk, sugar, paracetamol, and morphine are the four. Paracetamol and morphine is the one most easily available in this institution. And we developed national guidelines. So we did our work with a team that was presented in the local hospitals and then at a national institution. And then the national pediatricians from Kenya took part in this process and developed national guidelines, very much like what we have in the UK, like NICE guidelines. Similar to that, they formed guidelines for neonatal analgesia. And this was endorsed by the Ministry of Health. And by that, we could cost reduce by 65% in that we reduced the unnecessary use of paracetamol and morphine. And we also introduced the use of paracetamol and morphine where it was not used at all. So this has been a really win-win situation, similar to the anemia study. We've also done quite a lot of teaching and training in global surgery. This is a neonatal course that we ran in several countries through the British Association of Paediatric Surgeons, which I was leading. And this conference takes place every 2 years. So we take our neonatal skills course. And over the years, we've included more and more African faculty rather than just British faculty. So in the first year, when we went to Ghana, we were a group of 4 people, in fact, 5 that went through. And our last study that we did in Ethiopia after Mozambique, we just had one of us go across because we were funding these neonatal courses with the entire faculty locally and from Africa. In Oxford, we also run an undergraduate education SSM program, and we've had lots of poster presentations at different, in our different organizations. And we are busy doing a credit-bearing short postgraduate course with 20 CAT points. So this year we're running this course online, which will take place from the 13th to the 17th of September, and you're most welcome to apply for it. It's a very interesting, vibrant course run over 1 week. And I think that's the end of what I have to say. If you could give me just a minute to talk about the story, which I'm very passionate about. This is a story about an anthropologist from the UK who went to a remote village in Africa to study the behavior of children in this rural community. And he took a bowl of fruit and put it under a tree, and he lined up all the children and told them to see who could run the fastest, and whoever could reach the fruit first could have it all for themselves. So the children lined up, and it's very surprising what they did. They all held hands, ran together, and shared the fruit. And this completely threw the anthropologist. And he said to the biggest child in the ring to say, why did you do that? Because you could have taken all the fruit and eaten it up. And he said to the anthropologist that if I ate it, I would have a happy day or a happy afternoon, but everybody else, all my friends will be unhappy. if we eat together and work together, we can do much more together rather than just having a one day of little pleasure. So basically telling us empire building is not the way to go, but work as a community together and results will be obtained. This is what they say I am, because we are. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much. That was an incredible talk, and what a lovely way to end it. That was absolutely beautiful. I don't even know where to start, honestly. There's so much, you've had so much like vivid experience, and it's very insightful about the children getting missed out of the Lancet Commission. I can't quite believe it. So thank you so much for enlightening us of all your work and everything as well. So
you know, Hannah, what you've said about you know, children being left out of the Lancet Commission, it's the order of the day. You know, the children's surgery is the stepchild in every aspect. It's just completely forgotten. Even like when COVID happened, right? There was a huge concentration, even in this country, about what we're going to do with COVID patients. And yes, COVID didn't affect children, but we became the collateral damage. Like at the moment, we have so many children that haven't had their surgery because all the theaters were shut, all our wards were taken over. And I have to relate this to you, but you know, when I do a week at a time on call, and the first week in January, my week of on call was like working in a low and middle income country. The pathology I saw, I've never ever in Oxford had to do a stoma for a perfed appendix. But the patients have come so late because they are scared to come in, that there were 2 patients that I actually did a stoma for appendicitis. It's unbelievable. And worst of all is 2 children have died from malrotation, from dead gut. They just came too late. The child had pain, but got a bit better and not too bad. And by the time the child arrived in our A&E, he was dead. Now, you know, we shouldn't be seeing this. And it's happening here. It's happening here in Oxford, which is, you know, one of the well-resourced places. But parents are scared to bring their children into hospital, and children themselves are stoic. They don't want to come in because they might get infected. So it has had a huge collateral damage, and they have been forgotten. And I'm just hoping that the government listens to pediatric surgeons that have 2 weeks ago made a plea on BBC Media to say, please, you know, you are concentrating, but these kids are dying. And if the operations are not in time, I mean, if you look at the orthopedic children, worst of all, patients with tooth abscesses, you know, caries, are coming with tooth abscesses and locked jaws. So our ENT and our MaxFax group are struggling with children that can't open their mouths because of they couldn't get hold of a dentist. They couldn't get access to proper care. And it is scandalous that it's happening in our high-income country. So, yes.
That really hits home how global surgery isn't just about abroad. It is about home and where we are as well, and we need to not forget that. That's awful and harrowing news, and I really hope we can work to change that.
Yes, we need to address it. Yeah.
Well, I guess I've got a few questions here about your talk. So you touched on how medical students can get involved in a few different ways. But I guess the big question would be, what are the cautions in getting involved? So it's not just like a CV builder, so it actually is beneficial for both the student and for the community they're going to.
Yeah, I think, as I said, it doesn't have to be abroad. It can be local as well. You know, as you notice from the media, a lot of our own children are going to, starving. They need food banks. Our communities are needing help. So there is work locally also needs to be done. The most important thing is work with the group in your hospital. Don't go out there alone. There are global health surgeons in your organization, in your hospitals, or in your universities. There's a medical group, there's a surgical group, there's an obs and gynae group. So go with a consultant. There will be some senior help. Don't do it alone, so that you are guided, you are looked after, you have pastoral care, and you're doing the right thing.
So I've got a question. To conduct the research abroad and collect data abroad, it must take up a substantial amount of time. What is the longest project you've gotten involved with abroad, and does this affect your training or practice in the UK?
Nothing is a quick fix. And everything is driven by what the need is out there. So if you take my Tanzania project, it's 20 years and still going, because there's things to be done. I've become part of that community. I'm known to them, and it's a two-way traffic. So if you're doing a short project, it's what drives the local person. So your local partner will say, look, we want to look at accidents, children that are coming in with burns. I'll just take burns as an example. And then you work with them. What is their process in their hospital? They have a data management scheme. Do they have their own ethics group? Who's in charge? So work through the system, work with the people, and you won't regret it, because people are very helpful. And it's not about you taking their data. It's about getting an answer for the local community to make an impact, and you are the catalyst. You're just helping out to make this go further, and you will learn. So what happens if you share this and learn through that? You learn from that, and also it comes across on your CV as a partnership. It's not something that you're empire building. It's something that you want to make an impact on, and that always comes across much better. Even if it doesn't to a person looking at your CV, but to yourself, in your heart, you feel you've done something that is impactful.
Thank you very much. I guess the second kind of element was is how do you balance doing projects with your work in the UK?
Okay, so I'm not just a pediatric surgeon. I'm a global surgeon. I do research, and I do also global work. I have a family. I have 2 daughters, married as well. So how do you balance the life? I think what I did is it's time management and passion for what you do. And, for me, it's actually, my work is the hobby, I just enjoy every aspect of it. But I draw a very clear line between home and work. And, I go to work, I'm an early riser, so I get up at 5 in the morning and have time for myself. And then the minute the family gets up, it's family time. And then once I go to work, it's work time. And when I leave work, it's family time. And anything that I wish to do is once the family is asleep. So when I'm writing books or doing things academic, I either get up at 4 in the morning or on a Friday night, work from midnight to 4 in the morning to do some, when I'm putting a textbook together or so forth. And it's just time management. At work, while I'm waiting for the anesthetist to put a patient to sleep, sometimes it takes an hour or so. I've kind of cleared my emails or done something. So, time management. And it's very important to balance your life. And for 6 years, when my children were little, for 6 years, I didn't go to any conference. It was just work and home. So till they were school going age, 5 to 6 years of age, I didn't do anything external academically. I did it from home, but I did go to Tanzania with an understanding between my husband and myself that he would take those 2 weeks off to look after the children while I'm going to Tanzania. So it's an understanding, it's a family understanding, family dynamics. Yeah.
Really useful to have someone that supports like the work that you want to do, to balance that. I think we do have another question regarding the paediatric surgery post-COVID. So how do you think we can resolve this burden that we were discussing?
I think the important thing is that knowing from, like, at community level, identifying children that do need help, are not coming through, and kind of understanding of our hospitals as well, where children's services completely get pushed aside, no matter how many times we would make that plea that, look, these kids are needing something doing, or they are dying, or whatever they are. But I think starting at every level, because it's not a quick fix, it's that advocacy, continual advocacy with primary health care, with GP practices. It's something we're not doing too well in this country. And that's why we haven't been able to manage COVID. I mean, COVID exposed us and they exposed the high income countries to the hilt, that when COVID happened, we ran for the ventilators and tertiary level hospitals. What did our colleagues do in the LMIC? They went into the community and started tracking and tracing and isolating and locking down. And they've done really, really well. And we have to learn from that.
Thank you very much. I think that's all we have time for. But I mean, I think we'd all love to ask you many more questions, but just thank you so much for the presentation that you gave today, and thank you for answering our questions. And good luck for every project.
Yeah. And I'm available in Oxford if people want to write to me about questions. Please do. Brilliant. It's not just for this presentation, but I'm available.
Thank you so much.
Okay, take care.
And enjoy the rest of your afternoon. Thank you. So 4 minutes, and we'll be back for the next session. So we will see you at 25 to for the Mrs. McNally, are you there?
Yes, hello.
Brilliant. Just checking that you're here and ready to go in a minute-ish.
I am. I'm going to be joined by Professor Farabati. So I'm assuming she's going to come to this room or be sent to this room.
Yes, that was I was believing as well. She's not in here at the moment, so might have either if you are happy to start without, or if you want to wait, that's either way is fine with me.
It's up to you, your call. I'm doing all the slides, and then she's doing the discussion with me.
If we're going to wait for her, hang on a second. Oh, just about to try and contact her, but brilliant. Hello, Professor Bassi, can you hear me?
Yeah, hi.
Oh, no, you just muted yourself there.
Oh, I'm back.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay,
right, so
I think the plan is that Scarlett's going to run this session, and then I'll be here for Q&A and the odd thing. So I guess I'll mute myself for the main, or you can. So how does the Q&A work, Hannah? I've sort of been.
So I have access to it. So I will, if you're happy to just leave them all to the end, then I will, once we've got a Q&A session, then I'll fire the questions away for you.
Okay, because the rest of the people can't see the Q&A, because when I was trying to ask questions or do a comment, I couldn't see anybody else's. Is that because you guys are moderating it?
Yes, that's why. Yeah.
So, okay, how many people, do we know how many people are logged into this one, or?
I'm not sure what the split is between the two, but we've had a good load of questions, so I'm assuming there's at least a good number of people that have been watching.
Okay, great.
So, yeah. Okay.
Shall I mute myself then, or?
Yes. If you wouldn't mind both muting and turning off your camera until I introduce, and then if I don't mind if you want to keep your camera on whilst you're both going through the session, or if you just want to pop in at the end, just however you'd like to do it. Oh, sorry, you're on mute there. Sorry.
I'll do whatever you tell me to. I'll mute myself in a minute.
Okay, you can, yeah, but until I introduce you both, if you both turn off your cameras and mute, and I'll give you an intro, if that's all right. So this time is, oh, sorry.
I was just going to say, I'll be sharing my screen. I'm just assuming that will work fine.
Yeah, it's we've had no problems so far, so it should be fine for you.
See you shortly. Bye.
See you shortly. I believe, just as a reference, will be approximately 3 minutes to start. Hello everyone, welcome back. So I'm very much looking forward to introducing you to Mrs. McNally and Professor Batty, who will be delivering a session on women in surgery. So Mrs. McNally, please take it away.
Hello, well, it's lovely to see everyone. I'm now going to share my screen. Hannah, can you see that? Super. I'm just widening it out. It's not just women in surgery, it's parenthood and work-life balance for all surgeons. Professor Batty and I are going to run Q&A at the end, so do think of questions and send them in. Just to say, I have no conflicts of interest. I only get paid by the NHS. There are lots of things I do for fun, just in kind of spare bits of time. And I work here, Eastbourne, which is lovely. We've got lots of lovely foundation jobs, and do come and see us sometime or come for a holiday when people are allowed. So this is a picture from about 30 years ago you can see Professor Batty and me at the Royal College of Surgeons of England at the first Women in Surgical Training meeting. And we now have about 6,000 members. Professor Batty is the chair of Women in Surgery. It's free to join for any gender. And just a little tip, it's not just for people who are applying for surgery, it's for the whole way, it's networking the whole way through, because you don't really realise you're different until you suddenly come across an obstacle that you don't realise. So a little tip for if you're going for a senior role, go and find out what the people wanting you're advertising the role want done, find out what their problems are, so that when you then go for the interview, you're answering their problems. It's kind of not all about you, it's about what they want out of the role, and really listen. So I just a few questions about, why there's so few women, why were there so few in the past, why there's so few women now, and why there's so few in senior positions. And I'm going to answer the last one first, and just to say, you don't actually need to be a female to bring up children, and you don't need to be male and strong and heroic to be a surgeon. You actually need technique. And the problem really is that almost women aren't expected to apply, and particularly for the higher roles, people just don't think of recommending or pushing someone forward to apply. And you kind of need to work out what the real hurdles are. Is it an application process? Is it an interview? Kind of what is it that that you actually have to do, rather than what people kind of scare you by telling you. So that's a picture of me. I've been on the Council of the Royal College of Surgeons of England for 10 years now, and I'm about to come off in a few months' time. So that's me, and that's what it was like then. And actually, women are still kind of excluded from those higher jobs. That's the picture there, I think explains it quite well. There's a kind of gap in talent, that women aren't being supported for the next level. The pipeline is leaky, and some surgeons are still putting off medical students, not realizing how much surgery has changed. And there's a picture of Margaret Thatcher, who was Prime Minister when I was a medical student and a House officer. And kind of some women have always made it, and in a way that kind of makes it worse for everyone else, really, because then people relax and think, oh, well, women have made it, it's not a problem, not realizing that she was a particular very as the kind of person who'd have made it anyway, perhaps. And actually what we need to do is identify the individuals and succession plan, work out who needs to be next chairing a committee, suggest they apply, that kind of thing, and make sure people develop. And this is the picture on the left is our council meeting from last week, and the arrow is pointing to Victoria Peña's baby. And it's absolutely delightful to be able to have Victoria with her baby in council meetings now. And the picture on the right is all the people who are applying. The applications have just opened, and these are the people applying to take over my place, essentially, in the Council of the Royal College of Surgeons. And you can see how diverse it is, and I really hope that it's actually two places that that we get people who are vibrant and different. And actually, to get on that, what you have to do is just nominate yourself and write 150 words. So it's not about being, you know, having gone through various other committees and things. It's about pushing yourself forward or being pushed forward. So that's what I mean about the real hurdles. You know, you kind of need to prepare for your next role, have your CV ready, work out what the questions are going to be in an interview, seek feedback, seek negative feedback, find out what your gaps are, what people will see negatively about you. The thing about networking, when you do go to conferences and things, try and remember people's names, make notes, that kind of thing. And I got myself some business cards, because you start having conversation with someone and then you have to go back into the session. It's quite nice to be able to go, you know, send me an email or something. That's just a tip, because you kind of need all the help you can get for future jobs. So I've just slipped over. This came out recently, the gender pay gap. And sorry, it's very wordy, but I know these slides will be available later. And this is for doctors. It says, female doctors working full-time have consistently earned a third less than male doctors, which is just shocking. And the graph on the right is that surgical specialties have the biggest pay gap. So some of the pay gap is associated with men working more hours and women working part-time, but a lot of it is not explainable. And it's probably that men take on extra roles that are paid, whereas women often take on extra roles that are unpaid because they're expected to be more flexible. But it doesn't have to be like that. That's just a blog I wrote a while ago about, I went to a surgical conference and they thought I was the waitress because I was wearing a very, very nice black skirt and white top. And it was quite funny at the time, you know, but actually is that not fitting in can be a problem. So you need to kind of work on it perhaps. We've written a report on avoiding unconscious bias, because as I said, people aren't pushing people forward and they kind of need to a little bit. And people don't realize they're doing it. They don't mean it to be negative. They just make some assumptions about people. And we really need the people that are making decisions and the people giving advice to give clear, good advice that would work for anybody, really, not making assumptions about how your life is going to pan out. So, for example, skills. To chair a meeting, you don't, I'm going to say this, you don't need a penis to chair a meeting, although it probably helps if in the toilet breaks to be quicker. But actually what you need is some skills about what you're expecting the meeting to achieve. So we've put that in our book of how to chair a meeting, so that people just don't make assumptions of who can do it before they've actually given them the skills and then tested them doing it. And we need to do something about behaviour, so that if people say something that's out of order, that it is noted, because people kind of don't realise what they say when they're kind of making hindbrain comments. And you kind of need to say that's not acceptable sometimes. And this is from the Association of Anaesthetists. You've done some work with Knock It Out and Hammer It Out about trying to improve behaviours and the culture within the NHS and within surgery. And what they're suggesting is sometimes when people are very stressed and they say something rude, you can try and work with them at the time. You know, I notice you're stressed. Is there anything we can do to help? It's a really good way of diffusing the situation at the time. And then if someone needs a quiet word with them later, then a senior person can do that. That's called a Vanderbilt cup of coffee. But it doesn't mean that you kind of allowed bad behavior to continue unchecked. I'm just leaving that with you. There are other, this is a kind of growing way of dealing with things. And my big tip is don't be perfect. You don't actually need to be strong to do orthopedics now, or any branch of surgery, but orthopedics always, you know, traditionally had big, strong men. You can use technique, and you have the kit, and you put the kit in the right place, and you can wind the leg out to the right place. I'd recommend if you're in a trauma operating theatre, that you can look up the type of implants that are used. So there'll be a company that produces the implants that particular hospital uses, and you can look them up online and look up the surgical technique, so that, you know, this is how to do the operation. So you can kind of be aware of what skills are required, and then you're focusing on the skills rather than how to look like you fit in, if you see what I mean. So and practice, it's practice suturing, that sort of thing, so that you, once you've got the skills, people then just start taking you seriously in perhaps. So about 6% of consultant orthopedic surgeons are women. We already have about 30% of surgeons in training women, but there's, as I say, a leaky pipeline, and that's a problem. And people are still dropping out when they shouldn't. Just again, going back a few years, this is what 10% of women in surgery look like, but it hasn't translated through. And still we don't need positive discrimination, but we need kind of simple thing. We need people to acknowledge what the hurdles are and then allow people who are good enough to get through those hurdles. And surgery's changed quite a lot. It's kind of, you don't need to be heroic anymore because there's less nighttime operating. It's really about team working now. It's much more specialized so that you can perfect something in one area. You're not expected to suddenly be able to heroically do, you know, some back surgery where you haven't done any for a while. And it's a maximum of 48 hours a week. That's European working time regulations apply to all workers still. And that is very different from how it was when I was in training. Yeah, some people have argued that we need more hours to train surgeons, but actually you've got whatever 120 hours per week where you decide how much studying you want to do, how much sleep you need to get, how much exercise you get, what your passions are, all that kind of thing. Whereas, you know, in the olden days, you might have been forced to live in the hospital and just operate all night and then do clinics the next day and try and look like that didn't bother you. And the other thing is the feedback that the bad surgeons are identified, people with poor skills are identified. So there's much more focus on what's really, really important, like being a good surgeon and dealing with patients well. So I've put this report up of who operates when, because it came out when I was a registrar, and it basically showed that about 41% of emergency operations were done out of hours. So that was me as a registrar operating overnight at weekends without the boss coming in to help, and it was scary, and it did make you quite shouty and quite single-minded, and it was a difficult time. And that actually changed overnight. Hospitals introduced what's called CPOD lists, as in anyone who came in with a broken arm that definitely needed an operation, or an appendicitis that could wait till the next day, would wait for the next day, and they'd have a whole team swing into action at 8-9 o'clock the next day that actually wanted to be there and knew what you were doing and were welcoming of emergency cases. And it actually has made the working conditions in surgery so much better. It's lovely to work with a team, and the stuff you do at night is really it's clearly life or limb threatening, which is kind of often very formulaic of what you do and what you do next, and it's quite rare. It's rare that an orthopedic surgeon has to get out of bed and run in and do an operation nowadays. And actually most surgery is absolutely lovely, and it's repetitive, and you know what you're doing, and you get a big buzz out of doing it, and you're working with a different patient each time, and you want to get the best possible result, and it's so, as I say, lovely. And the other thing is you don't have to be there the kind of doing the days afterwards to see how the patient develops. If the patient's gone home, there's so much more done as day surgery or short stay now. So it fits in with people working part-time or having other interests. And to repeat, all jobs are a maximum of 48 hours a week, including surgical training posts, paediatric training posts, all that sort of thing. And you can apply for less than full-time training from any specialty. This is just to put us in context. Of graduating doctors, about half become GPs and about half become hospital doctors. And of those, 20% are within surgery. And this is just a kind of size of the specialty. So general surgery and trauma and orthopedics are roughly the same. They're the two big ones. And then there are other, there are actually now 10 recognized surgical specialties. And you just work out which one you want. We've got a little booklet called Careers in Surgery on our website. And, you know, do you want big operations, little operations? Do you want a district general hospital? Do you want a teaching hospital? Probably shouldn't put ordinary easy stuff because nothing's easy, so, you know, but some things are straightforward and some things are more complex, and thinking on your feet and working in big teams. You know, do you want plumbing or carpentry? You work out what you want to do. And to get through, you need to collect the evidence, and it's the same, you know, for men and women. The standard is the same for whoever's applying. You need to kind of prove it. It is still competitive, and ask people to, if you can look at their application forms, ask people who are in a core surgical training post, you know, if you can look at their application form, see how you'd fill the gap that you have. Work out why things are done and how things are done. When you're in clinic, try and think about the pathway and how it is from the patient's point of view, and use the time. If something, you know, write a note if you want to look something up afterwards, so that you can learn things, because often things go in patterns, and it's nice if you're ahead of the game. And this is just a picture of the hurdles. The red arrows are the hurdles that, you know, in my day it was house officer, SHO registrar, and now it's core surgical training and then specialty training, although some like neurosurgery are run through. So those are you actually have hurdles at that point, and there are exams and there are interviews at those points. And I just draw your attention to that. When you become a registrar and you go into higher specialty training, that's when you've identified you want to do ENT or orthopedics or general surgery or whatever. That occurs around the age of 29. And I think this is why there have been so few women in surgery for so long. One reason is that that's actually when men and women are at their most different. It's the peak age for having a baby, getting married, and suddenly it is different, and it's quite difficult to then go through an interview process and all that sort of thing, and to have change at the same time. You want your nursery, your kids' nursery sorted and all that kind of thing, and it's quite difficult to deal with quite so much change all at the same time. I actually wrote a paper showing, looking at the applications to surgical training, and actually there's no discrimination against women at the point of selection, but women just weren't applying, although 23 to 29% of those applying to core surgical training at the time were female. Only 13 or 16% applying, carrying on to then go to the next application, were female. And that to me is a big problem, that people that wanted to be surgeons just weren't continuing because they probably found it too difficult or they'd been put off. Having said that, the ones that were appointed were statistically significantly, the ones who applied, statistically significantly more likely to be appointed, really because only the really good women were applying. And we do need to change that. We need to make it a bit easier, but we also need to make it better, but we need to make it perceived to be better. There's something about the imposter syndrome, thinking you shouldn't be there and you don't deserve to be there, but also there's a kind of pre-imposter syndrome of not applying at all. A little bit about parenthood. We kind of think it's idyllic, don't we? That's one of mine, about to break a leg. No, she didn't really. She's lovely. But actually, it's quite hard work. You know, no one tells you about head lice and threadworms and party bags and always being late and school run and having to come and collect your kids from things, all that stuff. So these are my beautiful, beautiful babies. And the girl second from the right is now at medical school, just saying, which is so lovely. And pregnancy is actually a short time in a career. And I was going to say, nowadays I wouldn't have 4 children. It is incredibly hard work, and people don't really acknowledge how much time it takes, but you do you know, some families are great without kids, some people want one, whatever, but anyway, in the career, you do what works. It is a legal requirement to be given time off for maternity leave. You're allowed to work with x-rays. The machines have got much better nowadays. We've got some really good advice, guidance from the Women in Surgery group at the Royal College of Surgeons of England. And breastfeeding, you can breastfeed your baby, takes about 20 minutes. You can express milk if you're in the hospital and leave it in the freezer and then take it home for daddy or the nanny or the nursery or whoever to give, or just throw it away. You know, it's just to keep your supply going, and you can do morning feeds and night feeds if you want to carry on, or you can take time off and carry on breastfeeding your baby. You do what works for you and for your family. And you can work less than full time. This is no longer available, a guide to flexible training, but this is from 20 years ago. And it is encouraged because it allows you to fit different bits of your life in, and you get through the competencies and the skills that you need. And actually in the Royal College of Physicians, that's medics, not surgeons, we haven't got a similar census, but 23% of consultants work part-time and 15% of trainees work part-time, which seems kind of the wrong way around. I actually worked full-time until 5 years ago when my mother was diagnosed with dementia, and I became her a deputy under the Court of Protection. So I had to deal with solicitors and decluttering and hospital stuff, all sorts of stuff. She's doing fine now, but it was just too much. And interesting, I'd managed through my husband was reduced his hours as a nurse when the kids were small, but I didn't need to become part-time until my mother had a problem. And be nice to your in-laws because they might help with some childcare or weekends or that kind of thing. And that's a school run by bike, which is far, far better than by car, and that's Daddy. And basically bringing up kids is a full-time job. We don't kind of acknowledge that. We think it'll fit in, but as soon as you've got a problem, it's a problem. And, you know, pregnancy is a right, you know, you're right to get through your job, to come back, to have maternity leave. With an infant, you've got that to do that 24-hour childcare. Under 10, you've got to sort out, try and get parental leave, try and get, you know, both parents to take some time off. Teenagers actually need stability, and they always need a lift somewhere, and you just turn up to be ignored, and that's very difficult actually to farm out to other people. And you've got then lots of career energy after that, but just be warned about the age of parents and sandwich generation. Again, it doesn't need to be the female that takes on that role. This is from the Women in Surgery conference. Do come to our next one when we have a live conference, and it's lovely to see all the babies and that sort of thing. And just a few words about work-life balance. This is Phil Hammond, who's a TV doctor, and he talks about clangers, which is the first letter: connect, learn, activity as an exercise, notice, give back, eat well, relax and sleep. And that's what we all need to do to feel good about ourselves for our health and well-being. And this is about thinking fast and slow. We kind of think what we do, and actually what we really need to do is sit and plan ahead with our sensible brain. Otherwise, the quick-acting brain takes over. And we need to get a bit more sleep. I had far too little sleep when I was training, and we need to acknowledge that sleep fixes your body and also helps your mind. Career choice, you actually kind of got to make some active choices about what you want. The consultant salary is plenty enough to live on if you don't have too many children or whatever. Try and live near your work if you can, and make time for your first partner, spouse. Kind of a lot of the surgeons just older than me are divorced, and I think they just were heroically trying to be surgeons and then coming home and not understanding, not fitting in, not stopping and listening to what somebody else's day had been like. And you do need to take time and think about it, and do what you want if you are good enough. The actual timetable is about half surgery, half clinic, and a bit of other stuff. It's not that onerous. That counts as a full-time. Most people can squeeze a non-hospital day out of a full-time working week. 10 PAs, 10 program activities, 10 sessions kind of thing, because the operating day is often quite long, and you just make sure you're not in charge of school pickup that day. Just saying, I'm a rubbish role model. This is Miranda, who was a registrar on my firm a few years ago, part-time training, had 2 children. She's now in my hospital as a full-time consultant, and she is fantastic. And we're not perfect every day. We kind of just assume you don't need to be perfect, and you need to assume that people around you are having a bad day and work with them to get them to be the best that they can be. 20% of pregnancies will end in a miscarriage, and it's devastating if that happens to you, and it's not your fault. You can't really wait to use IVF later if you don't manage to get pregnant. If you leave it very late, you need to really almost think about things in advance that you want, and men and women, and what kind of life do you want. We've got written lots of stuff for College of Surgeons. I recommend learning in the operating theatres. So it's how to learn, how to maximise your time. We've written an undergraduate curriculum in surgery, so it's about knowledge, skills and attitudes. So do look that up. That's the website /study. We've got something about mentoring on there as well, /study. Just a little aside for any foundation doctors on the call, we've done a trial of having doctor's assistants. We trained up some people who'd been working on the wards as healthcare assistants to back up some work so that the foundation doctors weren't absolutely run off their feet, and it worked amazingly well. So if you look on my website, you can find it, or contact me. Again, for work-life balance, get your exercise in. I do it because it reduces dementia, and lots of the population don't do it enough. So you do need to fit it in. It's just, you just need to find a way. That fits in. I'm doing some other work about trying to get patients fitter for surgery, the perioperative care pathway. So just be aware that it's about, you know, trying to get patients well enough to get through their surgery. There is a fair amount of evidence that people who do exercise reduce their risk of cancer recurrence, and we're working with Macmillan to do prehabilitation for people before their operations, and it actually halves their complication rate, which is fantastic. We're supposed to get 150 to 300 minutes a week of exercise, and it's really difficult to fit in. So, as I say, cycle commuting to work, that's an electric bike, which is fantastic. And we need men and women to put in the time for childcare, to work less than full time, valuing everybody. And actually, you only get one life. Surgical training is quite long. It's absolutely desperately rewarding. It's amazing, but you need to fit your life around it. You can't just, you know, hold your breath, get through surgical training, and then have your life afterwards. And this is just a kind of, we're trying to change, we're trying to get more diversity within surgery. And when you change, you've got to have a reason for change, which we'll know. It's a bit like trying to get cycle lanes. You've got to have some practicalities in place that really help people. But you've also got to have rules. So there we go. People that don't give space to cycling will get 3 points on their license. So we need, it's a bit of carrot and stick, really. So if that's an analogy stretched too far. So that's my last slide. Surgery is fantastic. Focus on what's important. Do stuff. Respect everybody around you. Do what you want to do. Don't do what I did 30 years ago. Please join Women in Surgery, which is free for any gender, on royalcollegesurgeons.ac.uk/career. Join our affiliates. The Medical Women's Federation is really useful for people, particularly in in every special, not just surgery. And that's it. Thank you. I'm going to stop sharing my slides, and hopefully you've got loads of questions for us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was very, very useful. Being a woman wanting to go into surgery, having that kind of overall view of the next steps and everything, and potential barriers that I might come across. So thank you very much. I don't know if before we got to some questions, Professor Batty, did you have anything else about your kind of experience or anything that you wanted to add before we get to questions?
I'm happy to start with the questions, and just to say that surgery is wide open. You don't have to worry about being a woman. Do surgery if you want to do surgery. And I think, I'm not scheduled to talk about it today, but, there's plenty of myths. You can't be a surgeon and have a baby. Yes, you can. You can't have a surgeon and have family. Yes, you can. You have to just navigate your work-life balance, just so everybody does. It's not easy, but it is doable, and it's a fantastically rewarding career. So don't worry about percentages and numbers and competition ratio. You do what you want to do, and we will support you along the way. And look forward to the questions.
So, funny you speak of percentages. One of our questions is kind of talking about, so we have the published numbers that were given there, but what do you both feel like the ratios are like actually in work at the different stages of training that you've been in?
I guess so that the data that will be up on the website will show you that, well, we all know that over 50% of medical students are female. And then as you go through the grades, if you're in training, there's an attrition. And there's all sorts of reasons and barriers and reasons for the attrition. But by the time you get to consultant, only 13%, we've got to the heady heights of 13% of consultant surgeons are women. And that was 3% when Scarlett and I first joined Women in Surgical Training 30 years ago. So you could say fantastic, 400% increase, or you could say this is ridiculously slow. And the percentages always also vary amongst specialties. Ped surgery, they pat themselves on the back because they've got 25% of their consultants are women, but it's a very small specialty. Orthopedics, not so great. Cardiothoracics, not so great. Plastics doing quite well. And I guess we have to learn from those specialties as to what are they doing right, or are they being more inclusive or more flexible, allowing people to fit in their lives with surgery as a career. So I think that's probably what I want to say, but there's plenty of data out there and I'm happy to answer more specific questions.
So we have a question about, well, most surgical consultants that this person has seen on placement as a medical student have been male. However, there are quite a few specialty trainees and registrars training in surgery that are female. Why do you think that is?
Well, I guess that relates to the attrition, whereas about 40% of people in high surgical training are women. Fewer get to consultant level, and we're really keen. We've been trying to get data out, women in surgery, we're trying to get data out of JCST as to see why there's the attrition. Where does it happen? When does it happen? And what can we do about it? Are people dropping out because it's that time where people might be having families, or considering, are they facing, you know, are they being bullied or harassed? We need that data and outcome data. So of course you will see more female faces around in your peers or near peers, and I guess less. And the thing about only seeing women, male surgeons, I really feel strongly that, and this is why people like Scarlett, myself, Trisha, I just saw pop up there, do this stuff. It's that we need to engage with the teaching of the medical students. Often students will go and they'll go to the same firm with the same senior consultant who might be very good, might be in post for 20 years, and they'll be rehashing the same old things that perhaps were true 20 years ago. So I think that's why, you know, ask where the female surgeons are if you're a medical student. Search them out, because we're here and we want to help.
Can I just add to that? What also bothers me is people that are in positions, I don't know Exeter Medical School, but people at deans of medical school or directors of medical education from different departments, might be diabetologists or paediatricians or something, really don't realise how much surgery has changed, and that you don't need to be up all night operating heroically on your own and not getting to collect the kids from school. You don't need to be like that anymore. Surgery's not like that anymore. But if they did their house job before 1999, they don't realise how much it's changed. And it bothers me they're probably still giving outdated advice and putting people off. And to be honest, I'd much rather be an orthopaedic surgeon than a paediatrician. You know, I'd be really scared to be, you know, when you're on call, you really have to run and do something, you know, very difficult with a baby who's really, really sick, for example. Whereas, you know, in surgery, it's very very clear what you do. There are good courses like advanced trauma life support courses, and you know exactly what, if this occurs, this is what you need to do, this is what you're looking out for. I feel very supported in the emergency situation, if you see what I mean. But it does bother me that people are giving incorrect advice, particularly to women. And what I'd like to see is that everybody who's, you know, hears some stupid throwaway out of date comment from whoever it is, I'd like a confidential reporting thing into the college, and then we contact the person to say, you're a muppet, you can't say that anymore, don't be so silly, you're out of date. But we you know, we can't do that anyway.
And the corollary of what Mrs. McNally has said is that although hours are better and you're not necessarily working loads and loads of hours, you still have to organise your life. You can't, you might be due to pick up your kids, but if you're in the middle of an operation, you need an alternative, you know, whether that's with elderly parents or the kids or the cat. So yeah, it's much better. But you know, if you're in the middle of an orthopaedic operation or a heart bypass, you can't leg it in the middle of an operation. There are professional responsibilities. You just have to be organised. And at the end of the day, we're working in hospitals where you've got cleaners and porters and sort of healthcare staff. They have children, they have shift work, they're far less flexible, they earn far less money, and they have to figure out how to look after their kids. And if they can do it, I think we can manage to do it. That's a role I don't have kids.
Thank you so much. So we've got a question. So will the less than full-time trial for work-life balance be introduced for surgery, for example, not only for category 1 and 2?
Yeah, shall I take that? At the moment, to do less than full-time training, you have to apply for it, and you have to have well-founded reasons at the moment, such as caring responsibilities for children or for elderly parents, or ill health, or and then there are some other reasons people might want to do it, such as sporting aspirations or academic aspirations or something. and then the deanery or the local education and training board kind of decides yes or no. But the trial, the short answer is yes. There is now, the Royal College of Physicians had a trial of anybody who wants to apply should be allowed to apply, and surgery, it's going to apply to all specialties, so that you don't actually need a well-founded reason. You just think, do you know what, I just want to do it like this, and you apply. You don't have to kind of justify it. You do take a salary cut, and it does take you longer to get to your certificate of completion of training, and it's kind of pro rata. If you drop, most people kind of do 80% of time, because that gives them the equivalent of a day off a week. And to be honest, I'd have gone mad if I'd had more than 1 day a week with my kids, but that's a different story. You know, everybody's a bit different, you know, you do you kind of thing, but most people take 80%, and then it adds on extra months to their time of completion of training.
I love your sense of humour, Mrs. McNally. Just throughout your talk. Another question, any practical tips for nursery pickup or responsibility when lists overrun as a trainee? I know you kind of briefly touched on that, Professor Batty, but any general advice?
I'll let Scarlett take the majority of that question, but I guess it's you have to have plan A, plan B, plan C. You have the plan that you thought you were going to do, the backup plan, and the backup plan if the person who's ill. So it matters not if it's the nanny, your neighbour, your relative, etc. But sometimes they will be unwell, or something will happen as something crops up. And most of the time in theatre, I guess, depending on what operation you're doing and where you are, you can still communicate with people. I mean, there's one thing, I have one rule in theatre, obviously phones off, don't have music, need to concentrate in cardiac surgery. However, if the phone goes off, my mobile goes off because I keep that on. And if it says mum, that will get answered. And one of the runners will answer it. And if it says my husband, we can ignore that because, that's usually can be dealt with later. So you need to have a plan and plan A, B, C. But Scarlett, I'll defer to you as the expert.
Thank you. I mean, it's actually much easier as a consultant because you have a fixed timetable, and if you operate on Tuesdays and Thursdays, you make sure that they go to after school club on Tuesdays and Thursdays, or as far as I said, a neighbour or a school friend. Some of the early starts, I used to drop kids off with one of my friends who'd then walk them into school if I had an early start. So some of it's predictable in advance, and then as far as I said, you need backup. It's a bit more difficult as a registrar because you have you've got your systems change, when you go to a new firm or a new hospital every 6 months, 4 months, or whatever. But again, you can you try and plan ahead, and you try and have backup. Funny enough, when I first started as a consultant, I was on call 1 in 4, and my husband would want to go, sailing or cycling or something at the weekend. So we had the teenagers across the road on standby. If I was called in, they would then come across and, do the shift of babysitting and then go back again. And I, pay them £1 an hour or something for being on standby and, the proper rate, whatever, if they came in. But so you need to be a bit inventive, and for me it worked very well to live close to where I work, because somebody could have popped in a taxi or something and deliver the kids to me later. And sorry to go on about cycling, but as soon as the kids were able to cycle, they could cycle home themselves, and then get so that was from about the age of 8. It's different where you live and all that kind of stuff, but that made a huge difference than having to, there were no car parking spaces by the time I got there if I was driving. So it was much easier, and much easier to drop them off by bike and then cycle on to work through the traffic.
Thank you very much. And now from the other side of it, for women who don't want to, or don't think in the first and foremost that they want to have kids, how would you advise? I know it shouldn't go on at this stage, but I'm aware that it still does. How do you advise tackling the don't do that because you won't be able to have kids, don't do that specialty or things like that?
I guess you ignore them.
Yeah.
You just, you've got to, I think one of the things is if people give you advice that you don't want to hear, there's two things. One, maybe there's something in it, and I'm not talking about this advice, I'm talking about advice in general. So you go reflect. And if somebody's just saying, I mean, if I stopped doing what I wanted every time somebody said, I've heard it all, you know, I won't sort of put people off, but you just make note to self, don't ask that person again, and make sure you don't send any other colleagues the way of to that usually male consultant who's said, no, women can't do this or can't do that. So, you know, it's just a matter of putting, you know, your blinkers on. It is wearing, you know, these are microaggressions and hearing them repeatedly. I don't know if that answered the question, but that's, I thought that's what you asked.
Yeah, I think that's kind of what I was covering. That was a question from me there. So I think we are just coming towards the end there. So thank you so much for your talk, Ms. McNally, and thank you both of you for answering our questions. And thank you for all the signposting to different resources through WINS and RCS and everything. It's really useful. So thank you so much.
Thanks for the invitation, and sign up to WINS, it's free. Join the Royal College of Surgeons of England as an affiliate. There are other colleges available, and look out lots of events, and well done, Hannah. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, well done. And we really do want to see people. We want loads of diverse, clever, good surgeons. That's what we really want. That's, yeah, brilliant. Well done.
So we'll just have a minute just to change over for the next session. Thank you so much to our speakers. And yes, we'll be back shortly. So see you at the next session. Hi there.
Hi, how are you doing?
I'm good, thank you. Are you, will you be ready to do your talk very shortly?
I'm good to go. Yeah. Should I start with showing my screen or hold on?
So I think we've gone offline just to do the changeover of the links for the vMeets. And yes, so before I introduce you, if you wouldn't mind turning off your screen and mic, and then when I introduce you, then I'll just hand it over to you.
Great, thanks. Cool. See you in a minute.
Lovely, thank you so much. Just as a heads up, we've got a 3-minute timer to start.
Thanks.
Couple of minutes. Welcome back, everyone. So we've got our final session for stage 2, but not the final session of the day. And hopefully you'll agree with me, last but not least, Mrs. Trisha Campbell, who will be giving a session on training pathways. So Mrs. Campbell, if you'd like to go ahead.
Hi, thank you for having me. I'm just going to start by sharing my screen. Hi, so my name's Trisha Campbell. I'm an ST6 in orthopaedics up in the northeast of England. Last year I took a year out of training and worked at Health Education England for a year on doing a leadership fellowship, so on projects looking at improving trainee well-being. Last year I was president of the British Orthopaedic Trainee Association. I'm also a motorsport doctor. I'm currently on maternity leave due to go back to training in August. So what I'm going to talk to you about for the next half an hour is really to give you an understanding of what an orthopaedic surgeon does. I would like you to understand the pathway to becoming an orthopaedic surgeon, and also to understand what you can do as a medical student to maximise your application to orthopaedics. So why are talks like this important? Well, I attended something similar when I was a second year medical student. It was a talk given by an orthopaedic surgeon. I was just fascinated. And from then on, pretty much, for me, it was orthopaedics or bust. Several points along the way, it was pretty nearly bust. So I feel quite strongly, whatever I can do to make that pathway clearer and therefore easier, I'm keen to do. So hopefully, by me talking to you about my journey, my pathway, that'll make things a little bit easier for you. So just to really set the scene, what does an orthopaedic surgeon do? Well, it's all to do with the musculoskeletal system. So it's the prevention, diagnosis and treatment of any disorders of the musculoskeletal system. If you think of orthopaedics as trauma and elective, so elective orthopaedics is the things that patients get referred into by their GP about. So it's broken down into different regions of the body, so hip surgery, knee surgery, foot and ankle, all the ones listed above. And orthopedics is great because there's something for everyone. So, for example, spine surgery is very different to oncology, which is very different to hand surgery. So there's loads of different kind of fascinating different bits. So there's so much variety within elective orthopedics. So the elective side is one half, where you'll see a patient in clinic, you'll do an operation. They may stay on the ward for a couple of days and they go home and you see them again in your elective clinic. The other side is what's called trauma care. So trauma care is broadly divided into two. So it's the basic simple trauma, which you'll see at a district general hospital. And then it's the big polytrauma, so the big car accidents with the, bilateral broken femurs and a dislocated ankle. That's the polytrauma. And those patients will be seen at a major trauma centre. Trauma care, regardless of if it's in a district general hospital or if it's in a major trauma centre, is divided into on-call, fracture clinic, trauma theatre and ward-based care. So on-call is when you have your bleep and you're called to A&E to see patients that come in. Again, it looks slightly different as to what kind of hospital you're working in. It may be shift, so you'll do 8 in the morning to 8 at night, or it may be what's called non-resident on call, where you stay overnight, so you do the whole day and night, but only called in if you're needed. With trauma care, there's fracture clinic, so that's patients that go to A&E with injuries such as like an ankle fracture, wrist fracture. They go home, they come back to see you the next day in fracture clinic, and you sort out a management plan. This is a rapid fire clinic, so you probably see about 50 plus patients that come in. You get a plan for them. The plan is either theatre or conservative management, and you see them again in a week or 6 weeks time to assess how your management has worked. So for example, if it's a wrist fracture, you will put them in a plaster, you bring them back in a week's time to make sure it's not moved, and then you'll bring them back probably 4 or 5 weeks down the line to just check that fractures heal properly. And then trauma care, as elective care, there's ward-based care for those patients who've had an operation and need time and physiotherapy to recover. There's also ward-based care for those trauma patients who wouldn't manage at home. So, for example, an elderly patient with a proximal humerus fracture may not be able to cope at home, so they'll stay in for pain management and, again, physiotherapy. So that's just a brief overview of orthopaedics. So if you think about it as trauma and elective is the different parts of the body, and trauma is the simple stuff or the big complex road traffic accident type things. I think orthopaedics is a fantastic career for loads of reasons. It's really fun. You get to fix things. So you fix things and you can immediately see that you've made a difference. So, for example, hip arthritis, a patient will be in pain, they can't walk, but really poor quality of life. You know you've got a reliable operation that you can perform, and within days you'll have significantly improved that patient's quality of life. There's a lot of teamwork, so you work in a team on the wards with your physiotherapists and nurses. You work in a team in theatre. It's technical. You get to use your hands on a daily basis, and you're forever learning. There's a varied patient population, so right down to paediatrics, to elderly patients, and everything in between. There's loads of research opportunities, and it's an area that's rapidly advancing. So there's loads and loads of pros to a career in orthopaedics. Now, orthopaedics does have a bit of a negative stereotype. So it's typically the male rugby player you think of when you think of an orthopaedic surgeon. However, that you don't have to be that to be an orthopaedic surgeon, and things are changing. We've had talks earlier today about diversity in surgery, women in surgery, and there's a big push now to ensure that anyone that wants a career in orthopaedics can have it and they can thrive within it. For example, the Royal College of Surgeons have just completed an independent review. I sat on the panel for that, and the review was looking at the diversity of surgical leadership. So traditionally, those people at the top of the surgical leadership, so those in the Royal College of Surgeons, were all old white men. But now we're looking into it to see why is that and what can we do to change it. And we're setting out a set of action plans. So things are changing. So don't be put off if you think, oh, I don't fit the stereotype, I can't go into a career in orthopaedics. You definitely can. So now you know what an orthopaedic surgeon does. How can you become an orthopaedic surgeon? So what I'll do is I'll talk you through my pathway and my journey to get to be an orthopaedic registrar. And I'll also talk about the things I did, but equally the things that I didn't do, which you should probably start to think about now and can help you. So in medical school, as I said, it was a second year. It was in second year I decided that actually orthopedics was for me. At the end of the lecture, the guy that gave it left his email address. So he said, if anyone's interested, contact me. I emailed and said, you know, it sounds fascinating. I'd love to know more and see some theatre, some operating. I did. I went along and thought, fantastic, this is for me. So my take home from that really is maximize every opportunity. If someone gives you their email address and offers you the opportunity to come to theatre or to see something, chase them up on it. I know I have it, that you know, hesitancy. You don't want to harass someone, you don't want to annoy them by sending an email. But I think a lot of people love having people that are interested in their specialty and would be really happy to have you. So make the most of every opportunity. I integrated in sports and exercise medicine. So the year that I did my BSc was an Olympic year, and my project was scanning the tibialis anterior of Olympic athletes and comparing the muscle architecture of athletes to those that don't do any sport. And from that, I got a publication, international presentation. So again, my take home from that is, once you've done a piece of work, don't just leave it there. See where you can enter it. So is there any competitions? Is there any way I can get a poster presentation or something like that, just to maximize everything from a piece of work. When I was at medical school, I joined a lot of committees. So I was really active with rowing, sailing, tennis. One, it was really fun and I enjoyed doing all those things. But by sitting on committees, you learn a lot of skills which are transferable for a career in surgery. So a lot of leadership skills, how to work well in a team, work well with people. I was in the University of London Officer Training Corps, again, which provided me with a lot of skills. So I would say, go out there, enjoy yourself, make the most of opportunities, and those skills that you learn will be transferable. So don't just think, I want to be a surgeon, these are surgical things that I'm going to do. I think you can gain a lot from doing things outside of that surgical sphere. So things I didn't do at medical school: I didn't do any audit, I didn't do any research, I didn't join any surgical societies or any training associations. These are all really easy things to do. So with regards to audit, when you're on your surgical placement, just have a chat with the junior doctors, and just say, I'm interested, what audits do you have? And that's a really easy thing to do. Research, again, have a chat with the people around you and say you're interested. For me, research is something that I'm not a massive fan of. That doesn't mean that there aren't opportunities. So, for example, you could recruit patients to a randomized controlled trial. So where I was working last year, a trauma centre, there was a trial looking at cement for hip fractures. So when you cement a hip replacement in, the prosthesis in, you can either use a type of cement that's got one antibiotic in, or one that's got 2 low doses of different antibiotics in. And we didn't know which one was best. There's a randomized control trial comparing those. Now, if you think every day there's at least one patient that comes in with a hip fracture, every day you're recruiting patients to the trial. So this shows that you have an understanding of evidence-based medicine, you know how a randomized control trial works. So it's just another way of looking at that research box if actually you don't want to sit at your computer doing that. I'd say get involved with journal clubs as well. So I didn't join any surgical societies, which I think, again, I really encourage you to do. There's evidence to suggest that those medical schools with active surgical societies are more likely to get people into the surgical training post. So definitely partake in that. BOTA, I didn't join that, but I'll talk a bit more about that in a moment. So after medical school, I went on to my foundation training. I did 4 months of orthopedics and did 4 months of general surgery, and that was it for my surgical experience in foundation training. Now, I didn't do any surgery in FY2, which I think in hindsight wasn't the best, because when I came to core surgical training, I had a period of at least 12 months when I hadn't done any operating. So I think if you've got the opportunity, I would say definitely try and get a surgical placement in your second year, just to keep those skills up and to keep in the surgical environment. I did 4 months of orthopedics in FY1, and that really just kind of confirmed to me that orthopedics was for me. So again, I would say, if there's a particular surgical specialty that you think you'd like to go into, try and get that early on in your foundation training, so that when you come to apply for core surgical training, you've actually done it, so that you know this is something for you. In foundation training, I did an audit, a closed loop audit, and I submitted it for a prize, and it was shortlisted for National Clinical Auditor of the Year. So my take home from this is the same as before. Maximize everything you do. Don't just do an audit and leave it there. Do it, see where you can enter it for a prize. Also, you're only on placement for a short period of time, so most likely you'll only be able to do one limb of the audit. But if you buddy up with the person who's coming onto the placement after you, they can complete the loop of the audit, and you'll both have a closed loop audit. So again, easy marks. In foundation, I completed the first part of my MRCS. For me, this was the right time to do it because the knowledge was fresh. And again, there's evidence to suggest that those people that take part A early on in foundation training are more likely to pass it. But again, I guess it depends a little bit on your circumstances when the right time to take it is for you. So after foundation training, I went straight to core surgical training. So I had an interview, and I chose a post that had 18 months of orthopedics within it, because I knew orthopedics was for me. I wanted to maximize my exposure. In core surgical training, I really learned the basics of orthopedics. I continued to carry out audits. I did a big research project looking at calcaneal fractures, and to see whether they're better treated operatively or non-operatively. Again, I didn't just do the project and leave it there. I entered it into the British Orthopaedic Foot and Ankle Society meeting. I went and did a presentation, and ended up winning first prize, so a national national podium presentation. So really just maximize everything you do. I sat MRCS Part B. I think core training is a good time to sit Part B because you've had more surgical exposure. So I'd had 6 months of general surgery, which really helped. It was during core training that I developed an interest in motorsports, which I'll talk about a little bit later on. And this really came about just talking to my registrar at the time, who was big into motorsports. She advised me to come down to a track, and that kind of set me down the path of motorsport medicine. So after core training, you come to apply for higher surgical training, so to get a national training number. I didn't get a number straight away, which really, looking back, was due to a lack of preparation. So I didn't get a national training number and thought, what do I do now? Well, I went back home as such. So I trained at the Royal London in medical school, so I went back there for a year. So I worked as a clinical fellow, and I gained a lot of orthopedic experience. I was on the registrar rota, and it was a fantastic year. I learned how to be a registrar, and I improved my operating skills. By this point, I was well into my motorsports and joined the medical team at Brands Hatch, which is a local racetrack at the time. I then applied again for a national training number. I didn't get one. What I did get is what's called a locum appointment for training, which is training for 1 year, which can count towards your registrar training. But you do have to go back for interview after that. So in that year, I thought, hang on a minute, I've done all this stuff, yet I haven't managed to get a number. So I kind of spoke to a lot of people, asked for a lot of advice as to what perhaps I'm doing that's not quite right, so I haven't got the number yet. I started from scratch with loads of audit, research. I attended journal clubs and wrote them up and got that published. I did an awful lot of interview preparation. I made sure my logbook and portfolio are all sorted. And then I finally got my training number. So I got my training number up in the northeast of England. I've put this book up here. This book is called Skill. It's by someone called Christopher Ahmad, who's an American surgeon. And it really explains not just the skill of learning surgery, but learning any skill. Because there's a thought that if you do something for 10,000 hours, you'll be proficient. But that's not true. I can't sing. if I was to sing for 10,000 hours, I wouldn't suddenly be an amazing singer. It has to be, you know, targeted skill practice. So I really recommend reading that book. In ST3, I did audit, research, and learned the basics of how to be a registrar. And I joined my local racetrack, which is Croft. Then ST4 is when I really kind of started my interest and love of leadership and management. So I started a postgraduate certificate in medical education alongside my orthopedic training. And I then joined the BMA and joined BOTA, so BOTA, the British Orthopedic Training Association. Then in ST5, I continued my medical education work. Sorry, 1 second. Turn this off. I continued my medical education work and did my diploma, and I moved up the BOTA ranks to become BOTA secretary, which means that I have a little bit more responsibility and sit on national committees. So I sat on, for example, the ICBSE, who are the committee that oversee the MRCS exam, and it really brought to my mind that if you sit at the right table, you can have an effect and you can change things. I think a lot of the time we complain about training, or we complain things aren't right, but that doesn't go anywhere. But if you actually are in the right place, you can make a difference to things. So that's my career pathway as such. So medical school, foundation, core surgical training. I didn't get a number for a couple of years, so clinical fellow, LAT, then I got my number, did ST3, ST4 and ST5. And here's where my path looks slightly different to other people's. So after ST5, I took a year out of training because by this point I'd really developed my love of leadership. So I applied for a year at Health Education England as a leadership fellow. So Health Education England are the body that oversee the training of all junior doctors in England. And my role really was, one, I was shadowing the postgraduate dean who oversees the training of junior doctors within that particular locality. So mine was in the northeast of England and Yorkshire. And during that year, my projects were looking at how to improve trainee wellbeing, in particular a project called Support. So when a trainee has stepped out of training for a period of time, so 3 months or more, there's the thinking that they need some support to go back into training. For example, when I go back to training, I'll have been out for 2 years, and having not operated for 2 years, I can't expect to go back to the level that I was, and that I need a period of support to help me get back up. And that initiative and that project just needs a little bit of work because it's not really well known, and people just need to understand what help people need when they've been out of training. So during my year out, COVID hit. So the project I did was slightly tailored to kind of to meet that need. I was BOTA president during my year out. So the two really helped, doing a leadership management year and being president of BOTA. So for those that don't know, BOTA is a British Orthopedic Trainee Association who represent the interests of orthopedic trainees, and since the last few years, also the interests of medical students. And this is my committee last year, 2019 to 2020. And as COVID has massively impacted the training of orthopedic surgeons. So if you think that as a trainee, you need to hit certain targets, you need to have, for example, to do 50 knee replacements, 50 hip replacements, and they're just not happening because of COVID. And then exams, with the orthopedic exams, traditionally you'd go in on a weekend, it'd be in a hospital, you would examine patients, there'd be hundreds of people. That had to just stop. Recruitment, so with recruitment, core surgical trainees would turn up to Elland Road, so about 200-300 people would be interviewed over the course of 3 days. That had to stop. Although those things stopped, we had to put in place something else. So as BOTA president, I was involved in talks to find the fairest way to create a new recruitment system, to create a new exam system, which, as you can imagine, the timeline wasn't very long. So we had short amounts of time to create a new system. So it posed a lot of challenges that I didn't think I would have to deal with, but I guess that's leadership. So BOTA, I would encourage you to have a look at the website. That shows you lots of opportunities and things that are happening at the moment. Normally we put on an educational congress, which is 3 days. It's comprised of practical workshops. So if you look at the top right hand corner, that's a picture of a medical student performing a knee replacement on a sore bone, so you can get hands-on experience, see actually, is there something that you're interested in and would like to do? In the bottom right hand corner, those are medical student volunteers who are there for the whole 3 days. Again, fantastic experience and demonstrate leadership and commitment to a career in orthopedics. And the picture on the left is really just to show the networking opportunities. So that's us all at a Cayley. So BOTA is educational, it's fun, and it really just kind of will cement in your mind whether or not this is something you'd like to pursue in the future. So have a look at our website. So another way my career has slightly deviated is through motorsports medicine. The reason I mention this is that you can be on your surgical journey, but actually you can make your career what you want to make it. So I've done my medical education, I've done the leadership staff and motorsports, where someone else may, go down the research route and do a PhD. There's loads of opportunities to tailor your career to what you want it to be. So motorsports medicine, I've worked at tracks across the UK. I've done all the big events, so British Superbikes, British touring cars, and Formula One. Really, to do this, you need to have ATLS, so Advanced Trauma Life Support, so a trauma skill, and be at least F2. And then you can be from any background, so general surgery, there's some anaesthetists, there's GPs, orthopedics, and it's a really fascinating career. So this picture here, that's me in the corner there. There's a driver in the car, and we're about to practice an extrication exercise where you see how fast we can get the driver out. So kind of a simulated exercise. But it's just really fantastic kind of side to an orthopedic career. So I hope that I've shown you that it's possible to have your cake and eat it. So I have done I'm doing my orthopedic training, I've done education, I've done leadership, I've done the motorsport side of it. I got married last year, I've had a baby. It's possible to do all these different things. You just have to you just have to plan it properly. And I hope that I've provided you with some tips to maximize your application to a career in orthopedics. There are my contact details there. If anyone's got a question they don't feel comfortable asking now or would like to get in contact with me later, there are my details. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Fantastic talk. Lovely way to kind of bring together a lot of things that we've said and hear about your journey. And I think there's some excellent advice in there for trauma and orthopedics, but also I think for a lot of other medical students of what kind of things we should be looking to do from early days rather than waiting till the last minute. So thank you so much. I have had a little bit of lag with the Q&A, so I do apologise if I haven't got any at the moment, but there may be some in the internet sphere. I'll start you off with a question from myself. So you've kind of dealt with a lot of setbacks, and you've absolutely just kept going, and I found that very inspiring. But what is it that did keep you going in those instances?
I think for me, it's always been orthopedics. I haven't had an alternative. So I know people sometimes say, well, what's your plan B? What are you going to do if it doesn't work out? I didn't have a plan B, so it was pretty much orthopedics or nothing. So I think I'm just pretty stubborn and just kind of stuck with it. But I would say if it's what you want to do, just keep going.
in orthopedics, like a few different specialties, we've just had the Women in Surgery talk, so I'm inspired to learn about your kind of experience going into that specialty as a woman.
I think things are changing so much at the moment. Like when I first started in orthopedics, or even just thinking about wanting to do orthopedics, it wasn't something people talked about. Like I remember being a medical student and there was a registrar, and we'd all gone out for drinks, and I kind of said to her, oh, you know, what's the work-life balance like in orthopedics? And she kind of just looked at me and went, well, you know, I'm single, I don't have family, I don't have a life outside of work. And I thought, God, is that really what it's like? But things have changed massively. So you can apply for less than full-time training. You can take years out, as I have done. And people are having the conversations. I think no longer people willing to say, well, it's work or nothing. I think people aren't accepting that anymore. So things have definitely changed and are continuing to change. So I think more women will come through, definitely.
You've had many moments in your career so far that have been probably key moments, but what do you think is like the most poignant time of your career?
Oh my goodness, most poignant time of my career. I think for me, it was being voted president during the first wave of the of COVID-19, because I had to make so many decisions that have impacted on so many people and on orthopedic training. So as I kind of touched on before, you know, we had this problem with exams. So they've suddenly said, we're not going to do the FRCS, so their final orthopedic exam. But then you're thinking, well, if we don't do the exam, then people can't CCT, so they can't finish their training. If people can't finish their training, no one else can get on at the bottom and start their training. So I guess being in that privileged position of making these decisions along with my committee, for me, was probably one of the most poignant moments.
Where do you see the training pathway, where do you see like the challenges or maybe the advantages following COVID? How has it changed and how might it change?
Yeah, so I've been on maternity leave, so I haven't been kind of on the shop floor as such. For surgeons and for surgeons within an elective field such as orthopedics, where you know you've got a long waiting list, that waiting list now is massive. Because previously there's like the 18-week target and you'd be getting people through. And the challenge we face now is we've got a massive backlog of people. How are we going to get through that? And as a trainee, I think we have to make sure that trainees are getting that experience, because I think there's a danger that, okay, we've got all this that we need to do, the consultant will just fire through it and just do the operations. So I think it's making sure trainees are still getting those opportunities, because the operating experience exposure is going to be there. It's just to make sure that trainees are being heard.
I've not really thought about the whole aspect of consultants wanting to kind of get through them as quick as possible, but it makes sense. So hopefully that is encouraged for the trainees to get some experience.
Exactly.
Got someone interested in the motorsport side of your career and wanted to know if there are any interesting stories from Formula One.
There's so many interesting stories. Oh God, I didn't even know where to start with stories. I guess most of the time you're kind of, so the setup is very different depending on which racetrack that you work in. So I'm in the northeast, so my local track is Crofton Darlington, and the way it's set up there is the doctor will be on the rescue unit. So the rescue unit is like a van with all the extrication equipment, so like things to cut the roof off, a fire extinguisher, things like that, and you'll be in there with a team of people, so not medics but people that have the skills to cut the cars out. I guess my biggest crash that I've been involved with was British touring cars about 2 or 3 years ago. So it's a big event, it's televised, and there was a 4 or 5 car pile-up, and it was pretty much go, go, go. And the challenge there was when you've got multiple injuries and multiple people, how you triage it and how you deal with it. Luckily, we had a big team of people, but it's just a question of scaling it back a little bit, because I think it can all look quite terrifying, because when you're at the racetrack, you see it happen, whereas when you're in hospital, the patients come to you all nicely packaged. It's a very different adrenaline rush feeling when you see it happen. So I guess British touring cars a couple of years ago, 4-car pile-up, there was tension pneumothorax, dislocated shoulders, pelvic fracture. It was pretty much every major trauma thing you can have that you can think of at once. And it's being televised as well, so you have to kind of have that at the back of your mind.
Sounds almost like the most ideal training situation for, if like it almost, that should guarantee you like your interviews into the next training pathway, because of how much you've dealt there.
Yeah.
So that's incredible. And now a bit more of what is the day-to-day ward life like that you found in the trauma and orthopedic specialty?
So day to day, again, it depends on what type of hospital you're in and what specialty you're doing. So as a registrar, you rotate every 6 months through all the different subspecialties that I mentioned previously. But day to day, you tend to start with the trauma meetings. That's about 7:45, 8 o'clock in the morning, where you go through the patient's been admitted the night before. So you go through the injuries that they had. You discuss the management plan. In some hospitals, it can be used as quite a teaching exercise. So they'll start with the most junior person and work up to the senior person, asking questions about your management plan. And then you might be on call. So if you're on call, you then take the bleep and answer that throughout the day. You might, so you have certain amounts of things each week. So you might have 1 day of elective operating, 1 day of trauma operating, some fracture clinic, some elective clinic. It really varies as to what placement you're on and what kind of hospital. So if you're at a major trauma centre, you might be doing non-resident on calls, or if you're in a district general hospital, you might be doing 12-hour shifts. So there's so much. It's very different depending on where you work.
And I can't see any more questions. As I say, I'm not sure if that's just because of a bit of a lag there. I think I might see one from earlier though. Is there any recommendations that you have for students from abroad that want to come train in the UK?
I don't really have much experience on training abroad. I don't really know, to be honest. I guess it depends on what stage they want to come and work in England. But I know you have to do your exams to work here, but I don't really have too much knowledge on that, sorry.
That's absolutely fine. And I mean, you've given so much advice for what medical students can be doing, and from medical school onwards. What about in the kind of personal life? What's your advice for students to maintain that kind of that uni life balance, I guess?
I mean, I threw myself into it and I did loads and loads of stuff. But that's just the nature of my personality. So I did rowing and tennis and sailing, went on ski trips, and I got stuck in. But I guess it just depends on the kind of person you are and what you find interesting. I would say, okay, yes, you need to focus on, thinking about the longer term, but I've very much been the kind of person that tries to get over the first hurdle and then the next one. I think it's quite difficult to look at the bigger picture all the time. So I would say focus on the first problem with the bigger picture in mind, but don't think, oh my goodness, I want to do orthopedics, and just be too blinkered. I would say just enjoy yourself and kind of seize every opportunity that comes your way.
Now, probably just one more question. What are there any other pitfalls or potential barriers that a student may have not come across yet, but that they should probably keep in mind to prepare for?
Barriers to what? Sorry, a career in orthopedics, or?
Yeah.
I mean, you know, there's always going to be a barrier. There's going to be hurdles that you have to jump over. But I don't think you can think like that. I think you have to just kind of, if it's what you want to do, you have to work hard and go for it, and then address those things. I wouldn't say, oh, I'm a woman, it's a barrier. I think you just have to go for it if it's what you want to do. I wouldn't think of things as a barrier to doing something.
Another question covering, so I'm a bit like you at some points of not sure if I want to go into any research, but you've kind of found that you've had to deal with it a little bit along the way. What is your advice for kind of navigating the research and publication world?
I mean, everyone's different. I just don't like it. But maybe I've not found that particular thing to research that I've been really interested in. I mean, there's been times when I've done it because I've had to do it. So the work I did on calcaneal fractures. But I would say, if you don't enjoy it, there are different things that you can do. You don't have to be like, oh yeah, I need all these publications. I think you need to find something that you're interested in, and you need to be able to demonstrate that you can practice evidence-based medicine, which doesn't necessarily mean you need to have loads of publications. And I'd say also, there's things called like a research collaborative. So you work with a whole group of people. It's not just you. And I think for me, things like research collaboratives are a lot easier than working in isolation. So there are different things that you can do.
Thank you so much, and thank you so much for your talk. It's been really insightful and absolutely so many good tips and so much to go away with. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much for having me.
Yeah, it's been a pleasure. So now for everyone else, this was the last session of stage 2, but there's still one more session going on in stage 1. So please direct yourself over to stage 1. And there will also be, as well as the last session, there'll be some awards to be announced at the end. Thank you so much for joining us on stage 2, and I hope you enjoyed the day and enjoyed the last session. Thank you so much. Bye for now.